Hello everyone and welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today we'll be taking you through the JavaScript and TypeScript full course. This course is designed in such a way that it will cover every important aspect from the basics of both JavaScript and TypeScript to advanced level topics and some hands-on projects. We'll see how TypeScript is different from JavaScript. By the end of this tutorial, you guys will be able to implement JavaScript and TypeScript in different ways. So before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have regular updates on multiple technology videos. So if you are a tech geek in a continuous hunt for the latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and press that bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. So without any further delay, let's get started. Let's go through the agenda for this full course tutorial. We'll start this video with an introduction to JavaScript and why one should learn JavaScript. Following that, we'll cover basic JavaScript topics like arrays, loops, and functions in JavaScript, along with some advanced level topics like promises in JavaScript. We have some specific projects waiting for you guys. We'll create some games to understand JavaScript in a better way. Upon completing JavaScript, we'll move on and cover TypeScript. We'll cover everything you need to know and understand about TypeScript. We'll see what TypeScript is. We'll then cover the difference between JavaScript and TypeScript. Following that, we'll cover topics like TypeScript generics and how TypeScript is used with React and Node.js. At the end of this full course, we'll go through TypeScript projects and some commonly asked TypeScript interview questions. It will surely help you understand TypeScript in a better way. So let's start this video with an introduction to JavaScript.
JavaScript was developed in the year 1995 by a person named Brendan Eich. Brendan was working for Netscape Communications while he developed JavaScript in 10 days. There were a few changes in the name of JavaScript. Initially it was Mocha, which was later changed to LiveScript, and then it finally became JavaScript. The start of JavaScript wasn't that good as so many developers who were using Java at that time. They considered JavaScript as a language for designers and non-engineers. No one ever knew that this small side scripting language would have a great future. Today, more than 90% of the websites out there, they are using JavaScript somehow. Many of you guys gets confused with Java and JavaScript. Let me clear it for you that both Java and JavaScript, they are different languages. They have almost nothing in common. Many people say that JavaScript was named after Java as a part of a marketing strategy to gain wider acceptance and recognition. In 1995, Java was a buzzword when JavaScript was developed. That's why they renamed JavaScript after Java. Let's move on to what is JavaScript. Have you guys ever been through a website where you can see images that slides automatically? One such website is Amazon. The home page of Amazon, where we can see different types of ongoing sales, is an example of JavaScript. In layman language, JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make web pages more interactive and more lively. Earlier, when JavaScript was developed, it was only a side scripting language to do basic tasks like you can add pop-ups in your web page or you can make your web page more interactive. Nothing more than that. But now, the whole scenario has changed. With the help of JavaScript, we can create applications as well. If we talk about applications, let's take an example. Let's suppose we want to create an app. We can create it in Android or in iOS. But we have to learn few different languages to create those apps. For Android, we have to learn Java and XML, and Swift we have to learn for iOS. But with the help of JavaScript, you can create hybrid applications which can work on any platform without any problem. Tech giants like Google, PayPal, Amazon and YouTube, they are using JavaScript these days. The evolution of JavaScript in the past few years was unbelievable. Suppose you want to create a single page website. Every one of us is familiar with Gmail, let's suppose. So Gmail is a single page website which looks more like a desktop software than a website. So Gmail is based on Angular.js. It is a popular framework by Google which is free of cost, and it is totally based on JavaScript. Now let's go over some of the features of JavaScript. These features are actually why it is considered that using JavaScript is advantageous over other languages. So let's start with some of these points. JavaScript is not a proper programming language. Indeed, it is a scripting language which works in the runtime environment just like Python. So there are few other languages like C++ and Java. They need a compiler to work. But with JavaScript, you don't need a compiler. Once you are done with the script, it will interpret and show you the output in the browser directly. Next up is lightweighted. JavaScript can provide programming facility to some extent. In JavaScript, you don't need to specify any data type or return type, which helps in making development more quicker. That's why it is known as lightweighted. JavaScript is both client-side as well as server-side technology. Client-side technology runs on the user's computer, whereas the server-side technology runs on the web browser. Initially, when JavaScript was introduced, it was introduced as a client-side technology. But with the introduction of Node.js in 2009, one can now work in the backend as well. There is a way to validate the user's data before sending it to the web server, and we can do that with the help of JavaScript. The data will be checked for correct form and value. All we have to do is start a loop, give it the condition to check the data. JavaScript is also platform independent, although originally designed to work on browsers only, but now it is a platform independent language, which means once you are done with the script, you can use it on any browser or platform without any problem. JavaScript is an object-based scripting language, although many programmers do not consider JavaScript as a true object-oriented programming language due to its lack of class concept. It does support other features of object-oriented programming, like it supports encapsulation, it supports polymorphism, and also it supports prototypal inheritance. The last but not the least feature of JavaScript is case sensitive. So when it comes to keywords, identifiers, names and functions, JavaScript differentiates between capital and lowercase letters. We have to keep this in mind while programming. Now, I will quickly go over some of the JavaScript applications where JavaScript is currently being implemented. First one that comes to every person's mind is web development. It was also the main motive behind developing JavaScript. We have technologies like Angular, we have Node.js, we can create beautiful web pages. Also, JavaScript can be used along with HTML and CSS to make those static looking web pages more engaging. If we talk about other applications of JavaScript, we can use it in app development, either mobile app or web app. Like we took the example before that how hybrid apps made with the help of JavaScript can take over traditional Android and iOS app. One of the most important and unique application of JavaScript is in smartwatches. The Bangle.js is an open sourced smartwatch powered by JavaScript. Gordon Williams, the man who is currently working on this project, it is said that this new open sourced stack built around JavaScript will replace the onboard firmware soon. The next application of JavaScript is client-side validation. As we discussed earlier, JavaScript is used to validate the user data, whether the user's input is correct or not, by cross-checking it with the given condition. Like the user wants to enter in your website and you want it to be a user with @gmail.com in his email ID. So you will give that condition to JavaScript and it will cross-check it with the user's information. Like when the user will try to enter in your website, it will check that if @gmail.com is there or not in the user's email ID. So it can validate the user also. Apart from that, one more application of JavaScript is game development. JavaScript can be used to make fully fledged 2D or 3D games using different libraries. Although most JavaScript game development focuses on creating games used in browsers only. Till now we have an idea about what JavaScript is, its features and its applications. So if you want to learn JavaScript, you need to do some basic things to make your learning experience more smoother. Let's take a look at the prerequisites to use JavaScript. The first one is the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. To use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS, you first need to know how HTML and CSS works. See, HTML is used to create the structure of a web page, while CSS is used to style that web page. In order to use these two with JavaScript, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, because if you want to learn a new language, first of all, you need to know why to use that technology. And to learn JavaScript more efficiently, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. It's better to have a web browser that supports JavaScript like Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. Or you can use Safari as well if you are using a MacBook. You will need an operating system like Windows, Linux or Mac operating system to learn JavaScript. A computer with minimum 512 MB of RAM would be enough for you to start learning JavaScript. But I will recommend you a computer with 1 GB of RAM or 4 GB of RAM for a better experience. You can use any text editor. You have Notepad, which is free and is already available for Windows. If you don't want to use Notepad, you can use other free softwares like Sublime, or you can use Visual Code. In this particular course, we will be using Visual Code, and I'll tell you how to install Visual Code and what are the features of Visual Code. Also, suppose you do not have any prior knowledge about JavaScript, don't worry about it. We will take you through the whole course and we will ensure that you can understand JavaScript. Let's start this video with some facts about JavaScript. JavaScript is the only programming language that a browser can understand. 25 years ago, when developers were thinking about a language that a browser can understand, there were a few languages that were present in the market at that time, just like Java. Still, there were some problems with these languages. That these languages need a server to work with the browser. JavaScript, on the other hand, can work directly with the browser. You write the code in the editor, the browser will go through it, it will interpret it, and then runs the program. The popularity of JavaScript increased with time. Being a language which can do so many tasks, whether it be designing a website's front end or going through any website's backend, JavaScript can do anything. By the end of 2018, over 95% of the internet was powered by JavaScript. Means almost every website out there is using JavaScript in some way or another. Do you guys know about Stack Overflow, a website for every programmer? Don't worry, you'll get to know about it once you start with the programming part. Stack Overflow states that JavaScript is the most popular programming language used by the developers. Let me quickly run you through the reasons why one should learn JavaScript, and then we'll briefly elaborate each of these reasons. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks. JavaScript is constantly growing and is a well-paid job. JavaScript is beginner friendly and it has the largest community. JavaScript provides wide range of usage as well. Let's move on further and see why each of these reasons is important. JavaScript has the most powerful frameworks for every task a user wants to do. Like for designing a single page website, like you want to design a website like Gmail, you can use Angular.js. If you want to design UI components or user interfaces for single page application, you have React.js. You want to develop a mobile or a desktop application, let's suppose, you have Vue.js for that as well. Basically, you can do anything with powerful JavaScript frameworks. Next up is constant growth. One of the main reasons behind one should learn JavaScript. JavaScript is one of the fastest growing languages and stands among the top 10 languages used by the developers. With so much increase in mobile market, mobile web development has seen an immense rise in need of interactivity, which is possible only with the help of JavaScript. That's why JavaScript is continuously growing and there is no way that JavaScript will go down shortly. The developers working in JavaScript are well paid across the world. Anyone who wants to be a web designer or a web developer needs to learn JavaScript. It is a must-have skill for being a good web developer. We will discuss it in JavaScript jobs section. JavaScript is an easy to learn language compared to many other programming languages like Java, Python and PHP. JavaScript provides easy entry points to the world of programming. The best thing about JavaScript is that it comes pre-installed on almost every web browser. So you don't need to set up any environment to start development in JavaScript, which means you can start coding right away. JavaScript has the largest community among all the programming languages out there. Community size does matter when it comes to programming language, because the larger the community size is, the more help you would be likely to get. Currently, JavaScript has the biggest Stack Overflow community. It has overtaken Java in terms of community size and is still growing at a rapid pace. Wide range of usage. In my opinion, one of the most important reasons why one should learn JavaScript: by knowing JavaScript, you can build an entire website from its backend to the front end. Apart from that, you can also build a full-fledged mobile application. For the backend, you don't need to learn other programming languages. Node.js is enough with a bit of knowledge about database and APIs. There is nothing you can't do with JavaScript when it comes to website development. Let's move on and discuss few jobs you can take up after learning JavaScript, and we'll also discuss their average salaries in USA and in India. So the first one is a full stack developer. A full stack developer is one of the highest paid jobs in web development sector. A full stack developer is equally proficient in client side as well as server side development. A full stack developer earns around 9 lakh per annum, which is quite a decent amount of money for a person living in India. But if you are a full stack developer in US, you can earn up to $100,000 per annum, which is a huge amount. A front-end developer is the one who deals with the front end of any website or application. It's obvious that a front-end developer will not earn as much as a full-stack developer, but the amount of money a front-end developer earns in a year is decent. A JavaScript developer works on the front end and sometimes back end also. A JavaScript developer may be responsible for the whole website or just a few aspects or pages of different websites. They earn quite well when it comes to salary. A JS developer in US earns around $75,000 per annum, which when converted to Indian rupees sums around 55 lakhs approx, which is a huge amount. Designing a UI is an interesting job as it needs creativity along with skills. It's always fun to design interfaces to attract users. One should need a lot of creativity for this job. The amount of money a UI UX designer earns in India is around 7 lakh per annum, but it can go up as much as 20 lakh per annum, depends upon the skills possessed and creativity of the designer. So choose your career wisely. Let's start this video with the introduction to DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is an API for HTML and XML documents, which helps JavaScript to understand what is there written inside the HTML document. API stands for Application Programming Interface. To understand API better, let's take an example of a restaurant. Imagine yourself in the restaurant. You are sitting at the table with the menu. The chef in the kitchen is also part of the system. The waiter here works as a messenger between you and the chef. That's what API does. It works as a moderator between JavaScript and the HTML document. DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript so that other JavaScript functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of object and nodes. Whether it be elements or text or anything stored in the document, the entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by JavaScript. DOM is not used with JavaScript only. Other languages like Python also uses DOM. DOM was designed to be used independently. To begin with DOM, there is nothing special you have to do. Different browsers have different implementation of the document object model. Every browser uses DOM to make the web page of the document accessible by JavaScript. Let's move on and see what is document object model with the help of an example. I believe you guys have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, a prerequisite for this course. Let's start things off with a basic HTML example. Here we have a code that consists tags like HTML, head, body, heading tag, etc. We have the HTML tag here, the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, we have the head tag, which contains the document's header part. Inside the head tag, there is a title tag that contains the title of the web page. Then comes the body tag, which contains a heading tag and two div tags with IDs as div1 and div2. A div tag defines a particular section in the HTML document. The ID used within the div tag It is an attribute basically that has to be unique within the document to make the element unique from other elements. Next up, we have a paragraph tag with a class attribute within it. CSS and JavaScript uses classes to select and access specific elements. Don't worry guys if you have no idea about it. Let us first see the output of this code before going to the document object model of this whole document. So guys, this is the output of the previous code we just came through. Here we can see the title of the web page as well as heading after it. There were two different div tags used in the code. Here is the output of both the div tags. The question here is, where are those ID and class attributes seen in the output? The answer to this question is there's nothing on this web page that can show both of them. We can use them in our CSS file or through JavaScript to specify the containers in which they are used. So we have concluded how a normal document works and how the browser interprets the HTML code. But how JavaScript uses this code is a bit different. That's where DOM comes into play. When the actual HTML document is loaded in the browser, another representation of that document is created, known as document object model. Here's the model you can see on your screen. Each of the tags used in HTML document is correspondingly represented as objects in the DOM, like starting from the HTML tag and covering all the other tags like head, title, body, and few more. The same hierarchy as there was in the HTML document goes with the document object model also. Document object model is simply the same HTML document with different representation. The reason behind this different representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags, but it can understand these objects. JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we will see in future while working on these functions. For example, if you want to access the text present inside the heading tag, you can do it by accessing the heading tag with JavaScript. You can also work on the style of this text with the help of JavaScript as well. JavaScript uses the concept of nodes. It can access nodes of the document object model. There are many types of nodes present in the DOM. The basic three types are element node, attribute node, and text node. The element node consists of all the tags used in HTML document, like the head tag and the body tag. The attribute node contains the attributes used in HTML document. By now, I hope you have understood the concept of attributes. So JavaScript can access these attributes as well, and the user can work upon them as per requirements. The text here in the HTML document, that is simply. It can also be accessed with the help of JavaScript. It is the value of that particular element. Before installing VS Code, let's discuss a few things about what is an IDE. So IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. It is a software application basically. It comprehends facilities to a programmer for software development. Just like Photoshop makes it easier for us to edit photos, in the same way, IDE makes it easier for a programmer to write code. If you want to write code, IDE will help you write that, and it will help you in software development. There are a number of IDEs present in the market today. We have Sublime, we have PyCharm, we have Komodo, we have Notepad and Notepad++ as well. But in this particular course, we will be using Visual Studio Code or VS Code we can say. So let me run you through some of the advantages that why we are using VS Code for this course. So first of all, VS Code is free to use as it is an open source software, so you can use it without any cost. It supports multiple programming languages. There is nothing like you need any web support or work on different editors for different programming. You can use VS Code for different languages. Extensions are also one of the main reasons behind using VS Code. See, you want to work on a programming language it does not support. All you have to do is add an extension, search for it, and you are good to go. It will also not affect the speed of the editor as it runs as a different process. It can also detect code snippet whether it is complete or not, like you are using a variable in your program and you forgot to declare it. VS Code will do it for you. This property is known as IntelliSense. Besides all these properties, one main key feature behind using VS Code is it is cross-platform. It is available for Mac, it is available for Linux and Windows as well. I think there are enough features we have discussed till now. There are many more features. We will discuss them while installing or while working in VS Code. So for now, let's move on to the installation process. The installation process for VS Code is pretty simple. Just go to Google and search for VS Code. The next page which will open, here you can see that the first link available is from their official website. Click on that and you will go to their official website. Here in the front you can see the download. You can download the stable version from here only. Or if you want to download it for your according to your PC's specifications, you can click on the download button present at the top right corner of your screen. Here you can see that VS Code is available for different platforms. It is available for Windows, for Linux and for Mac as well. You can download it from here as well. So if you want to download it for Windows, you can click here. It will take you to another page and it will start downloading VS Code. Once the download completes, open the setup file from your downloads and it will take you to the license agreement page. You have to agree with all the terms and conditions. You can go through the full license, but then it will take a lot of time to go through all this. Once you click on it, this window will open where you have to select the location you want your VS Code to locate. Any ID you install, the default location for all the editors is the same. You can click on browse and select any other location if you want. But for now, I'll be leaving it as it is and I'll click on next. Now this will open and you will click next from here. Now it will ask you some questions like if you want to create a desktop icon or not. Select all of them and click on next. Now click on install and it will install VS Code for you. Sit back and relax, it will take time. So once you are done with the installation process, click on finish and the Visual Studio Code will start automatically. So here we are, you can see that we are on the welcome page. So let's start with these icons present on the left side of the editor. This icon here is Explorer. So VS Code works with the folders in your system. Click on open folder and just search any folder or you can take any folder of your choice. So here in my PC, I'll go to work and I'll take JavaScript as my folder. I'll select it and see, it will open the folder and I already have a few programs written over here like this, and I have a few more programs like this and this. You can open any program from that folder by using this Explorer option. You can open any program present in that folder. So basically what it does, any program you make in Visual Studio Code, you will save it in this folder only. So it will be easy for you to open any program anytime. Next up, we have the search button to find any keyword or word present in your code. Whatever you write here, it will show you where it is present in your code or in your document. So let's suppose I write here Simplilearn. See, it will show you Simplilearn in your main screen. So you have a shortcut key for this also. Press Ctrl plus F from your keyboard and write anything here. Like it's written Simplilearn here. Press enter and it will show you the result. The third option here is for version control. If you want to use any version control, like you want to use Git, VS Code has very good integration with Git. The next button here is for debug, or it will run your program. Once you are done with writing the code, click here and run and debug. Just open it with Chrome. You have a shortcut for this as well. Press F5 from your keyboard and it will do the same. The next button here is for extensions. Here you can find many extensions given by the VS Code community. They are free to use. For now, we will use these three extensions. The first one is HTML CSS support. Just click on the search button, write HTML CSS support. The first option, click on that and install that extension. Similarly, you have to install few more. You have to install JavaScript and TypeScript nightly. And you have to install live server in the same way. I'll tell you the use of live server in the next video when we will be writing our first hello world program. Let me end this video by giving you a shortcut. Let's create a new file here. Click here, create a new file. Just close it. Create a new file. We will name it as new.html. So it's new.html here. One thing you have to keep in mind, while saving a file, make sure to save that file with .html extension. Here we are about to start writing our first program. So just write exclamation mark and press enter. It will do this. See, it will write the basic HTML code which you will need in almost every program from now on. So you don't have to write this code every time. Just do it this way and start writing main program. We are using VS Code Studio as our text editor to write the script here. We have already discussed the benefits as well as the features of VS Code in the previous video. So as I have already mentioned, you must have a web browser with JavaScript enabled in it. So if you are using Google Chrome, it's quite easy to enable JavaScript. Let me take you through it. Open Google Chrome, go to settings and just write JavaScript in the search option. Go to site settings and scroll down, you will find here JavaScript. Allow it if it's not allowed. In my case, it's already allowed, so I'm good to go. Once you have downloaded the editor and you are done with the environment setup and all, you can start writing the program. So let's go to VS Code. We will open a new file here and save it with a name. Let's open a new file and we will save it with name first.html. Make sure to save your file with .html extension, as it will make it easy for the computer to understand that this particular file is an HTML file. So in the last video, we installed an extension named Live Server. Let me tell you how to use it and what are the benefits of using Live Server. So let's write a basic HTML program, or just press the exclamation key and press enter. Here we are with the basic HTML program. We have not done anything yet, just edit it a little bit. We will add a heading tag and inside the heading tag we will write a heading. Let's suppose we are writing hello. So now right click on your desktop and click on open with Live Server. What this will do, it will open your program in the browser. See, it's the basic thing. So let me tell you what its benefits are. It will open your program in the browser and whatever changes you are making in the programs will be directly shown in the browser the moment you save them. See, just use Google Chrome or whatever browser you are using and in the VS Code side by side. We'll be using it side by side now. Let's suppose we'll change something here. Let's add a word here, hello world. And the moment we save it, it will be reflected in your browser as well. So that's the benefit of using Live Server. We will be using it during our whole code. So now we are done with that. Let's start with the program. So here we are with our basic HTML code which has only tags in it. It will print nothing if I remove this heading tag. Let me remove it, and the moment I save it, it will print nothing. So guys, let me give you a brief introduction to these tags. These HTML tags are used to render HTML files properties so that the browser can differentiate between simple text and HTML tags. You can use as many tags according to your requirements. In our first program, we will write a single line statement over the browser. For that, we will need the script tag. Don't worry if you don't know much about script tag. Let me tell you briefly about this tag's functionality. It is used to embed a client-side script language. Remember guys, script tag is used to embed JavaScript with HTML. This is where HTML and JavaScript comes together. It may contain the scripting statements or point towards the external script through the src attribute. We will see the src attribute as well. We'll use the script tag inside the body tag, or we can use it wherever we want to use it. Like, it's not necessary to use it inside the body tag only. We can use it anywhere in a program. So let's start with this. First, let's start the script tag. We are done with it. Now the script tag, we have to type an attribute. The attribute is, the type is, it's a text file. We are done with our script tag. To write on the web page, we use a very basic command, the document.write. It is a JavaScript method using which you can print anything on the browser. Let's see what document.write can do. Let's write here something, document.write, and any text you want to write inside it. Let's suppose hello world, welcome to Simplicode. So guys, we are done with this. We have written a text over here, hello world, welcome to Simplicode. Let's see what will happen when we save it. Press Ctrl+S, and the moment you save it here, it will be reflected on your browser. Here you can see in our browser, it's written over here, hello world, welcome to Simplicode. We can define JavaScript in an external file as well. Let's see how we can do this. How this script tag will point towards an external JavaScript file. Here what you have to do, you have written script, just before type, use an attribute src and give it the source of the file. But till now we don't have any JavaScript file, so let's create a file first. Name it as script.js. Remember, you have to save it with .js extension. We are done with it and we are good to go. So here we will write document.write and any text you want to write here. Hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. We will save it. The moment we will save it here, there's something wrong, I guess. Okay, we have not given the source code of that JavaScript. So here we will have to give the name of that file. It was script.js. Moment we will save it. See, the text is changed here. Initially it was hello world, welcome to Simplicode, but now it is hello world, welcome to Simplilearn. This document.write is not interpreted by the browser. That's because this script tag is now pointing towards an external JavaScript file. Anything you will write inside this script tag will not be considered now. So we are done with this script tag here. We now have an idea of how to embed JavaScript with HTML. And now let's see some of the features of document.write. So let's suppose you have written this text here. Let's erase it and see what else it can do. Let's give it a task to add two numbers. Let's suppose we have given here 9 plus 3. Let's see if it works. See, it will give you the output directly here. Document.write 9 plus 3, it will give you the output as 12. Similarly, you will do any mathematical task, any calculation you want to do. Let's suppose 7 multiplied by 8. You can see here 12, 56, 12. Let's give it another one. 9 multiply 5 minus, let's suppose 3, and save it. See, 9 into 5 is 45, and if you minus 3 from 45 you will get 42. Here is the answer for as 42. 56 is for 7 into 8, 7 multiplied by 8, and 12 is for 9 plus 3. So with that we are done with how to embed with JavaScript with HTML. Let's move on to another concept in JavaScript, that is console.log. Console.log is a function in JavaScript that works the same as document.write, but it will not print anything in the browser. Let's give it a try. Let's clear this and suppose we write here console.log and give it a command. Save it and see, there is nothing printed on the browser. Let's write something in the body tag. We'll use a heading tag and write something here. Let's go again and go to body tag. We'll use a heading tag here as well and write something here. Let's suppose we write code. Save it. See, this is printed on the browser. To open your browser's console, go to browser, right click here and go to inspect element, or you can use Ctrl plus Shift plus I, which I normally do. Here you can see the console option. See, it has many options like elements, consoles, sources, network, and many more. But for now, let's focus on console. Here you can see the text printed here. So what's the point of doing this? Whenever we write a code, we usually have many variables and functions and a lot of these kinds of things. We don't always know what to expect as the output. Maybe we expect a particular result, but we might get something else. One way of debugging our code is that we can pass a value to this function here only, and we can check the result of that value out of the code. Let's add two numbers here. So if you don't understand it, basically what we are doing for now, we are writing a small piece of code, like the program is not that big, but later on when we are good with JavaScript and we'll use JavaScript as a primary language, the size of the program will go longer and longer. So not every time you are supposed to check the output of your code by doing that only. So if you are using any variables or you are using any functions, you can check the output here only if you have to use that variable in that way or you have to change something. So you will get it here only. That's the use of console.log. Let's add two numbers. Remove it. A is equal to 5 and let B's value is 8, suppose. Okay, we are done with these two numbers, and we will write console.log. We have given it the command to add A and B. Let's see if it works here. See, the value of A plus B is 13. You can see it here in console. The value is 13. You can see it here. So here we can see that the output is 13. You can do any complex calculation here in the console. It will give you the correct answer. You can see here script.js colon 4. The number after the column is the line in script.js. Here in our file, we can see that the console.log command is in line number 4. So here it is written that it is line number 4 here. So if you click on this, you can see the script.js opened in a very small window, and you can edit it from here as well. So this is not a random line number. To prove this, let's go on to a program and let's move this to another line. See, now the console.log is in line 11. Save it, and here you can see this also changed to 11. So let's make this more complex. Add another variable c. We'll add another variable here. Let's suppose we add c here. We'll give it a more complex equation. Let's c equals to the moment we save it, it will give it the answer. Oh no, we are done with the equation. Let's change it here also. The value of c is, let's see if it works or not. Press Ctrl plus S, it's saved, and the value of c is 7. Let's see if this value is correct or not. The value of a was 5. 5 into 3 is 15. 15 plus 8 is 23. 23 plus 4 is 27. 27 plus a minus 25. Value of a is 5 minus 25 is minus 20. 27 minus 20. The value of c is 7. Say it's correct. Check it yourself if you can do something more interesting with this console.log, or you can do something more interesting with document.write. So console log allows us to debug our code, and we can use it if we are not sure about the output in a lengthy program. So variables are named storage that a program can manipulate. As the name suggests, a variable is a value that can change according to conditions. Variables refers to those memory blocks inside the computer where we can store information. Let's suppose you want to store any value inside your computer. So variable will represent the location of that value. In simple terms, variables are cups with stuff inside them, and you can use that stuff later again and again according to the way you want to. Before the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript, we can say, which is the updated version of JavaScript, variables were declared using a single keyword only, which is where. We'll try to declare a few variables here. We'll see how where keyword works. So let's comment this thing first. So let's declare a few variables. Let's suppose where a equals to 15. We will declare where b, and the value of b will be 6. We will declare where c, and the value of c would be a plus b. So here we have defined three variables a, b and c. A is a variable with value 15 stored inside it, and so is b. The value of b is 6. But c is a variable that will contain the value of a plus b. Let's try to print this on browser. Document.write, and we will print the value of c. Save it, and here you can see the value of c is 21. That's the correct answer. So similarly, you can also print a and b as well. Let's print a and b as well here. What we will do, we'll copy this line, we'll paste it for a, and we'll update this here as well, so it won't create any confusion. So here you can see the value of c is 21, the value of a is 15, and the value of b is 6. It shows the value of all the three variables we declared. But with the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript in 2015, two more ways were introduced to declare a variable. These are let and const. We shall discuss these two terms in the later part of this session. Let me show you how to declare a variable. There are a few things you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable name. Here we have seen we use three variables a, b and c. That was an easy task to do, but giving a variable any name, like something other than a single alphabet. So you have to keep a few things in mind while naming them. Start them with a letter, underscore or a dollar sign. You can't use any sign except underscore or dollar. So if you are giving a variable name, you can't use any other sign except the underscore or the dollar sign. You can use these two signs only. You can't use any other sign. You can't use a number in the starting. Apart from that, let's suppose you want to give it a name as 9BE. You can't do that in JavaScript. JavaScript won't allow you this. If you try to save it, it will throw you an error, invalid or unexpected token. So you can't do this in JavaScript. There is no limit for the length of the variable name. But you can't use reserved keywords in a variable name. Like, let's try to create a variable with name as class. Class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. We'll save it and see, here it throws an error, unexpected token class. But you can use a class with capital C. Let's save it and here it will work fine. Why it works? Because JavaScript variables are case sensitive. If we try to create a variable with same name, let's see, we try to create a variable with var girl and the another variable will be var girl with capital G this time. JavaScript will treat these two variables differently. These two are different variables for JavaScript, as JavaScript is case sensitive when it comes to variables. Let's declare a few more variables. Let's remove it. We'll declare a few more variables. Let's comment this part as well. We'll declare a few more variables. Suppose we declare a variable with keyword var and we'll name this variable as bike name. Var bike name and press enter. If we leave this variable without assigning it any value, the by default value will be undefined. Let's try to print the value of this variable. Right, we will try to print the value of bike name. Save it. Here you can see the value it shows is undefined. So the by default value of a variable, if you do not assign it any value, will be undefined. Let's try to give it a value. Let's suppose we try to give bike name. We use equals to operator to assign it a value. Let's suppose we'll assign it Yamaha. Semicolon and press Ctrl+S to save this, and here you can see the output as Yamaha. You can also assign a value to the variable during declaration, as we have done in the previous examples. Here we have assigned the variable's value at the time of declaration only. Let's move on to let and const. So we will discuss let and const, but first we will compare let with var. Let is also used to declare a variable just like var is used, but there is a limitation to use let. Let is not accessible outside the block in which it is declared. So we will use let here only. Let bike name equals, and we will change this value as well. We will change it to hero, let's say. Save it, and here you can see the output as hero. But if we try to put this code inside a block, let's suppose we put this code inside this block, a pair of curly braces, and we will again try to access document.write. We'll try to access bike name again from here. From outside the block we try to access this. Save it, and here you can see bike name is not defined. It is an error in line 18. So what's happening here? Basically you can't access a let variable outside the scope. You can't access it from here, but it will work with var. If we try to replace let with var and save it, here you can see it says hero and hero, because first it will interpret this method and then it will interpret this as well in case of var. Due to its limited scope, let variables are used when there is limited use only. Like in for loop or in while loop, we will learn these loop in future. Let will not allow you to redeclare any variable. Let's understand this with an example. Here's the code as well. We have declared var bike name and we'll remove this. And first we'll try to do this with var. Let's suppose var bike name equals to TVS. Ctrl+S. It says hero and TVS. So the variable name, the bike name is same in both cases. Here and here as well. These are same, but with var keyword you can do that. Let will not allow you to do this. If we use let here in place of var, we'll write let here as well, and we will change the value as well. We will give it as Kawasaki, and let's suppose Suzuki here. Save it. See, bike name has already been declared. So that's what let won't allow you to do. You can repeat the same let variable in different scope. It won't create any problem, but it will not allow you to redeclare any declared variable. So let's move on to const. We use const when there are values we don't want to change or that will never change basically. So the keyword const is little misleading as it defines a constant reference to a value, not the constant value. We can't change the primitive value, but we can change the properties of constant objects. Let's write another piece of code for const keyword. So let's declare a variable const x is equal to 5, comma y is equal to 7. Let's say const So here what we have done, we declared a variable x and a variable y with value as 5 and 7. We declared this time with const keyword, and a variable z which is x plus y. We printed z on the browser and it shows the value as 12, which is x plus y. 7 plus 5 is equal to 12. Now what we will do, const will let you do this, but if you try to update the value of x, let's suppose we try to update the value of x as x equals to x plus 10. We'll print x this time. Document.write x. Let's save this. It will throw an error, assignment to a constant variable in line 24. So here you want to update the value of x. You can't do this with const keyword. You can do this with let and where as well, but you can't do this with const. Also, const won't allow you to redeclare any variable just like let. So if you try to use const x again is equal to 10, save it. So here it says identifier x has already been declared. This thing you can do with const. The scope of const is the same as let. It can be used within the block where it is declared. Data types is an essential concept in every programming language. To work on any variable, you should know its type. It refers to the kind of data which is being stored inside a variable. The type of variable is holding basically. Every programming language has its own set of data types which is unique in its own way. We discussed earlier that JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language because we don't need to specify any data type in JavaScript. After all the variables in JavaScript are loosely packed, or we can say JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. We shall discuss these properties later in this video. For now, let me tell you about different data types present in JavaScript. So JavaScript data types are divided into two categories: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Primitive data types are stored in stack, whereas non-primitive data types, they are stored in heap. I don't want you to go deep in these two terms as if you are new to programming, so we'll leave it. Just keep one thing in mind, that primitive data types are base data types, whereas non-primitive data types are objects, or we can say they are derived. Primitive data types, they are further divided into 5 categories. They are divided as numbers, strings, boolean, undefined and null. Non-primitive data types or complex data types, we can say, on the other hand, they are divided into two parts: arrays and objects. We'll have separate videos on these topics. For now, let's discuss primitive data types. To understand primitive data types much better, let's declare a few variables here. Let's say we declare var x and give it the value as 16. We'll declare var y and we'll give it value hello world. We'll declare one more. Let's say var flag and the value will be true. Here we can talk about those properties of JavaScript which I mentioned earlier. JavaScript variables are loosely packed and JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. These 2 points refer to the same thing. Here you can see we have defined 3 variables: x, we have defined variable x, we have defined variable y, and flag as well. The values for all 3 variables is different from one another. See, variable x is holding a value that is 16, variable y is holding a value hello world, which is a string. So 16 is a number, hello world is a string, and variable flag is holding a value that refers to a boolean value. In place of true, we can also write false here. So what's happening here? Here you can see there is no data type. If you are coming from a C++ background or a Java background, this will be a little bit weird for you guys, because in C++ and Java, we used to do it like we'll define an integer. Let me show you. So how we will define an integer in C++ or Java? What we'll say? We'll use int x equals to 5 or something like that. We already had a data type. For string as well, we have char in C++, but here in JavaScript, we have no data type. We are only using the where keyword. That's what we call as loosely typed. This line means that you don't have to define the data type of the variable. What happens in JavaScript is whatever the type of value you will pass to the variable, the data type will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry about if you are passing a number or if you are passing a string. Just relax. Just when you pass the value to the variable, it will be determined automatically. So these are the three basic primitive data types present in JavaScript, which are number, boolean value, and string. So let's move on to the next one, which is undefined. We'll define a variable p and we'll leave it as it is. So this variable p has an undefined data type. It means that any variable which is already declared but has no value inside it, it has an undefined data type. I'll tell you a basic operator, the type of operator. We'll go through the operators in later videos, but just try to understand the basic need and use it with me. For now, this operator will help you know the type of value a variable is holding. See, let's use it here. We have declared a variable p. We'll check the type of p. So to use this operator, you have to use it with document.write now. So we'll do document.write and we'll use two brackets, and inside it we'll write type of, and whatever, like if you want to know the type of variable x, let's suppose, we'll write here x semicolon, save it, and you can see here it says number. This means that this variable has a value which is a number. Similarly, we will check for all the variables present here. We'll check for every variable. We'll check for y, we'll check for flag, and we'll check for p as well. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times, and let's change the value here from x to y in this line, and from x to flag here, and here we'll change it to p. So we have done it. We'll save it and see. Here it says number first. Variable y, it says it's a string, because you know hello world is a string. It's a sequence of character. For variable flag, it says boolean, so it's defined as true or false. And for variable p, it's written here undefined. With this, we are left with only one primitive data type, the null data type. There's a difference between a null value and an undefined value. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means the absence of any value. Suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, the type of operator will return this variable as an object. But if you are not giving any value to this variable, you are leaving it after declaration, the type of operator will return undefined. Here's an example for this. See, we'll declare one more variable here. We'll declare var num. Let's name this variable num, and we will give it the value as null. We'll use document.write type of, and we will check with the help of type of operator that what type of value the variable num is holding. So let's give here num. We are good to go. Press Ctrl plus S and see. Here it says it's an object. So a null value will always be shown as an object. We'll talk about the complex types or composite types in further videos. We'll have separate videos for each of these types. Don't worry about it. In any programming language, an operator is a symbol that makes the computer understand that it needs to do some specific task. Like if we want to perform an addition between two numbers, let's say we want to perform addition between 4 and 5. So guys, if you see the plus sign here, this is known as the operator, and the two terms which are 4 and 5, these two numbers, these are known as the operands. We have different operators for different purposes. Like we have plus for addition, we have minus for subtraction, we have star or asterisk we can say for multiplication, and many more other operators as well. So there are many more operators present in almost every programming language which is present out there. Operators are present in Java, they are present in C++, in C. Almost every programming language out there has the concept of operators. It's essential for you to know how and where to use any operator despite of the language you are working on. One needs to understand which operators are available, right? So in this particular video, I'll take you through the basic types of operator present in JavaScript. I'll let you know the types and we'll learn about how to use them, and of course I'll take you through the different categories of operators present in JavaScript. So in JavaScript there are basically 8 categories into which operators are divided, which are: we have arithmetic operators, we have assignment, we have string, we have conditional, we have logical, bitwise, comparison, and type of operator. We'll discuss the first 3 types in this video. That is, we'll discuss the arithmetic operators, we'll discuss the assignment and the string operators. Rest we'll talk about in the following video. First up here is the arithmetic operator. Hope you all are aware of the term arithmetic, right? So, arithmetic operators perform mathematical calculations, like it performs addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division as well. So here are the few operators you can see on your screen: the plus operator, minus, asterisk, division, we have modulus, we have increment, we have decrement. So these are the basic arithmetic operator. We'll see each of these operator with an example. So let's move on to the programming part first. So guys, I want to mention one more thing here. I want all of you to make a separate file for each topic we'll be covering from now on. Like for operators, we'll create a separate file. We'll create a separate one for control statements and other topics we'll cover in future from today. So I want you to create a separate file because, you know, in future if you want to access these topics, it will be easy for you to access those files. Instead, if you are using a single file for all the topics, it will be quite confusing. So let's start with the arithmetic operators first. Let's take 2 variables. We are in the JavaScript file. Let's take 2 variables. Let's say var x equals to 6, and we'll take another variable. Let's say var y equals to 4. Now we'll perform some arithmetic operations on these 2 variables. We have already seen the arithmetic operators present, like we have plus, minus, we have increment, decrement, we have multiplication, division. So we'll go through all of these, right? So let's start with it. Here we are done with our basic 3 operators, which is addition, subtraction, and multiplication. I have commented the division because I have something to tell you about the division. So let's check the output here first. Let's save it and see. The output is addition 10, subtraction 2, and multiplication 24. For addition, it added the 2 numbers, it's 6 plus 4. Similarly, for subtraction and multiplication, it is 6 minus 4, and it's 6 multiplied by 4. For division, I have left division because I hope you guys know the difference between division and the modulus operator. Let's try to use the modulus operator along with the division. So what we'll do, we'll comment these 3 and let's remove it from here, and what we'll do, we'll paste this here and we'll use the modulus here. So now let's check the output, what it says for division and modulus. See, we have divided 6 by 4. Division, it says it's 1.5. 6 divided by 4, that is 1.5. It will show the quotient here. For modulus, it's saying 2 because in modulus it gives you the remainder, and in division it gives you the quotient as the answer. So keep this thing in mind, guys. Keep this in mind always. Take a note of it. So we are done with division and modulus. Next up we have the increment and the decrement operators. Let me show them to you real quick. So what we'll do, we'll declare another variable. Let's say where z equals to 5, and we'll use the increment operator here. We'll use again document.write, and here we'll, let's say we write increment. How to use increment operator? For increment operator you have to use plus, plus, whatever variable you have used. So we'll use plus plus z, and similarly we'll copy this, paste it here, and here we'll use minus minus for decrement and change here as well. So let's see what happens. Let me give some space in between them so that you won't get confused. Let's save it and check the output here. Increment is, it says 6, and decrement it says 5. So you can see here the functioning of decrement and increment operator. The increment operator will increase the value of z by 1, and the decrement operator will do the opposite of this. It will decrease the value by 1. So we are done with the arithmetic operators. Next up we have the assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to different JavaScript variables. Let's see the types first, and then we'll see how to use them. So we have these assignment operators here. We have equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, and we have multiply equals to, we have divide equals to, modulus equals to, and a few more. So let's see each of them with example. Maybe not each of them, but we'll try to cover almost every single operator out there which is present in your screen. So let's move on and see. Let's move on to the programming part. So here we are, guys. Let's declare a few variables. Let's say we are declaring a variable a, and we are giving it the value as 10, suppose. And we'll declare another one, let's say var b, and give it the value 5. So for assignment operators, what assignment operator means? We have used here the equal to sign, right? We have used a equals to 10. This means whatever value present on the right side of the operator, like here it is 10, it will be assigned to the variable a. I hope you guys are getting this. Keep this in mind. So we have the value 10 and we are assigning this value to the variable a. It says, let's try to check the output of a. Let's try to print a on the screen. Okay, document. See, here you can see that the value of a, it says 10, and similarly the value of b is 5. So let's do one more thing. We'll assign the value of a to b. How to do this? Let's change the value here only. Let's suppose we are using the value of var a as 13. Okay, and the value of var b will be providing as, let's say, a. So now let's try to print the value of b. Here we will change, we'll print the value of b only. Let's save it and see the output. See, it says the value of b is 13 because we have assigned b the value present at variable a, which is 13. That's why it is showing the value of b as 13. This is what assignment operator is. Let's try other assignment operators as well. Let's take another variable. So let's say var a1 equals to, let's say, 51. So the next operator we will be using is, let's update the value of a1 first. So how to do this? Let's say a1 equals to, no, it's a1 plus equals to 9, and we'll print the value. Let's check the output now. See, it says the value of a1 is 60. Here we have given that a1 plus equals to 9. See, a1 plus equals to 9 is the same as, if you don't want to write here a1 plus equals to 9, you can also write it as a1 equals to a1 plus 9. Both of these lines are same. Both these statements means the same. They are performing the same task. So a1 equals to a1 plus 9 is same as a1 plus equals to 9. That's what I want you to understand with assignment operators. Similarly, if you want to perform a1 minus equals to, you can do it as well. So let's say a1 minus is equal to 5, and we'll copy this line from here, paste it here again, and save it now. Let's see the output here. What it says. Some of you guys may get confused that here it shows the value of 6 is 69 of a1. So in the first statement, when we tried to print A1 here, the initial value was 51. Then this statement was performed and the value was updated to 60. Then after that, one more statement, this statement is also performed and the value updated to 69. It's 51 plus 9 plus 9 and the value we have here is 69. Now what happens if we are using the minus equals to operator? What it will do, it will decrease the value of A1 by 5. It means that A1 equals to A1 minus 5. The value of A1 is 69 and it will subtract 5 from 69. So here it says the value of A1 is 64. Hope you guys are getting this. So we have so many operators. We have so many of them. Like, let's try a few more. So we have multiply equals to, we have division equals to, we have modulus equals to. So I'll write these and then we'll see the output. So we are done with it. Let's check the output here for A3, A4 and A5. You can see for A3 we have used multiply equals to, for A4 we have used divide equals to, and for A5 we have used modulus equals to. Let's check the output here. Save it and see. It says the value of A3 50. Here we have taken A3 as 5. It's 10 into 5 because A3 equals to A3 into 5. So it's 10 into 5. It shows the value as 50. Similarly, here it says the value of A4 is 3.75 because we have used here 4. So instead of 4, let's try to use 3 and save it. See, here you can see it divides it and gives you the quotient, and the value of A4 divided by 3 is 5. So similarly for A5, it shows the value of A5 is 6 because we have used the modulus operator here, and 20 divided by 7, we have 6 as remainder. So I hope you guys are pretty clear with assignment operators now. Next up, we have string operators. The plus operator, which we used as the arithmetic operators earlier, right? It also operates as a string operator. So we can use it to concatenate two strings. That means we can add two strings as well. In JavaScript, it is possible with the help of string operator. Similarly, we have plus equals to operator for strings as well. Like we have plus equal to for assignment, it has the same functioning for string as well. Let's take the example for these two operators. Let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see we have two variables, where str1 and where str2. The value of where str1 is hello and the value of where str2 is world. So what we'll do, we will add str1 and str2. So let's check the output here, save it and see. Here you can see the output as hello world. But there is no space between hello and world. Keep this point in mind, guys. So if you are adding two strings just like this, there will be no space between the two strings. So if you want to add any space between these two, what you have to do, you have to mention it here separately. And this is the syntax if you want to add space between your strings. So now let's save it now and see. Here you can see there is a space between hello and world. So this is the use of plus operator in strings. So the next one we have plus equals to. Let's take another string. Let's take it as where str3 and we'll give it the value as welcome. So what we'll do, we'll use the plus equal to operator here. Str3 plus equals to, let's say, to simply code. And what we'll do, we'll print the value of str3 here. So save it now. So here you can see the value of str3. If we remove this line, let's see what happens now. And we'll give it a space here. Save it now. See. Here you can see it says hello world. For the first str1 plus str2, it says hello world. For str3, it says welcome to simply code. See, here the space is already given, so it will show this in the output. But between welcome and to, if you want to add space, you have to do the same what you have done for str1 and str2. So let's do it here as well. Plus sign, yes. Save it now and see, here you can see it says welcome to Simplicode with proper space. Now we will cover the rest of the operators. Now we are left with 5 more. These are the first 3 operators. Now we are left with conditional operators, logical operators, we have bitwise operator, and we have comparison, and finally we have the type of operator. So these are the 5 operators we are going to cover today. Before we start with the operators, let us first discuss associativity. Talking about associativity, it refers to the direction in which the entire expression is evaluated. For example, if you have any expression, let's say you have a plus b. So the direction in which this expression will be evaluated, either it will be from left to right or from right to left. So this is known as associativity. Let's understand it with the help of an example. So here you can see I have taken 3 variables. I have taken variable a and I have assigned it value as 12. I have taken variable b and the value assigned to b is 8. And finally I have a variable result which stores the value of a plus b. Lastly, what I am doing is I am printing out the result variable inside the h1 tag. Here you can see I have used the h1 tags, and I have used the plus operator to concatenate the strings, right? I have concatenated these 2 strings along with the result, along with the answer of result. So the plus operator here is doing 2 different tasks, right? Here you can see it is performing the addition of 2 numbers, right? And here you can see it is used to concatenate 2 strings. So now let's talk about associativity, because I guess you guys are clear with string operator till now. We have discussed them in the previous video, right? So let's talk about associativity now. So certain operators have right to left associativity and certain operators have left to right associativity. So when I say right to left associativity, in this case the value present at the right side of the operator. See, if you are using any operator, for example here we have used the assignment operator, right? We have discussed the assignment operator earlier. So here you can see the value present at the right hand side of the operator will be assigned to the variable which is present at the left hand side of the operator. So it's going this way, like first the computer will check for the value present at the right. It's going from right towards the left. This is what we are known as right to left associativity, and assignment operators like equals to, this have right to left associativity. Let's add here one more variable. Let's say we are adding a variable c, and we are giving it the value as 5. And what we'll do, we'll update result as well. Let me first show you the output of this particular program. See, the output will be value of result is 20 and hi there. Hi there is concatenated with the string value of result is, and 20 is the actual answer. The 20 is the value of result. So let's add one more variable here. Let's say we are adding a variable c and the value of c will be 5. What we'll do now, we will update result as well. Here you can see I have done a plus b plus c. So save it, and here you can see the value updated to 25. The value of result is updated, right? So the plus operator has associativity from left to right. Till now we have talked about right to left as for assignment operators, but for plus operators the associativity is from left to right. It means it will first perform a plus b, and then the value of c will be added to that of a plus b. First it will perform 12 plus 8, and then finally it will add 5 to that value. So it will be 20 plus 5, and that's why the output here is 25. We know that JavaScript is a loosely typed programming language, right? Which means that we don't have to specify data types every time. Like if we are using any data type, we don't need to specify it every time. Like let's do one thing, let's add a string here. So what we'll do, we'll add a string. Let's suppose I'm adding hello. So practically the answer would be hello plus 25 or hello 25. It should be the answer. But let's check the output now. Save it. And here you can see the output is hello 1285. What happened here is the associativity of the plus operator is from left to right. We know this. So it will start from the left and it will see that, okay, the first thing to add is a string. So it will assume that everything ahead of this will be a string. That's why we have the output as hello 12, 8 and 5. So 12, 8 and 5 all are acting as string here. Let me clear this one for you with a little bit of modification. Now what we'll do, we'll remove this string from here and we'll add it somewhere else. Let's say we are adding it here. So let's add one more variable to make it more clear. Let's say we are using variable d and the value will be 10. And what we'll do, we'll perform a plus b before the string and then we'll perform c plus d. Right? So here you can see when you save it, it says 20 hello 510. So when it reached out the first variable, it finds out that the first variable is a number. So it added the first two numbers, right? It added 12 and 8. The answer is 20. Then it came across this string hello, and then finally it assumed that everything ahead of this will be a string. So that's the output. 20 is the addition of a plus b and then the string hello, and finally we have the value of c and d as string. So we have the value 5 and 10, not 15, right? I hope you guys get this. So let's move on to conditional operators. The conditional operators assign a value to a variable based on a certain condition. Like it contains a condition, and you know, for every condition, like there exists only two possibilities. Either it can be true or it can be false. There is nothing else you can do with a conditional operator. So it works the same as if-else statements, which we'll cover in further videos. The only difference between if-else and conditional operators that it takes less time, or we can say its usage is pretty easy. So here is the syntax for conditional operators. So it seems pretty straightforward, right? So here you can see we have a variable name, we have a condition. Depending upon the condition, we have two values. Here's the example as well. See, you can see we have a variable voter. Next up we have a condition. If age is less than 18, so it will check for the condition that if the value of age is actually less than 18, let's suppose the value of age is 15. So it will check if 15 is less than 18, it's true. Then it will print too young. Or if the value of age is greater than 18, then it will print false, or you can say it will print old enough here. So let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 30. What we'll do, in variable y, I have given it a condition. So it will check for x, which is 30, if 30 is greater than or equals to 50. So if it's true, if 30 is actually greater than 50, then it will print true, else it will print false. So we'll check the output once. Let's save it and see. Here you can see the output as false. So if we update the value of x here, let's suppose we are updating the value of x. Let's suppose it's 60. Save it now and see the output has changed to true because 60 is greater than 50, right? Also, if you want to write a message here only, you can do it. Write it here as, so we'll copy it from here. We'll copy document.write and we'll paste it here. Let's remove this document.write, and what we'll do, we'll use this bracket here. And if any message you want to write, like you want to write value of, so, and now what we'll do, we'll save it. See, it says value of true. So, or you can write any other message here as well. You can write value of x is greater than, or you can write whatever. So if you want to update it like value is, and here we will update true with greater, and here we will use smaller. Save it now. See, here it says value is greater, value of x is greater than y. So that's all for conditional operators. Also one more thing, conditional operators has three different parts, right? And that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Three different parts, as in it has a condition, like here it is, it has a condition and it has two values, right? It has true or false. So that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Next up we have the logical operators. So logical operators are used to determine the logic between two variables or values, we can say. We use logical operators to check whether multiple conditions are true or false. Here on your screen you can see the three different types of logical operators present in JavaScript along with their syntax and example. So the AND or NOT are the three operators present in JavaScript. The AND operator, here you can see it is holding two values, right? It has x less than 10 and y greater than 1. So the AND operator will return true only if both the conditions are true. Like x has to be less than 10 and y has to be greater than 1. So here you can see we have taken x equals to 7 and y equals to 4. So both the conditions are satisfying here. So that's why the output of the AND operator will be true. For OR operator, the case is a bit different. So if any one of these two conditions, like we have two conditions, if any one of these two is true, then the output will be true. And if both are false, then only the output will be false. The NOT operator, on the other hand, will check if x is equals to y. If the value x is holding is equals to that of y. If the value is not equal, then it will return true. I hope you are getting this. That's a little bit confusing, but if the value x and y holding, if they are not equal, then it will return true. If they are equal, then it will return false, right? We'll understand the programming concept of logical operators in further videos when we learn about control statements. We primarily use logical operators with the if statement, through which we'll come across in the following video. In the next video, we will go through the control statements. So we'll understand the programming part of logical operator there only. Next up, we have the comparison operators. So comparison operators are similar to logical operators in some way. They are also used to check for true and false. As the name suggests, we use comparison operator to compare two values, or we can say to compare two variables using different operators. So here you can see on your screen, these are the different types of comparison operators present in JavaScript. We have equals to, we have not equals to, we have equal value and data type, we have greater than, less than, and we have a few more. So I hope you guys must remember from the previous video that a single equals to operator is an assignment operator. So if we are using a single equals to, then it will be considered as an assignment operator. For comparison, we have to use double equal to. Keep this thing in mind. Whenever you are using any operator in JavaScript, or especially the equals to operator. So if you want to compare two values, you have to use double equals to, because single equals to is used to assign values. This is an assignment operator. So let's move on to the programming part now. So guys, here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 10. This code seems a little bit longer to you, but that's a simple piece of code. Like I've used almost every comparison operator we came across in the previous slide. I've used each one of them, and I've used the document.write after every comparison operator to put some spaces in between so that you guys don't confuse between them. So let's check the output now. See, as you can see, I have used the double equals to, the triple equals to, I have used x not equals to it. So let's check the output, save it and see. Here it says false, false, true, 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 false, true, false. So for x equals to 8, it compared the value 10 with 8, and 10 and 8 are not equals to. So the output will be false. As similar for 10, and we have used the triple equals to operator, which means equal value and data type. So both 10 and 8 have equal data type. They both have the same data type, that is number, but the values are different. So it will print false. For x not equals to 8, it says 10 is not equals to 8. Yeah, 10 is not equals to 8 actually. So it will print true. Similarly for x not equals to 8, it will check that both the values are not equal, but the data types are equal, right? So it will print true for this as well. For x greater than 8, yeah, 10 is greater than 8. So it will print true. Similarly it will check for x smaller than 8, and it will check for x greater than equals to 8, and also for x less than equals to 8. So by now you have understood how comparison operators work. So comparison operators are the easiest to use in programming. And that's all for comparison operators. Let's move on to the next one we have. The next type of operator we have is the type of operator. You guys have an idea about the type of operators, right? As we have discussed it earlier. In case you haven't watched the previous videos, let me give you a brief introduction about this type of operator. So the type of operator is used to provide you with the type of whatever value you put to the right of it. Like if you are using any data type and you want to know about the data type of a particular variable, let's say, so you can use the type of operator. It will tell you the actual data type of any variable. So in JavaScript, as we have discussed earlier in the video where we have particularly discussed about the data types. So there are 5 different types of primitive data types, right? We have the numbers, we have strings, we have boolean, we have null and undefined. So let's try to use type of operator. So here you can see I have used 4 different variables, which are I have used variable x, variable y, and variable flag and variable p. So the values are different. The x is holding 17, y is holding hey there, and flag has the value as false. And I have defined p, but I have not assigned it any value till now. So what I'll do, I have used the type of operator to find out the type of every variable. Like here I have used it for x, for y, for flag and for p. Let's check the output now. Save it and see. It says number, string, boolean and undefined. See, here we have given x the value as 17. So 17 is a number, then it says it is a number. For hey there it says it is a string. For false it says it is a boolean value. Like in boolean value we have only 2 values, like false and true. So for variable p it says undefined. You know, there is a difference between undefined and null data types. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means there is absence of value, that there is no value at all. So suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, right? The type of operator will return object. But if you are not giving any value to any variable, like you are using the variable as it is, like here we have not given it any value. So if you are doing this, the type of operator will return undefined. So let's take an example of null as well. Let's declare another variable, let's say var abc, and we'll give it the value as null. So and finally what we'll do, we'll use type of operator. Save it and see. Here it says the type of variable abc is an object. So remember this thing, guys. And now we are done with almost 7 operators we had, and we are left with 1 operator only. So let's move on to our last operator, which is the bitwise operator. This operator doesn't have that much of practical usage in the real world. They are not definitely useless, but this is something like we are not going to use on a daily basis. So in computers, if you know, the numbers are stored in binary format. Bitwise operators work on 32-bit numbers. And we have decimal numbers, like we understand decimal numbers. Computer works on binary numbers, right? So when bitwise operators are used, any operand present in the operation is first converted to a binary number and then converted back to a JavaScript number. So here you can see on your screen, we have 4 different bitwise operators. We have the AND operator, we have OR, we have NOT, and we have XOR, or we can say exclusive OR. The result and the answers are also here. It's pretty simple. See, we have used the AND operator before as well while we were in logical operators, but the syntax was different, and here you can see we have a single ampersand sign to use bitwise AND operator. So here you can see how the decimal number first changes to a binary number. Suppose we have x as 5. Here you can see x is first changed to a binary number. this is the binary equivalent of 5, and 1 is also changed to a binary number, and finally the result, whatever result we get, it is changed to a decimal number. So that's how bitwise operators work. Let's take an example of bitwise operators. So here you can see I have taken two variables. I have taken variable x, and the value of variable x is 5, and another variable is y, and the value of y is 1. And then I have used all the four bitwise operators, like I have used x and y, I have used x or y, I have used not x, and I have used the XOR operator between x and y. So let's check the output now. Here you can see, if we talk about the output, see here it says 1, 5, minus 6 and 4. So for x and y, see the value of x is 0, 1, 0, 1, and for AND operators it will return 1 if both the values are 1. If any one of the two values are 0, then it will return 0. So what it will return here, it will return 0 for 0, 0. For 1, 0 it will also return 0. Similarly for 0, 0 it will also return 0, and for 1, 1 it will return 1, which is the binary equivalent of 1. So the answer here is 1. For x or y, it will return 1 if any one of the two values are 1. See, if both are 0, it will return 0. If any one of the two values is 1, it will return 1. It will return 0 again, and finally it has two ones, so it will return 1. And 0, 1, 0, 1 is the binary equivalent of 5. That's why the output here is 5. For NOT operator, it works a little bit different. It gives you the output which is same as minus x minus 1. So minus x minus 1 will be, see, minus x minus 1 will be minus 5 minus 1, which is minus 6. So this is a bit different here. The NOT operator here is a bit different. For XOR operator, or we can say exclusive OR, it will return 4. Why it will return 4? It will return 1 when any one of the two values is 1. If both are 1, then also it will return false. It will return 1 only in one condition. If any one of the two values is 1, then only it will return 1. That's why the output here will be 0, 1, 0, 0. That's why it's written as 4, which is the binary equivalent of 0, 1, 0, 0. So the term control statement is pretty self-explanatory and straightforward, right? We came across JavaScript statements in previous videos. JavaScript statements are the instructions that tells the browser to perform specific actions. Control statements are also instructions, and they govern the flow of control in a program. So let's take a look at control statements with the help of an example. Let's suppose we have a piece of code that has n number of statements. Here, let's say we have this code, and so the conventional workflow will be, it will first execute the first statement, then second, then third, and so on till statement n, right? So this is the basic flow, right? From statement 1 till statement n, and it will execute each statement in between. However, in real world, the scenario is different. Like, we don't write the code in same manner every time. For example, let's suppose you are in line 5 and you want to print this line 10 times. So what should you do? You can write this line 10 times, or you can copy paste it, right? Okay, let's forget about 10 times. Let's suppose you have to use this code, or we can say, let's suppose you have to print this statement 100 times. Doing this, like copy pasting it for 100 times or writing this statement for 100 times, that's useless and unnecessary, right? So that's where control statements comes into picture. We'll discuss them in a while. Let's assume another situation. This time you want to make a choice based on certain conditions. You can use conditional operators, but then it has limitations, right? To tackle this problem, we have control statements in JavaScript. So these are the very basic reasons why we need control statements for performing a certain activity. Like if we want to perform a certain activity n number of times, or if you want to make a certain decision making kind of scenarios in your program, that's where we need control statements in JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have two different types of control statements. depending upon what action we are performing. So we have the conditional control statements and we have the iterative, or we can say looping control statements. Talking about conditional statements, as the name suggests, we use conditional statements when we have to make decisions based on conditions. When we have two choices, or when we can say when we have two different conditions and we want to make choices accordingly, so that's where we use conditional statements. We have two different types of conditional statements, the if-else statements and the switch case. Talking about the iterative statements, as the name suggests, if you want to perform any action more than once or maybe n number of times, instead of writing them again and again, we use loops. So loops are basically statements. We use loops to perform any activity n number of times with specific conditions. So in JavaScript, we have four different type of loops. We have for loop, while loop, do while loop, and foreign loop. So the for loop, while loop, and do while loop, you might have heard about them earlier because they are also present in other programming languages. But this foreign loop, this is a new type of loop present in JavaScript. We use foreign loop with objects. We'll go through objects in upcoming videos, and of course we'll be looking at each of these control statements in detail. We'll have a particular video for each of these topics. Now let me introduce to you the break and the continue statement. They are not the types of control statements, but they do assist in other control statements. The break is used to exit a switch statement or loop. Like when used in a loop, it breaks the loop and continues executing the code after it. And on the other hand, the continue statement breaks a single iteration. When used in a loop, when we use continue statement in a loop, it breaks a single iteration, and it breaks the iteration only if the specified condition occurs, and then it will continue with the next iteration in the loop. So the if-else conditional statement is used whenever we work with condition. It can be either a single condition or maybe more than one condition, or multiple conditions we can work with. So let's try to write a basic program with a single condition. So then we'll move on to multiple conditions using the else if statement. So we'll create a new file today. So I hope you guys know the importance of creating a separate file for every topic. You know, it will be easy for you to work to find out that separate file later if you want to revise that topic. So here is the program where we have taken a variable x and the value of x is 10. So what we are doing in this program is we are checking if the value the variable x is holding, that is the value 10, and if the value is less than 10 or if the value is greater than 10. So we have only two conditions, either the value can be less than 10 or the value can be greater than 10 or equals to 10 as well. So here in this program, what we'll do, we'll update this value as 8. So the variable x is holding the value 8. So to check the output, let's save it, and here you can see it says the value of x is less than 10. Of course the value 8 is always less than 10, right? So for 8, that's fine, it will say the value is less than 10. And similarly, if we do the same for, let's say, 11, save it now and see, it says the value of x is greater than 10. So that's quite simple, right? But what if we are giving the value as 10? We know 10 is equals to 10. So save it now and see, here you can see it says the value of x is greater than 10. This is happening because what we did, as we told the interpreter to check the value if the value of x is less than 10. We didn't mention that if what to do if the value is equals to 10. So it will check for only x is less than 10, not for equals to 10 or greater than 10. So here what it is doing, it is checking if the value is less than 10. So that it says, okay, let's print this statement if the value is less than 10. Or if the value is not less than 10, or if the value is equals to or greater than 10, it will print the value of x is greater than 10. To avoid this type of misunderstanding, we use an else if statement. So the concept of else if statement is the same as if statement. What we are doing, we are using multiple conditions, right? We are giving it more than one condition. So how to use else if? It's quite easy, and the syntax is also similar to the if statement. The only difference is that it contains an else before if, so it's an else if. So what we are doing is we are giving it a condition that else if x equals to 10. So now what it will do, it will check for two conditions, that if the value x is holding is less than 10 or equals to 10. And what we'll do, we'll update it as. So let's check the output now. Save and see. Here it says the value of x is equals to 10, right? So I hope you guys are getting this. The execution flow for this program will be like, it will check for the first condition if x is less than 10. If yes, it will print the value of x is less than 10. If no, it will move on to the following condition. Like under the else if statement, it finds a condition that if x is equals to 10, it will check for it. If yes, if x is equals to 10, then it will print the value of x is equals to 10. Or if not, then otherwise it will move to else statement and print the value of x is greater than 10. We don't need to specify any particular condition for this, because we have already specified the two conditions, that if x is less than 10 or if x is equals to 10. Now we'll take a look at some basic programs. Other than this one, we'll take a look at a few more basic programs. So here's the another program. What we are doing here is we are taking a variable x and the value of x is 5. So what we are doing is we are checking if the number is an even number or an odd number. The thing you have to keep in mind is the logic to find whether a number is even or an odd number. So to check whether a number is even, what we do, we'll divide that number with 2, right? What basically we want is we want the remainder as 0 when we use the modulus operator. So what we'll do, here we have written x mod 2 equals to 0. So if the remainder is 0, then the number will be an even number because it is divisible by 2. Else it will be an odd number. So that's quite simple, right? Let's save it and check the output. For 5 it says odd number. Yeah, 5 is of course an odd number, right? So that's for even and odd number. So here we are with another program. Here it says we have a variable y and the value of y is, let's say, 8. And what we are doing here is we are checking if a number is positive or negative or 0. So we have three different conditions. Either number can be positive or it can be a negative number. Any number greater than 0 is a positive number, right? And any number less than 0 is a negative number. And the third one is a number 0. It's neither positive nor negative. So let's check for the number 8, save it and see. Here you can see it is a positive number. Let's see for -2. Save it now. It says a negative number. For 0 it will say 0. So these two programs are quite simple, guys, right? The conditions are pretty simple. We use modulus operator, we used greater than or less than sign, and that's quite easy to use, right? So let's move on to the next program, which is a bit tricky than these two. So what we'll do in our next program is we'll check if a number is positive or negative, and at the same time we'll check for even and odd also. If we are giving any number as input, like let's suppose we are using 5, we'll check if the number is positive or negative and odd or even. So we'll do this simultaneously. Let's move on to this program. So there are two ways to check whether a number is positive or negative and odd or even. So the two methods, we'll discuss them one by one. The first one here is to use nested if, and the another one is when we use logical operators along with the if else if statement. So this one here you can see right in front of your screen is the nested if method. So here you can see we have used the if statement. We have given one more condition inside another if statement. So first it will check whether a number is positive or not. For x greater than 0, it will check if the number x is greater than 0. Then if yes, if it will find it that yes, this number is greater than 0, then it will move on to the nested if and it will check for odd or even. For odd number and even number, it will check if it finds that the number is even, it will print that the number is positive and even. If the number is not even, it will print the number is positive and odd. So here you can see the difference. What the interpreter is doing is it will check for the number as positive, and if the number is positive, then it will move on to the nested if and check for the even or odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print positive and even, otherwise it will print positive and odd. Then it will move on to the next condition, which is for negative number. If x is less than 0, then it will again move to the nested if and it will check for even and odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print negative and even, otherwise it will print negative and odd. And the last condition is for the number 0. Let's try to find out the output of this, and what we'll do, we'll update the value of x as 8. So save it now. Here it says the positive and even. So 8 is a positive number and even as well. Let's update the value of x as -5. Save it now. It says negative and odd number. -5 is a negative odd number, right? So that's how it will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So we are doing both the things simultaneously in a program. We have an alternate method as well. Here you can see on your screen we have written a program, and here we have taken a variable x. The functioning of both the programs is same. Both of these programs will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So here you can see I have taken a variable x. Let's say the value of x is 7. It will check for x greater than 0 and x mod 2 is equals to 0. So we have 4 different conditions, right? A number is greater than 0, that means a number is positive and even. A number is positive and odd. A number is negative and even. A number is negative and odd. And the final one is a number is 0. Okay, we have 5 conditions and we have to specify these 4 conditions here. So here you can see we are using the logical AND operator. This means it will print this statement. Let's suppose for this statement, it will print this only if both the conditions are true, right? If the value x is holding is both greater than 0 and an even number. So if you try to find out the output now, save it and see, here it says number is positive and odd. So the number 7 is greater than 0, but the number 7 is not an even number. That's why this line is not there on the browser. It will print this line because the number is positive and odd, right? The switch case is another conditional control statement, just like the if-else control statement. There's a difference between the usage of if-else and switch case statement. Now both if-else and switch case works with conditions, and we have to choose when to use switch case over if-else. Switch case is generally preferred over the if-else when there is n number of test cases present, or we can say when we are working with a lot of conditions. Let's say we are working on a program and you ask the user for an input between 50 and 100, a numeric input basically. And in the output, we have to print the textual form of that number. Suppose if the user enters 75, right? The output will be like this. So what we are doing, we are taking a number from the user as an input and we are printing the textual form of that number, right? So we can use the if-else or we can say else-if control statement, but the program will be so lengthy and not so clean. Also, switch case is much more efficient than if-else when it comes to execution time. Like if we have n number of conditions, then using switch case is a better option. We'll get to know why in a bit. So let's move on to the programming part, and today we'll write a program where we have to find the month in a year by accepting its number. So we have 12 months in a year. For example, if we enter 4, then the output will be April. And if we enter 8, then the output will be August, because August is the 8th month of the year, right? So I hope you guys are clear with the question. Of course, we can do this program with the help of if-else statement, but we discussed earlier that using if-else in such cases is not efficient, right? We can use switch case in this scenario. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and you can give any value to this variable from 1 to 12. You can provide it with any initial value. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and the value we are providing it 1 as the hardcore initial value. For simplicity, again we are not taking the input from the user or from the browser. To do so, we have to first go through the DOM manipulations, and we'll go through it in later videos. So let's start with the switch case now. The syntax for switch case is quite simple. Just write down switch and pass the variable month. So we have to check in this round bracket for the variable month, because you know, any value you are providing to month, the switch will check the program accordingly. So for now we have taken the value as 1 for month. We can take any value, like we can take 3, we can take 11, 12 or any value other than 1 to 12 as well. So whatever value you are providing to the variable, you can provide the variable to the switch statement, right? So next up we have an open and a curly braces. For the body of the switch case, we have to test for 12 different conditions inside this, starting from 1 to 12, right? So the syntax goes like this. You have to write case and then the value month variable might hold, like 1, 2, 3 and so on, followed by a colon, right? So we have to write the value 1 and a colon, not a semicolon but a colon. Keep this thing in mind, guys. And below that we are going to write what we want when the value is 1, like what the output we want when the value is 1. So we have to write document dot write and whatever you want as the output. Like for 1, the first month is January, so we are writing here January and a semicolon. So if the value of the month is 1, you will get the output as January. Save it, and here you can see the output is January. Let me increase the font size for this as well. So here you can see the output is January, right? Next, we'll use a break statement. If you guys remember, we discussed the break statement in the control statements video, right? The break statement is not actually a type of control statement, but it assists other control statements, or we can say it helps us manage the control statements, right? What this statement does is, once we are done with our output, we get our output, right? Once we are done with case 1, we get our output as January. This break statement helps us to come out of the switch case. So to understand this much better, let's write here one more case. So let's say we are writing here one more case as case 2, and the output will be document dot write. The second month is February, right? And February here we can write. So we'll include one break here, like we'll come in the first case and include a break statement. So here's how you can write a break statement, how you can include a break statement in your code. So let's check the output now. So for now it says January. So if we don't include this break statement here, when the interpreter will execute this code and it will see that the case is 1, right? So it will print January, but it will print other statements as well. So for example, if we remove this break statement and save it now, see, you can see here the output as January and February. January and February both are getting printed on the output. So we need a break statement to break it here. See, the value is 1, and if we include break statement here, the moment the interpreter finds the answer, the correct answer as January, it will come out of the switch case. So I hope you guys are getting this. Similarly, we'll write all the cases for all the months. Let me show you all the cases. So here you can see on your screen that we have 12 different cases from 1 to 12, one for each month, depending on the value the variable month is holding, right? The output will be June if the value is 6, and if we say 10, the output will be October, and so on and so forth. Now the question here is, what if we try to write a random value for the variable month? By random value we mean that if we try to write any value other than these 12 values from 1 to 12, if we leave these values, Then if we try to write another value, like if we write here 13, so what will be the output now? Let's save it and see. There's no output and there might be no error for this as well. So if you try to check for an error, go to inspect and check out. See, there's no error, right? So in that case, we have one more case, like we have default case. So let me show you how to include default in your program. What you have to do is write here default with a colon and write document dot write, and let's suppose we are writing here wrong input. What is happening is, let's try to run this program first. Press Ctrl plus S, and now you can see it says wrong input for value 13. So what is happening is the switch case will first check these 12 cases, and any value other than 1 to 12 will get the output as wrong input. It works the same as the else statement, right? In else statement, we don't need to specify any particular condition. Any condition other than the if condition or else if condition will fall inside the else statement. It's not necessary to add default in your program. It's just if you want to give the user a prompt that he has entered a wrong value. So you must include this default case in your program every time while using switch case, because it's quite useful, you know. Okay, so this is the complete program to find out the month by accepting its number. If you try 6 and save it now, it will say June. If we try 10, save it, it will say October. If we try 12, save it, it will say December. So I hope this is clear to you guys. Next up, let's discuss about switch case in detail, because the switch case in JavaScript works differently from other languages. Like switch case is also present in C++ and Java, but in JavaScript it is a bit different. So in JavaScript, switch case can accept numbers, it can accept strings and boolean values as well. Now let's have a look at how the switch case works with string values. So here is an example of string values. You can see the value variable month is holding is June, right? And you can use this string in case as well. So here you have to give the case as a string value, right? Because we are using switch case statement with strings. So the first case here is when the value will be June, the output should be 6th month. And when the value is July, the output will be 7th month. So let's check it out if this is working or not. Let's save this program and see. For June, it says 6th month. And similarly, we can check it for July as well. Let's check for July. Save it and see, it says 7th month. You can include the default case as well if you want to. It will be similar, like there's no difference for default case. Let me show you how. We'll write here wrong input. And save it. And now let's try to change the value here. Let's say we are using May. Save it and see, it says wrong input. What if we use a numerical value here? Let's try to use 2. Save it now. It says wrong input for 2 as well. It will give you the output when the value is either June or July. So any other value you try to use here, it will give the output as wrong input. In the same way, it works for boolean values as well. Let me show you how it works for boolean values. So what you have to do, instead of 2, you have to give here a boolean value. Let's suppose you are writing here true. And for true, you have to change the case as well. For true, you have to change the output as, let's say for true, the output will be 1. Okay, and similarly for false, the output should be 0. And the output should be wrong input for any other case, right? So save it now and see. Here for true, it says 1. The output you can see here is 1. And if you try to do the same for false, like let's write here false. And now try to check the output. See, here it says 0. you can see the output is correct, right?
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
We will discuss our first iterative control statement, that is the for loop in JavaScript. So iterative statements or looping statements, we can say, are used when we want to perform an activity multiple times or n number of times. So we don't have to copy paste that code every time, but we can use iterative statements. Using iterative statements will make our code clean and definitely more efficient. So we have 4 different types of iterative control statements, right? We discussed it in the previous video. Let's move on to for loop, which is our first iterative control statement, and we'll move on to the programming part directly. So before we start, one thing to keep in mind, guys, is that we use for loop when we are clear with the number of iterations in advance. So let's start with our first program. In this program, we will print the multiplication table of 10 from 10 into 1 to 10 into 10. Let's start with coding. First we write the for keyword, and then we have 3 different parts. We have the initialization, which is separated by a semicolon. Next up we have the condition, and finally we have the increment or decrement. So this is the syntax for loop. Next up we have the open and the closed curly braces for the body of for loop. We'll change these 3 values, as these are not the actual values, right? Our parameters for these 3 different parts of the loop are going to be different. So let me comment this one. So what we'll do, we'll leave it here only. We'll change it from here. So in the initialization part, what we are going to do is we'll create a variable. Let's say we are creating a variable var a, and the initial value of a will be 1. This initialization happens only one time, when the for loop begins. We have to be careful about the condition we are going to use, because sometimes what happens is the loop runs forever because of a wrong condition, which will ultimately crash our program. So in the condition, what we have to do is we have to give a value as in for how long our for loop should execute. Here in this case, we want to print the table of 10, right? We want to have 10 iterations. So what it will do, it will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till this final condition. So let's suppose we are writing here a less than equals to 10. It will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till a less than or equals to 10. And next up we'll use the increment operator. We want to increment the value of a by 1 every time, right? So we'll use increment operator, a plus plus, or we can say a equals to a plus 1. Both are the same things, right? So here the condition will be like this: for variable a equals to 1, a less than equals to 10 and a plus plus. So here you can see the loop will execute from a equals to 1 till a equals to 10, and the value will be increased by 1 every time because we have used the increment operator, right? Next up, the body of for loop will go like, so what we want to print here, we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll use document dot write, and inside document dot write we'll use the h1 tag. So what we want to do is we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll multiply 10 by a. For every iteration the value of a will be multiplied by 10 and then it will be printed on the browser. So we'll close the h1 tag here in the semicolon. So here you can see we have printed 10 into a. Let's save it and check the output first, and then we'll look at the execution flow of this program. See, here the multiplication table of 10 is printed on the browser. You can see 10, 20, 30, 40, so on and so forth till 100. So what is happening is, firstly, the for loop is also known as the entry control loop. It means that the condition is checked initially. The first time the for loop runs, we perform initialization only once. So here the value stored at variable a is 1. Initially the value is 1. Next up it will check for a less than equals to 10. Is a, which is 1, is 1 less than equals to 10, then true. The control will be shifted to document.write and it will print 10 into the value of a is 1, right? So it will print 10 here. Next thing, it will go for the increment, and the value of a will be changed to 2 from 1. 1 plus 1, or we can say 1 equals to 1 plus 1, right? So it will be 2. Now next thing, it will leave this now because the initialization happens only once. Now it will go for the condition directly. Now it will check for is 2 less than or equals to 10. If yes, then again the control will be shifted here and it will print 10 into 2 because the value of a is 2 now. And after that it will print 20 here, and after that the value of a will be increased to 3 because we have used a++. Then it will check for 3, is 3 less than 10, and same thing will happen, it will print 30, and so on and so forth till the value of a is 10. Now if the value of a is 10, it will print 100, right? And when the value is incremented, it will become 11. So what will happen? Now it will check for 11 less than equals to 10. No, we know that 11 is not less than equal to 10, right? Then it comes out of the loop and it will print nothing after that. So this is the basic working of the for loop. We'll go through one more program wherein we'll print the odd numbers between 1 and 10. So what are odd numbers? Odd numbers are those numbers which are not divisible by 2, right? So we have the odd numbers as 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and we want to print them. So the difference between each number is of 2. The 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 till 9, right? So what we have to do is we have to write here a plus equals to 2. We have to increase the value of a by 2. And instead of writing here 10 into a, because this time we don't want to print any multiplication table, we want to print a number only, right? So we'll use a only. Save it and check the output. It says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So these are the odd numbers present between 1 and 10. Keep one thing in mind, that you have to give the condition wisely every time. So next up we have the while loop. Like the for loop, while loop is also an entry control loop, which means that the condition will be checked first. So the question here is how while loop is different from the for loop. If you guys remember, when we discussed that we must know the exact number of iterations, then only we can use the for loop, right? So the while loop is preferred when we are not aware of the number of iterations, or we can say we don't know if the condition will be true for a certain number of times. We'll start with the programming part now, and then we will discuss more about when to use while loop over for loop. So let's start with the program. In this particular program, we will print odd numbers up to a specific number. Let's say we want to print all the odd numbers up to 50. So we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 till 50, right? We came across the same program in the previous video as well, but this time we will use the while loop instead of for loop. So the syntax for the while loop is relatively easy to use. The code goes like, we start with the while keyword, then opening and closing round brackets, and finally the body of while loop in curly braces. If you guys remember from the previous video wherein we used the for loop, we had 3 different parts, right? We had the initialization, we had conditions, and the increment decrement part. Here we have only one condition, and until this condition holds true, the while loop will be executed. For example, here we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 to 50, right? So we'll first initialize a variable. Let's initialize a variable first. Let's say we have a variable x and the value of x will be 1. We used here 1 because 1 is the very first odd number, right? After that, inside the condition, what we want to do is we want to print the odd numbers up to 50. So while the condition will be like while x less than equals to 50. So the loop will go till x is less than or equals to 50. Or we can say x less than 15. That depends on us if we want to check for 50 or not. So the odd numbers will go like 1, and then we have 3, then we have 5, then we have 7, and up to 50. So the last odd number will be 49. So inside the while loop, we will print the value of x. So here we will print the value of x. Let's print it. Document.write. and inside this we will print the value of x inside the h1 tag. Suppose we try to run this program now. It will go on an infinite loop, and the reason for this is we are not doing anything to increment the value of x. Just like in for loop, if you remember, we had the initialization first, we had the initialization here as well. Then we had the condition, we have a condition here as well, and then finally it has an increment or decrement part, right? So here we don't have that same increment or decrement part, we have to do it separately. So we'll increment the value of x here only. So here we will write x plus equals to 2, or we can say it is same as x equals to x plus 2. You guys are aware of it, right? So the reason is simple, because we want to go from 1 to 3 to 5 and so on. That's why we use x plus equals to 2. We incremented the value of x by 2. Save it here and let's check the output. So here you can see it says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and so on and so forth till 49. So 49 is the last odd number before 50, because we are checking between 1 and 50, right? So 49 is the last odd number. Let me show you how the program goes into an infinite loop. So for that, what we have to do, we will comment this whole line here. Let's check the output now, save it, and here you can see it is refreshing forever. And this is basically how a program in an infinite loop looks like. The output of this program is the program will ultimately crash. So what we have to do, we have to open a new tab and then again we have to run the program with correct increment part. So here you can see, you can wait for it to become responsive or exit the page. So here you can see we have all the odd numbers from 1 up to 50 and the last one is 49. Coming back to the difference between the while loop and the for loop. We did the same program previously, right? Using the for loop. So where to use while loop over for loop? So consider a scenario where we are taking input from the user and the input from the user is y. We want to do something. Let's say we want to print something on the screen. Or if the input from the user is n, we want the process to be stopped. We can give the condition in the while loop, which will go like when the character y becomes n, the process will be stopped. We'll go through one such program once we are done with the DOM manipulation part, wherein we take the input from the user. Let's move on to the do while loop in JavaScript. In the previous videos, we have already discussed that both for loop and the while loop are entry control loop. That means the conditions are checked first, right? But the do while loop is a bit different, or we can say it is an exit control loop, wherein the condition is checked after the execution of the loop's body. Thus, an exit control loop executes at least once. Even if the test condition fails, or we can say the condition is wrong, the loop will execute once. Using the do while loop is relatively easy. It seems like we are giving the system a command to do something while the condition is something. So let's start with the syntax now. The syntax goes like this. We write the keyword do and we have a pair of curly braces for the body of the loop, and after that we have the while keyword, and here we will write the condition. Make sure you are using the semicolon after the while loop. It's necessary while using do while loop. Keep this thing in mind. So we have two parts in the do while loop, the do part and the while part, or we can say the condition part. While part is the part where we write the condition. So let's define a variable first. Let's say we are using a variable. We are using a variable x and the value of x will be 5. So here we have taken 5 as a random value. You can take 1 as well. Now inside the condition part of the do while loop, this is the condition part where we are using the while keyword. So we'll give a condition. Let's say we are using while x greater than 5. It will check for the condition that if the value of x is greater than 5, or if the value of x is smaller than or equal to 5, it will come out of the loop. In the do part, we will write what we want to do. Let's say we want to print a single sentence here. We write document.write and whatever sentence we want to write. Let's say we are using welcome to Simplicode. So here you might be thinking that the condition is false, but the condition will be checked after the first iteration in the do while loop. So no matter what the condition is, the first iteration will happen always. So if we try to save this program and let's try to run this. Here you can see the output is welcome to Simplicode. A single line is printed. What is happening here is, although the condition we used was wrong, but the condition will be checked only after the first iteration. When the do while loop will perform this particular statement, when the document.write will be performed, after that it will check for the condition if x is greater than 5 or not. If we use here 6 instead of 5, let's try to write here 6 instead of 5, and if we run this program now, it will go into an infinite loop because we are not performing the increment decrement operator here, right? As we have discussed in the previous videos, the importance of increment decrement part. So we need to do it here after the document.write part. So what we'll do here, we'll write x minus minus. Today we are using x minus minus, and for the other two loops we use the plus increment operator, right? So the x minus minus is the same as x equals to x minus 1. Let's check the output now. Save it. Here you can see the output is still welcome to Simplicode. The execution flow of this program will be like, it will first perform the iteration before checking the condition, and it will print here welcome to Simplicode for the first time. When the loop will start executing, it will first perform this statement and it will write here welcome to Simplicode. So then it will perform x minus minus, means the value of x is now 5 because we are decrementing the value by 1. So when the value of x is 5, then it will check for the condition if x is greater than 5 or not. So here we can see clearly x is not greater than 5 because x equals to 5 and it is equals to 5, right? So it will come out of the loop. Let's make few changes in the code here. Suppose we use here 10 instead of 6 now. And let's print the value of x as well. It will be easy for you to understand. So we'll print here x and we'll use a space so that it will be clear for you. We'll use here the br tag, and now let's try to run this program. Here you can see the output goes from 10 to 6 and it prints welcome to Simplicode every time, right? If you guys are wondering where we use the do while loop, sometimes it may happen that even though the condition is false, but we have to execute that command. We use the do while loop when we want the code to output some sort of menu to the user, or to generate the menu at least once. We'll get to know about the do while loop in future videos when we create a program specifically for the do while loop. This video is just a syntax demonstration. We'll go through the examples of all the 3 loops present in JavaScript. So today we have 3 different problems for 3 separate loops, right? We'll go through each of the problems and we'll discuss the execution flow for each loop we'll go through. So let's start this session with the first problem statement. So the first problem statement goes like this. So here we have to write a program to check whether a number is prime or not. I hope you guys are aware of what prime numbers are, right? So a prime number is a positive number that is only divisible by 1 and itself. For example, 2, 3, 5, and we have 7 and 11. These are the first few prime numbers, right? If we take an example, let's say we are taking an example of 7. So 7 is a number which is divisible by 1 and 7 only. No other number can divide 7, right? So here in this code, we have to check whether a number is prime or not. So let me take you through the code. So here is the code to check whether a number is a prime number or not. Let me take you through this first. So we have a variable number, and the value of variable number can be any random value, like any number you want to check if the number is prime number or not, you can give that value to the variable number. So here we have taken 83. Next up we have a variable is prime, whose value is a boolean value, right? It can be true for a prime number or it can be false for a non-prime number. So we have used comments in this program to make it easier for you guys to understand. So here we have used the if statement to check if the number is 1. Because we know that 1 is neither a prime number nor a composite number, right? So we have to check if the user enters the value 1, or if we are giving the value 1, we have to check for it. So if user enters the value 1, it will print this statement that 1 is neither prime nor composite. Here in else if, we are checking if the value of number is greater than 1 or not. So if the value of number is greater than 1, the control will be shifted to for loop present inside the else if statement, right? Here you can see we have the for loop here. The control will be shifted to this for loop. So here you can see we have initialized a variable I and the initial value is set to 2. That's because any prime number is divisible by 1 as well, right? So it won't make any sense to include 1 here. We'll start from 2 and we'll check until the value of I becomes half of the value of number. So if we take an example of 10, we'll check until 5 because any number greater than 5 won't divide 10, right? It's practically not possible. So we'll check for number by 2, or we can say we'll check till 5 only. And the value will be increased by 1 every time. Till now I hope you guys are aware of how to use for loop and why we are using for loop here. We can do the same program using while loop as well, but to make it more clear how to use for loop, we are doing this program with the help of for loop. So then we have the I++, or we can say we have increased the value of I by 1 after every iteration until the value of I becomes half of the number. So the condition number %I equals to 0. So here is the main condition to check if the number is divisible by I or not. So the execution will be like, if we are taking here a number 10, it will start from 2 and it will check if the remainder is 0 or not. So if the remainder is 0, then the value of is prime will be changed to false and it will come out of the loop. Next, it will check for the value of is prime if the value of is prime is true or not. Here you can see if the value of is prime is true, then it will print n, or we can say then it will print that the number is a prime number, else it will print that the number is not a prime number if the value of is prime is false. For example, when we took the example of number as 10, so the value of is prime will be changed to false because 10 divides by 2 is equals to 0, or we can say the remainder will be 0. So the value of is prime will be changed to false, and for false it will print number is not a prime number. So at last we will check if the number is less than 1. If the number entered by the user or any other number we have taken, like if we take here -5, so it will print the number is not a prime number, because by the usual definition of prime numbers, any negative number cannot be a prime number. That's a usual definition, right? So we have to keep this thing in mind, and here in this else loop we'll print that if any negative number is entered, we'll make sure that the program gives the output that the number is not a prime number. So let's try to run this program and check the output. Let's save this program, and the output says 83 is a prime number, as 83 is not divisible by any number except 1 and 83. For example, if we take here any number which is divisible by, so let's say we are taking 75. Save it now and see, it says 75 is not a prime number. Okay, here's a spelling mistake. It says 75 is a not prime number. So here we'll correct this. So we are done with it and save it now. Now it says 75 is not a prime number, as 75 is divisible by numbers other than 1 and itself, right? It is divisible by 3, it is divisible by 5, 15 and 25 as well. All these numbers divide 75 basically. So let's take a different value here. Let's say we are taking -7. Let's change the value here as, or we can take it as -75. Let's save it now. So it says the number is not a prime number. Or if we want to try for 1 as well, let's take it as 1 and let's check the output now. So it says 1 is neither prime nor composite number, because we have given here the condition if number is equals to 1, then it will print that 1 is neither a prime nor a composite number. You can try this program with the help of other loops as well. So let's move on to the second problem statement, but before that let me take you through the same program using the while loop. So here you can see we have used the while loop for the same instead of for loop. Here you can see we have used while I less than number by 2, and we have given the increment condition here, and we have initialized the value of I at the start of the program. So if we try to run this program, it will give us the same output. There will be no change in the output. So we can use while loop as well. So we'll use the while loop in other program. Let's move on to the second problem statement. So in this example, we'll learn to write a program in JavaScript to check whether a number is an Armstrong number or not. So we'll do this with the help of while loop. Let's have a look at how to implement this program. Before proceeding to the coding part, let's have a look at what is an Armstrong number. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So for example, 153 is an Armstrong number since 1 into 1 into 1, it means the cube of the digit 1 plus the cube of 5, that is 5 into 5 into 5, which is equal to 125, and the cube of 3, which is 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So it will go like 125 plus 27 plus 1. So which is equal to 153. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So here we have the code for the same. This is the code to check whether the number is an Armstrong number or not. So here we have taken a variable and the value is 153. The value of the variable number is 153, right? Because we already know that 153 is an Armstrong number. There are few more numbers like 371 is also an Armstrong number. Next up, we have taken a variable sum and the initial value of sum is 0. We have used the variable sum to store the value of the cubes. And next up, we have a temporary variable so that we can break a 3-digit number, and we need the number after all this program, all these loops and all. We'll need the number, we'll need the original number to compare it with the sum of the cubes, which will be held in sum. So but we need to break the number as well, right? So we need a temporary variable to break it. Here we use the while loop, and the loop will run until the value of variable temp is greater than 0. So the initial value of temp will be 153 here. In this particular case, the initial value will be 153, and the loop will run until the value of 153 is greater than 0. Next up, we have a variable remainder that stores the last digit's value as we are dividing 153 by 10. So the remainder here will be 3. So the value saved at variable remainder will be 3 for the first time. Then what will happen will we are updating the value of sum, and the new value of sum will be 0 plus 3 into 3 into 3. So 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So the updated value of sum will be 27. Next up, we are removing the last digit from the number. So for example, we have here 153, and if we divide 153 by 10, the answer will be 15.3. That's why we are using here %, because what % will do, it will convert the float value into an integer. So if we try to perform a simple divide in JavaScript, like if we try to divide 153 by 10, it will give us 15.3. It will give us a float value, but we want an integer value, right? So % will change this value to the nearest integer. So 15.3, the nearest integer will be 15. So the new value of temp will be 15. Then again this loop will be executed, and for this time the variable remainder will hold the value of 15 modulus 10, and the remainder will be 5, right? So the new value of remainder is 5, and the value of sum is 27 plus 5 into 5 into 5, which is 27 plus 125, right? So the new value of sum will be 152. And then again it will go to the temp and it will divide 15 by 10, and it will change the value to an integer. So 1.5 will be changed to 1. And next up, the final value of temp is 1, which is greater than 0, right? So it will divide 10 by 1 and the remainder will be 1. So next up, it will add 152 plus 1 into 1 into 1, that is 153, right? And then it will divide 1 by 10 using the %, but this time the value will be 0 because there is no remainder, right? Next up, we'll compare the value of the sum and the number variable. So the sum variable here, it is holding the value as 153. We break this number into three different parts. Then we took the cube of these three numbers and added them. So the final value of the variable sum is 153, and the initial value of number, or we can say the value we gave to the variable number, is 153. So right, it will print here that 153 is an Armstrong number. Or if we use any other number instead of 153, let's suppose we are using 121. So it will print 121 is not an Armstrong number. Let's check out the output once. Let's save it and see the output here is 153 is an Armstrong number. So if we change the value of 153 to 121. So let's check the output now. It says 121 is not an Armstrong number. Why? Because if we take the cube of each of the digit and we'll add them, suppose the answer here will be 10, because the cube of 1 is 1 and the cube of 2 is 8 and the cube of the final one is 1. So 8 plus 1 plus 1 is equals to 10. So that's why 121 is not an Armstrong number. Let's move on to our last problem statement, where we'll use the do while loop to find the factorial of a number. So here's the problem statement where we'll have to write a program to find the factorial of a number. So factorial of an integer is the product of an integer and all the integers below it, or we can say before it till 1. So if we take an example of 5, so the factorial of 5 will be, it will multiply each number before it. If we take 5, the factorial will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, or if we don't include 1, that's totally fine. So this program is pretty simple as compared to the previous two we did. So this is a small one too. Let me take you through this. So here we have the program, and here we have three variables, right? We have a variable I, which is initialized as 1, then we have a variable n, which is 5, and then we have a variable f, whose value is 1. F is for factorial and n is for number we want to check the factorial of, and I is for checking the condition. So here what we will do, we'll use a loop where if we, for example, if we are taking 5, then the loop will go from 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, from 1 to that number. It's not like if we are using from 5 towards 1, but we are going from 1 towards 5. The answer will be same, right? Because we are multiplying all the numbers in both the cases. So here we took 5 as the number. Next up we have a variable f, and the value of f is also 1, as you know. So here we are using the do while loop. For the first iteration it will perform this. So the value of f for the first iteration will be f equals to f into I, which means f equals to 1 into 1, which is 1. So the value of I will be increased and it will become 2, and now it will check for while 2 is less than equals to n. Yes, 2 is less than n. So it will again go up and it will update the value of f, and the new value of f will be 1 into 2, that is 2. Then again the value will be increased and it will become 3, and then it will change the value of f as well. If it will become 6, and the value of I will become 4. Then it will check if 4 is less than 5. Yes, 4 is less than 5, and then it will multiply 4 with 6 because the value of f was 6, right? So 4 into 6, it will become 24, and then finally the value of I will be 5, and it will check if the value of I is less than or equals to 5, right? While I is less than equals to 5, yes, that's true, because now 5 is equals to 5, and it will again execute the loop, and the value of f will be 24 into 5, which is 120, and then again the value of I will be increased. Now it will become 6, which is greater than 5. So it will come out of the loop and it will print the factorial of a number. So let's save this program. So the factorial of 5 is 120, because see here we have used the factorial of n. N is 5 and the factorial is 120. So if we try to give any other number here other than 5, let's say we are using here 10. Save it. It says the factorial is 3628800, or it's 36,28,800. So if you try to multiply 10 into 9 into 8 into 7 so on till 2, or we can say 1, the answer will be this. You can check it, you can Google it, or you can go through it in your calculator. The typical definition of function states that to work in a proper or in a particular way. Similarly, functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. In this particular video, we will go through the syntax and usage of functions. So a function has a particular name and we can reuse that block of code again and again in an entire program. For example, let's suppose that we have to add two numbers in a program. That's a basic program, right? Sum of two numbers. So let's write the code first. So we are going to take a variable x and the value of x will be 10. Then again we are going to take a variable y and the value of y will be 5. Lastly, we are going to take a variable total and the value of total will be x plus y. So the last thing we are going to do is we are going to print this on a browser. So here we are done with our program. We are done with adding two numbers. So let's save it and check the output. See, the output here says 15. So what is happening is the value of x plus y, which is 10 plus 5, is stored in the variable total and we are displaying total on a browser. So that's a very basic program, right? Now consider a scenario where we have to do this addition for n number of times at different intervals. So we have to perform the same task of addition at different intervals. So in that case, what we can do is we can copy paste this same code repeatedly, but the length of the program will increase because of that, right? And it doesn't make any sense to copy paste the same code again and again. So this is where functions come into play. With the help of functions, we can create a separate function to do this particular task and we can call that function again and again. I'll take you through it. So basically a function has three parts. We'll go through each of them. A function has function declaration, then it has function definition, and then finally it has function calling. So we'll perform this same program of adding two numbers. We'll add two numbers, but this time we'll use the concept of functions. So we'll use this whole code. We are going to use it inside the function. So let's move on and see how the function looks like, how the syntax of function looks like. So we use the keyword function and then we have the function name. So let's suppose here we are naming the function as sum. Then we have the opening and closing round brackets, which denotes that this is a function. This is the way to write a function. Next up, we have a pair of curly braces for the body of the function. So this is the basic syntax of how a function looks like. The naming convention for functions is the same as we had for variables in JavaScript. If you guys remember, we have already discussed this naming convention of variables. So this is the basic structure of a function. So now we'll cut this whole code and we'll paste it here inside the function. Right? So we are done with it. We are done with our functions. First part. First we declared a function with name sum. Then we are done with the definition of function. Now, what if we try to run this program? Let's save this program and see. It is not printing anything on screen. But if you try to check out for any errors, it won't show any errors. See, there is no error in this program. This is happening because we haven't called the function yet, right? So to call the function, we have to write a single word. Just write sum with opening and closing round brackets and save it now. Now you can see the output here is 15. So this is known as function calling. The program already knows that there is a function by the name sum. It will go and check for the same if the function is there or not. If the program finds it, it will execute the function. Next up, a function can also have parameters. What do I mean by parameters is we don't have to declare these variables, variable x and variable y here. Instead of declaring them here, we can pass these values to the function. Let's say we are passing x and y here. or we can pass a and b, any variable you want to pass, you can pass it here. Now we can remove these variable x and variable y. We have to write here where, because we still need the variable total. And next up, we have to pass the value for these variables when we call the function. So we have to pass the values here. Let's say we are passing the values as 4 and 3. So let's try to run this program now and see if it works. Let's save it and see. You can see here the output as 7. We can also pass strings over here. So instead of 4, if we try to pass any string, let's say we are passing welcome to, and instead of 3, we'll pass simply code. Right? Now let's save this program and see the output. It says welcome to simply code. We don't have to worry about the data type we'll use here because JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So the function will automatically adapt to the data type according to the value we will pass during the function call. Here in this code, variable x holds the value welcome to, and the variable y is having simply code allocated to them dynamically. So this is what is known as parameter passing in functions. Let's move on and discuss the return types in functions. So a function can also return a value. Right now, we can see that a function is doing the printing task. What if we remove this document.write from here and we'll paste it somewhere else on the program outside the function? So we'll paste it here, right? Now the function will perform addition only. It won't print anything. It will just perform the addition. Let's save this and see there's nothing. So if we try to check for error, it says total is not defined because total is defined inside the function. This is because of the concept of local and global variable. We'll discuss this concept in upcoming video. So here you can see it says total is not defined, right? So now what we have to do is we have to write here return total. So now the function will return the value of total outside. What this return statement does is, whenever we call the function, as you can see here, we are calling the function from outside and we are passing the parameters as welcome to and simply code, right? So these parameters will go as x and y, and we are getting the concatenation of welcome to simply code, right? So when this return statement comes into function, the value of this total variable will be given out of the function. So there has to be a particular variable to hold the value returned by the function. We'll use a variable here. Let's say we are using the variable output. And in the RHS, we are calling the function. So we have an equals to between the LHS and RHS. That's because when we are calling the function, it will return a value. And the assignment is done from right to left in the case of an assignment operator. If you guys remember, we came across this, that whenever we are using an assignment operator, the assignment will be done from right towards the left. So whatever value the function will return upon calling will be assigned to the variable output. In this program, we are passing welcome to and simply code, right? So let's change these two values now. We'll change them to a numerical value. Let's say we are using here 35, and instead of simply code, we'll use here 15. And we are going to print here output on the browser because the variable output is holding the value returned by the function, right? So let's save it now and see the output is 50. Okay guys, so this was the syntax demonstration of functions in JavaScript with a quick small program. Of course, that JavaScript is a loosely typed scripting language, right? That means we don't need to specify the data types every time. So a variable is basically a container that can store data values. Those values can be changed whenever needed. In this particular video, we are going to discuss the scope of variables in JavaScript. So what does this scope mean in variables? So scope refers to the life of a variable in a program. There are basically two types of variables present in JavaScript: local variables and global variables. Depending upon where we are creating a variable may have two different types of scope. So let's have a look at these two different types of variables with the help of examples. let's say we are creating a variable here. Let's say we are creating a variable where a, and the value of a will be 5. So we have created a variable here, and let's print the value of this variable in the browser. So what we'll do, we'll print this value in the browser. So let's print the value of this variable on the browser. So here we have printed the value of variable a. So here you can see the value is 5. So we can print the value of this variable anytime and anywhere in our program, right? So if we try to copy this line from here and we'll paste it somewhere else in a program, let's say we are pasting it here. So if we try to save it now, see, here you can see that we have two values of a because we have printed a twice here, right? Once we have used this a here, then we have used this a here. So here you can see we have two values of a, 5 and 5. So this variable a is a global variable, which means its life is available throughout the entire program or the entire script, we can say. And when we declare a variable inside a function, that variable is known as a local variable for that function. So let's try to do it as well. We already know what functions are as we saw in the previous video, right? So what we'll do, we'll make a function here. Let's say we are creating a function my function, opening and closing round bracket and the body of the function, right? So let's declare a variable here. Let's say we are using a variable where x, and the value of x will be 10, right? Let's try to print this value. So we have created a function here. Now we are left with the function call only. So let's call the function here. What we'll do, we'll call my function, right? Save it. And now here you can see the output is 10, 5 and 5. So if we comment these three lines, if we remove these three lines and we'll save it now. So here you can see we have the output as 10 only. So this variable x, which is declared inside a function. So why it is a local variable? Because if we try to access this variable from outside the function, it is not possible. So let's cut this line from here and let's try to paste it here. So now what we are doing is we are trying to access this variable from outside the function. Let's save it now. Let's save this program now and see there is no output in the browser because a local variable can be accessed only in that function. We can't access it from outside of the function. So this is happening because as soon as the function is executed, the variable gets destroyed, means there is no variable present in the memory now. The same thing applies to the memory. Whenever we run a JavaScript program, the whole browser is present in the RAM, or we can say in the memory. So these local variables are created only till the function is executing. Once the function is done running, the same function wipes out of the memory. Whereas the case is different for global variables. So global variables are available throughout the script. They have a global lifetime, which means that they will exist throughout the program's running. Or we can say until the tab is open. The next exciting thing about global variables is that we can access global variables from inside the function. So what we'll do, let's cut this line from here and we'll paste it here. So now what we'll do, we'll declare a variable here. Let's say we are declaring a variable where y, and the value of y will be 15. So copy this line and paste it again. Now what we'll do, we'll try to access y from inside the function. So let's save the program and see the output here is 10 and 15. 10 is the value of x and x is a local variable for function my function because we have declared x inside the function. Whereas variable y is a global variable. We have declared it outside the function and we tried to access it from inside of the function, right? So we tried to access y here and we can see the value of y is 15, which is printed on the browser. This is what global variables are. One more exciting thing I want to mention at the end of this video is if we declare any variable in JavaScript without using the where keyword. So if we try to declare a variable here, let's say we are declaring var1. Okay, we have not used any where keyword. So what we are doing is we are declaring a variable and the value of var1 is 15. So we don't need the where keyword separately when we are declaring a variable. However, some of the newer versions of web browser have some sort of issue if we try to declare a variable inside this function without using the var keyword. So let's try to access this variable. Let's declare it inside the function. Okay, what we'll do is we'll declare this variable inside the function and we'll comment this line, and what we'll do is we'll try to access it from outside the function, right? What we'll do is we'll write here var1, save this and see. If you don't understand it, let me change the value of var1. Let's change this value to 20. Save it now and see the output here is 10 and 20. So var1 is a variable which is declared without using the var keyword, right? So we can access this variable from outside the function as well. Any variable which is declared without using var keyword is a global variable. Keep this thing in mind, guys. We came across the different types of data types present in JavaScript in the previous video, where we came across the types of primitive data types in JavaScript. We discussed number, string, and we had boolean, null, and undefined, right? So these are the 5 types of primitive data types present in JavaScript. We know that strings in any programming language are used to store and manipulate textual value. A string contains a sequence of characters written inside double quotes. So let's declare a basic string here. Let's say we have a variable and we have a variable as var x, and the value of x will be a basic string. Let's say we have hi there as the value. Okay. Next thing, we'll print this on a browser. Document.write, and we'll print x on a browser. So this here is a string that holds a textual value, right? Suppose we try to find the type of the variable x. So I hope you guys are aware of that. If you're not, then please go through the previous video on data types in JavaScript. Let's print this value on browser first. So here you can see it says hi there. So this is a string, and let's try to determine the type of variable x, and we'll see if it returns a string or something else. We'll do it with the help of type of operator, right? I hope you guys remember that. So let's try to use type of operator here, and here we'll use type of x. So let's save it and see. Here you can see we have a string as the type of variable x. So strings are helpful for holding data that can be represented in textual form. So let's move on to our first topic for today, and that is escape sequence in JavaScript. So if you guys ever noticed that in the previous few videos, we use a lot of HTML tags in JavaScript, right? For example, we use the heading tag so often. Like when we are using the document.write to print anything on the browser, we use heading tag quite a lot, right? So the thing to notice here is that these tags behaves as HTML tags, right? We use them inside the double inverted commas, just like strings, but they still act like HTML tags. So let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is we'll remove this code. We'll print a simple statement in a browser. So we'll use document.write, and we'll write here hi there, and we'll use a tag, right? So a basic HTML tag we are going to use. Let's say we are using the break tag. I hope you all are aware of the break tag. So the next sentence will be so here in this example we tried to print a sentence and we are using the br tag, right? So let's print it on the browser. So we are using the break tag in between the sentences. We have hi there and we have welcome to Simplicode. So we use this break tag in a string, right? So the output what we were expecting was hi there, and the br should be written in string. But there's a difference in the output, right? The br tag is actually functioning as an HTML tag. So here the break tag works the same as it did for HTML. So with this, we can conclude that if we try to infuse any HTML tag inside the JavaScript statement, it will act as that tag only. So let's move on and we'll look at some other types of escape characters present in JavaScript. So let's say we want to print this line. Okay, we'll edit this one only. So what we will do is we'll remove this break tag and suppose we want to print this on screen. So we want this on our screen and we want the welcome to be inside the double inverted comma in output as well. So if we try to run this program now, there will be nothing in the browser. Let's try to check if it gets any error. So here it says uncaught syntax error. It says missing after the argument list. So how to print this on the browser? We want to highlight the word welcome. So if we try to run this program as it is, it's not working, right? To do this type of task, we have the \escape character. To print the double quotes inside a string, we use a single backslash with a double inverted comma. The syntax is we have to use this backslash before the double inverted comma. So now if we try to print this on browser, here you can see it says hi there and welcome is written within double inverted commas, right? So that's how you can print this on a screen. Next up, if we want to use a single inverted comma, we have to use a single backslash with a single inverted comma. So just like we did here with the double inverted comma, similarly we can do it for single inverted comma as well. What we'll do is we'll copy this document.write and we'll print it here. So here what we will print is we'll print here it's alright. Okay, so we are using here a backslash with a single inverted comma. Now we'll write a S. The output will be it's alright. So we have to use them because we need them in a program at times, right? So to avoid any confusion, one must know how to use this sequence character in JavaScript. Let's save this and see. If we try to comment this line, let me comment this to make it more easier for you to understand. Let's save it now and see. It says it's alright. You can't print it's in similar way without using the \escape character. Lastly, if we want to put a backslash in our string, if we want to put a backslash, we want to show it in the browser. So the syntax for that will go like, we have the document.write, right? So here we will write the character and we'll use two backslashes is called backslash. So let's try to print this. So here one thing you can note is only a single backslash is printed on the browser. The first one is used as a \escape character and the second one which we have used will be printed on the browser. We have a few more escape sequence present in JavaScript like the \n or we can say new line. We don't use them quite often. I'll let you know if we use them in future. So for now it's enough for escape sequences present in JavaScript. So if you guys remember, we discussed data type in previous videos, right? So data types in JavaScript are of two kinds. We discussed the primitive data types and the other type is non-primitive or we can say complex or composite data types, right? So an array comes under the category of composite data types or non-primitive we can say. So the basic definition of array states that an array is a collection of elements stored in contiguous memory locations. So array is a list of similar type of elements, or in JavaScript array acts a bit different from other programming languages. We can discuss it later. So let's understand the concept of arrays with the help of an example. We'll move to the programming part directly. Let's consider a scenario where we have a collection of similar types of variables. Suppose we have a list of cars. Let's create a small list here for a few different car companies. Let's say we have a variable where car1 and the value of car1 will be, let's say, Honda. Okay, and then we have another variable, let's say car2, and the value of car2 will be Kia. And finally we have a variable, let's say, where car3 and the value of car3 will be, let's say, Ford. So here we have taken three different car manufacturers. We have Honda, we have Kia, and we have Ford. And we have three different variables, right? So if we want to print all three of them, what we have to do is we have to use the document.write method, right? So we have to use that document.write again and again. So we can do it for this small piece of code, right? Let's print the value of all three variables here. Let's say we are using document.write and we will print the value of all three variables. So here we have printed the value of all three variables, right? We have car 1, the value was Honda, we have Honda here, we have Kia, and we have Ford as well. So this task is a bit simple for this small piece of code, right? Now imagine if we have 100 values here instead of just 3 values, or maybe we can say we have 1000 values in a list. We can't follow the same procedure in that case, right? That's where arrays come into play. What we can do is we can use a single variable and we can store as many values as we want inside a single variable. By doing this, we don't have to access each and every variable separately while printing them. The data types of those values present inside the array does not matter at all. So we can save either numbers or strings or a value with any data type. We'll discuss it in a moment. Let's try to define an array here first. So the syntax for array goes like this. We have to take a variable. Let's say we'll declare an array here. Let's say we are taking a variable where car, and these opening and closing square brackets represent the array. It means that it is an array if we are using them in a variable. Inside this, we can use double quotes with the value we want to insert. It will go like this. Let's suppose we have 3 values here, right? We'll use these 3 values only. We'll use Honda, Kia, and Ford. So to insert these 3 values, we have to follow this syntax. So let's say we have the first manufacturer as Honda. The next one we have is Kia. And the last one we have is Ford, right? So we have all the 3 values here present inside a single variable. So we have a single variable where car, and we have all the 3 values. We have Honda, we have Kia, and we have Ford. So we can insert as many values as we want. Like if we have a list of 100 car manufacturers, we can insert them in this array. Now let's print the output of this array. So the output will go like, we will copy document.write from here, paste it here, and the output will go like this. So we don't need this piece of code right now. So we'll comment this so that we can understand the difference between these two codes. And now let's save this program and see. Here you can see we have all the 3 elements of the array. We have Honda, we have Kia, and we have Ford as well. So an array is a non-primitive data type or composite data type with one single name and can hold multiple values. Here the array name is car and it stores 3 similar values, right? Here we have 3 string values. We have Honda, Kia, and Ford. So this array can store any number of values we want to store in that array. So what if we want to print a single value from these 3 values we have? We have Honda, Kia, and Ford, right? So if we want to print Kia, let's suppose. So it's easy to print this on a browser. All we need to know is the index number of that value. So the index number in the case of arrays starts from 0 and goes further. So we have 3 values here as we can see. So the index value for these variables will be, so for Honda the index value will be 0, and for Kia the index value will be 1, and for Ford the index value will be 2. So the index value starts from 0 and goes on further. So one thing to keep in mind, guys, whatever number of values an array is holding, the last index value will always be 1 less than the number of values. So as here you can see we have 3 values, right? So the index number of the last value will be 1 less than 3. It means the index number will be 2 because the index number starts from 0. Let's try to access the element present at index 1. So we have Kia here, right? All we have to do is we have to put square brackets here in the document.write. Here we have to put square brackets and we have to write the index value inside of these square brackets. So if we write here 1 and if we save this program now, so here you can see we have Kia only. It will print the element present at index number 1. So here in this particular case it is Kia. We can also loop through this array using the index values. Let's say we want to print each element on a separate line every time, right? So we can use the loop here. I hope you guys are aware of the for loop by now. We'll write here. So we have declared an array. So we will use the for loop here and we will print here for. We'll take a variable I and the value of I will be, initial value will be 0. And then we'll give the condition. The condition will be I less than 3 because we know there are 3 values only and it will go till 2 only because it's going for the index value, and the final condition will be I plus plus. So here we'll use the curly braces because this is the syntax for loop, and the I value will iterate through the array and print all the values present at indexes till the index 2. So the same thing goes for 100 elements as well. We can use the for loop to access all the 100 elements in separate lines. So guys, if we save this, and here you can see, okay, it is printing Kia, Kia and Kia because we have particularly mentioned here cars present at index 1. So we have to remove 1 here and we'll save it now. So the document.write syntax will be changed a bit. We will write here I, and if we save it now, so we have all the 3 values. Here you can see guys, the I value here will iterate through the array and print all the values present at indexes till the index 2. So the same thing goes for 100 elements as well. We can use the for loop to access all the 100 elements present in the array. We can use the same iteration concept for doing so. So guys, there's another way to represent an array in JavaScript. It goes like this. We have a, let's say we have a variable. This time we'll take the variable as fruits. So the syntax will be like new. We have to use the new keyword and then we will use new array and we have to give a space here, and the elements we want to store inside the array. So we'll use a apple, then we have, let's say, banana, and finally we have, let's say, mango. Okay, and we can access the elements of these array with the help of a for loop. We can use the similar for loop here. So if we copy this for loop from here and we'll paste it here, instead of cars we'll use a fruits, right? And we'll give the value as I because we want to iterate the variable I through each index. So we have once again the index value as 0 for apple, 1 for banana and 2 for mango. Let's comment this program as well so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Let's save this program now and see, we have the list of all the elements present at array fruits. So we have apple, we have banana and we have mango printed on our browser. So this way of array representation or declaration is less recommended because the other way which we discussed earlier, like when we discussed the car manufacturers, so that way is a bit easier to use. So I'll recommend that way only because this way is a bit tricky as well. So let's move on to our next topic of discussion. So if you know guys, arrays in JavaScript work differently when compared to other programming languages like Java and C++. So arrays in JavaScript have dynamic nature, which means we can add or remove elements from an array at runtime. Just like we saw the string methods in the previous video, for arrays also we have a few methods, like if we want to add elements into an array or if we want to delete an element from an array, we have the push and pop methods available to do such tasks. To add an element into an array, we use the push method, and the syntax for pushing elements into an array goes like, so we'll remove this piece of code and we'll use the first one only, the car manufacturer one. So if we want to push something inside the array, right, we'll write here the variable name dot, we use the push method, and we will push whatever value we want to push. Let's say we are adding another car manufacturer. Let's say we are adding Nissan. We have to change the value here as well, because what will happen, we have used the condition I less than 3. So it will check for indexes till index 2 only. It won't check for index 3. So if we write here I less than 4, it will check for Nissan now. Let's save this and see a new value is pushed into the array, which is Nissan. So let's move on and discuss the pop method. So the pop method in array removes the last present element from the array. If we use this pop method here, it will remove Nissan in this case. So now you can see we have 4 car manufacturers present in a array. So if we use the pop option now, if we use car.pop and let's run this program and see, it says undefined. This is happening because, as you can see, we have pushed the value Nissan into our array. So an address in the memory location was reserved for that particular element. Now if we pop out that particular element, so if we try to use cars.pop once again, let's save it now and see, it removed the element Ford as well. So let's try to push one more value in this particular scenario. Let's say we are pushing a value as Hyundai, and now let's run this. So you can see here it have inserted Hyundai in place of Ford, because we have used the pop method to put Ford out of our array. So I hope you guys understood this. So these are the different methods for arrays in JavaScript, which are already predefined to do some specific task. Like this sort method, if we write here car dot, so here are all the methods, here are all the array methods present in JavaScript. So if we use this sort method, what it will do, it will sort the array in ascending order. The array.length property, so just like we had the length property in strings, so we have the property in arrays as well. The array.length property is used to find the length of the array. So if we use it in the for loop in place of this I less than 4, so here you can see we have used I less than 4. Now if we write here array.length, so if we write here car.length, so now we don't have to change this value again and again. So if we are inserting any value, or if we are removing any value from this for loop, so if we are removing any value from this array, so we don't have to write here 3, or we don't have to change it to 4 every time we insert an element. We don't have to change that value basically. What will happen, it will check for the length of the array. So the length here is, let's say we have the length here 3, right? So it will check for the length and it will be 1 less than the length of the array. So if we run this program now, it will work fine. I hope you guys understood the concept of array methods present in JavaScript. The other main difference array has in JavaScript, which makes it different from C++ or Java, is we can add elements with other data types in JavaScript. We try to use the push method to insert a numeric value here in this cars array. So we will push another value. Let's say we are pushing car.push, and this time we will push a numeric value. Let's say we are pushing here 20. So let's save it. And here you can see the value 20 is inserted inside the array car. So we can use any data type inside an array in JavaScript. Objects are the most powerful and the most used data types in JavaScript. So far, we have seen that we can use a single variable to store a value. The value can be a string or a number or any other type of variable. After that, we have seen arrays in which we can store multiple values, like we can store lists in arrays. So let's take a scenario here, and let's say we have a piece of code. We are taking a variable, let's say var car manufacturer, and the value of this car manufacturer will be Audi, a string, right? Next up we have another variable. Let's say we have a variable car model, and the value of this will be, let's say car from Audi is Q7. Then we have another variable, let's say where price of this car, and the price will be, let's say, $50,000. Alright, next up we have a function. Let's say we are using a function that is all-wheel drive. So we are having a function all-wheel drive, the opening and closing curly braces for the body of the function, and inside this all-wheel drive function we are using document.write, and here what we will write, let's suppose this car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. Quattro, I hope you guys are aware of this word quattro. It means that four-wheel drive. Next up we will call this all-wheel drive function here. So here's the data about a particular car from a particular brand Audi, right? So the car model is Q7 and the price of this car is $50,000. So these are the three different things we are storing for a car of a particular brand. Next up, we have a function which states the capability of the car. The function here is the all-wheel drive, which means that this car comes with four-wheel drive instead of general front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. So this function is the behavior of the car, right? It shows that the car is four-wheel drive. Things are pretty sorted here, right? We have the data about the car and a function associated with it. So let's save this and we can see the output here. The car comes with quattro all-wheel drive. So this is a basic piece of code, right? We have been through functions, we know how to use functions, we know how to call them. So that's quite easy for now, right? The problem occurs when we have a list of cars. Let's say that we have to maintain 100 different cars with all the data of car manufacturer, we have car model, price, and then we have different behaviors for different cars. Not all cars have the all-wheel drive property. So what we will do in such a case where we have to use the same property again and again for 100 different cars or 100 different entities, we can copy paste this same piece of code repeatedly. And we have to change the value every time we copy paste it. So we have to change the variable name, the car manufacturer, the car model, and the price as well. Imagine we are doing this for a list of cars. Then it goes on and on. So this is the most inefficient way of tackling this problem, right? This is where the concept of objects come into play. These objects help us to bundle all these properties and attributes about one particular entity. If we talk about this particular example of a car, we can put all these properties and many other properties like car weight, we have car color and so on together under one name and make it an object. Let's move on to the syntax for objects in JavaScript. We'll do it for this same program. We'll use objects. Now let's go ahead and have a look at the syntax for objects. So before we start, there are few ways in which we can create objects in JavaScript. We are going to discuss two different ways of doing so. The first one is the literal way, also known as the literal object way. So the syntax for literal object way goes like this. Let's say we are declaring a variable var car and curly braces. So these curly braces represent that this car variable is actually an object. Inside this, we will define all the car's properties, that is whatever data we want to store about the car, like car manufacturer, car model, and price in this particular scenario. So let's use them here. So we have car manufacturer and the car manufacturer is Audi, right? Next up we have car model. Car model is Q7. Finally we have the price, which is $50,000. So you can identify the difference here inside the object, right? When we declare a variable, we usually use the equals to sign for assignment, but here in objects we use the colon and we are using commas here because we have some more properties. So these three are the properties. For this object car, we have three properties associated with it. We can also add this all-wheel drive function inside the object, and when we use this function inside the object, it will be called a method. Whenever we use a function inside a class or an object, so it is known as a method. Keep this thing in mind, guys. So that syntax is also a bit different when it comes to methods inside an object. The syntax for that will be, we have to write here all-wheel drive, and we'll use the colon. Then it is a function, so we'll write here function with opening and closing round brackets and the body of the function. So what we want to write here is, we want this function to return the value, right? We want this function to return this value. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. So we want this function to return this value. So we'll write here return instead of document.write. Now this function will return this string that this car comes with a quattro all-wheel drive. So if you want to change this string a little bit, you can change, because we have already used this string in the previous program we did. So let's suppose we'll write here four-wheel drive. Now this will be easier for you to understand this. So this is what an object looks like. Our object is entirely ready. What we did here is we bundled all these things and coupled them. We bundled all these things. We bundled all the three variables. We bundled this function. We bundled all of them together inside a single variable. And now this particular variable car is an object. Now if we want to access these properties of the object, like car manufacturer, car model, etc., whatever properties we have here, so what we have to do is we have to use document.write. So it is quite simple. So after this object we'll write here document.write, and to access this object what we have to do is we have to use the object name with the dot operator and the property name. So if we want to, let's suppose we'll use here car dot and the property name will be car underscore manufacturer. So here is the syntax. The syntax is quite easy. You can see here we have used the car object with the dot operator, and then we have the property name, whatever property we want to access. So let's save this program now and see. Here it says Audi. By using this dot operator, we can access any property of the car. Not just a property, we can access the method as well. So if we want to access the method, like if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can do it simply by writing here car dot, and we'll write here instead of this, we'll write here all-wheel drive, and we are good to go. So if we save this now, so here you can see it says this car comes with four-wheel drive. So it is quite easy to access these properties of an object. So we can do it by using this. Now suppose we call this function normally with the document.write inside the function in place of return. So if we write here document.write, it's normal, like how we normally call a function. So if we write here document.write inside this function, and we can call this function by the normal method. Like if you are calling this function from outside, what we'll do, we'll write here car dot and the function name. So if we save this now, here you can see the string is printed on the browser. This car comes with four-wheel drive, and you can see here we didn't use any h1 tag or h2 tag, so you can spot the difference, right? So that's how you can call a method of an object from outside. This is the normal way. So now you guys might be wondering, what if we want to add more cars into this? We can copy paste it again to do so and change the value of properties again. It is the same thing we can do with the variables. So this is where the following way of creating objects come into the picture, in which we use something different known as object constructor. That's a bit different from other object-oriented programming languages. So don't worry if you don't know about it. Also, in the newer versions, JavaScript supports the concept of classes and objects. So what we used to say earlier is JavaScript is an object-oriented scripting language because it does not support the concept of classes and objects fully. But now the scenario has changed. JavaScript do support the concept of classes and objects, but we'll keep it a bit simple. So let's comment this code as well, and we'll use this code for reference. So we'll comment this, that's why we are not removing it, but we can remove this piece of code. So let's remove it, and let's move on to use a second way of creating an object. Now we will create multiple objects using a single template, which is known as a constructor function. Let's have a look at the syntax for this method. So we'll write the function keyword, and we have named this function as cars, and in parentheses we will provide the properties as parameters. So these are the properties. We have car manufacturer, we have car model, and we have car price. So these are the properties which we used in the previous code as well. So here we have also used these properties, so we'll keep it that way only. Now inside a function, these parameters are known as arguments. So if we talk about the naming convention, so these parameters are known as arguments. So let's move on to the body of the function, and inside the body we will use this keyword here. This keyword refers to the object it belongs to. So here in this program, this will refer to the object basically. So what we are doing here is, whenever we are creating any object using this constructor function, we will pass specific values like the car manufacturer, car model, and the price, all of these values. So all these values will be present at the RHS. So let me write this first. Let's say we are using this dot and the property name car manufacturer. We'll write here car manufacturer. So all these values will be present at the RHS, and the actual property of the object will be this dot car manufacturer. So this is the actual property of this method. You will understand it much better when we create the object. For now, let's mention here the other two properties and method as well. So let's use the other two properties, which were this dot car model, and we'll write here car model. The last one was this dot price. We'll write here price. Let's add the method here as well inside the constructor function. We'll use this keyword again to add the method. The syntax will go like this. We'll use this dot all-wheel drive, and this is a function. So we'll write here function with the opening and closing round brackets, and then we have the body of the function. Inside the body of this function we will write whatever we have written in the previous program. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Right, so this is a complete constructor function. Now using this constructor function, we can create multiple objects of this car type. So this constructor function works like a template, or like the classes work in other languages like C++ and Java. So let's create an object here. So we'll create a variable here. Let's say we are creating a variable C1. Now we'll use the new keyword and along with the constructor function. So we'll use here cars, and we'll pass the values for all the three properties. So here you can say we have the car manufacturer as Audi, and next up we have the model as Q7 and the price as 50,000. Okay, so we have created a variable, we have passed the values for the properties, and now if we want to access this function, if we want to access this all-wheel drive function, we can access this as well. We have to write here c1.all-wheel drive, and this is how you can call a function. If we save this program, see here it says this car comes with 4-wheel drive. So if you change anything here, let's suppose we are using here h2 tag. If we save this program now, see you can see the change here. So we are calling this function here, and this will be printed on the browser. So this string will be printed on the browser. Let's create another variable here. Let's say we are using var c2, and the syntax will be same for this as well. We'll write here new cars and we'll pass the values here. So let's say we are using BMW, and next up we have the model as X7, and the price of this car is, let's say, 40,000. Okay, 40,000 USD. So if we want to access any particular property of any object, like if we want to access the car model, or if we want to access the car manufacturer, so we can do it the same way as we did previously, as we did in the literal object way. So to do so, we have to write here document.write, and it was quite simple. So we have to write here the object name dot and whatever we want to print. Let's say we are printing here car model. So if we save this now, you can see here x7 is printed on the browser because x7 is the value of object C2. And let's suppose if we want to print here car manufacturer, save it and see here, you can see we have BMW as the output on a browser. Similarly, we can access the price as well. Let's save it now and see here it says 40,000. So this is how we can create multiple objects in JavaScript. We'll continue with the previous program we made. So today we will use the literal object way because this method of creating objects is a bit easier than the other one we discussed, which was the constructor function method. So here we created the car object, which has three properties: car manufacturer, car model, and the price of the car. We have a method here as all-wheel drive. When we use this method here, we use this method with the dot operator and we call that function, we call that method with the help of the object. So the output was this car comes with four-wheel drive. So this was something we did in the previous video. If we talk about objects in JavaScript, a lot of things we know about in JavaScript are basically objects, like the Boolean values, numbers, strings, and a few more. So many of these things can be objects if we define them with the new keyword. Basically, any of the data type other than the null and undefined can be converted to objects, or they have their equivalent object forms if we define them with the new keyword. So we have a few predefined objects as well. We have the math object, the date object, and the regular expression are also considered objects in JavaScript. A lot of things are objects in JavaScript. We'll use objects in DOM manipulation, which we will go through in further videos. So that's why it is pretty essential to understand the whole concept of objects, right? So next up, let's look at how we can use different data types as objects in JavaScript. So the syntax for using the basic data types as objects in JavaScript goes like this. We'll declare a variable first. We have a variable str1, and next up we'll write here the new keyword and the data type. So string is a data type which we will be using as objects for now. So this is the complete syntax of how to use a data type as an object in JavaScript. If we'll write here str1 and we'll use the dot operator, so here we can see we have the object methods as well, right? So I hope you guys are aware of the methods present in JavaScript. Like we had the string and array methods, right? We have methods for object as well, like the index of method. We have seen the use of index of method when we went through the string methods in JavaScript. So similarly, we have the font color and the length property for object as well. So length here is the property, and other which we can see are the methods for objects in JavaScript. So here this str1 becomes the object by default when we use the new keyword with the string while declaring. So there are few ways to determine if a variable is an object or a primary data type. So the easiest way to do so is to use the type of operator. So let's use it here and check the type of variable str1. We'll write here document.write and we'll print the type of this variable. So we'll use the type of operator and the type of variable str1. So let me put it inside the h1 tag. So here we have written our type of operator. So let's print this value on the browser. If we save it, see here you can see it says object. If we write a string here in place of this new string, so if we write here any string, let's suppose we are using a string here. Let's say we are using hello. Okay, let's save it now, and here you can see the type of this variable str1 changed from object to string. So this is the difference between a primitive data type. It was a string earlier, but when we use it with the new keyword along with the string, and this is the basic syntax of how to define a primitive data type as an object. So if we save it now, here you can see it is converted to object. Similarly, we can use the other basic data types as well, and the other predefined objects we talked about, like the date object and the math object, we'll go through each of them in separate videos. So moving on, let's go back to our car object. After we declared the whole object, we defined all the three properties and the method also. Somewhere in the program, we realized that we had missed a particular property, and we realized it after we have written 150 lines of code after this car object. So here you can say we have written here 150 line of code. So I'm not writing 150 lines, but let's do it this way. So we realized it after 150 lines. In JavaScript, we can add a particular property to an object outside the definition also. We can add a property to an object anywhere in a program. The syntax for that goes like this. We'll write the object name with the property name along with the dot operator. So we'll write here one more property. Let's say we are using car color, and the value of this property will be, let's say, black, right? What this line will do is it will add one more property inside this existing car object. So initially we had three properties. Now this line will add one more property to this car object. We are using the same name, that is the object's name having three properties over here. We are using the same object name here. You can see here the object name is car, and here we have also used the car object name. Now we have added one more property to this object car. We can check it. Let's print it out on the browser. So what we will do, we'll write here document.write. So here you can see we have used the document.write method to print this car color on our browser. So we have used here car.carColor. Let's save this program now and see. Here you can see the output is black. So this is the property of the object car now. And if we comment this line, let's say if we are commenting this line, let's save this now and see. Here you can see it says undefined. We can add more properties similarly. Like if we want to add another property here, we can go like car dot and the property name, whatever property we want to add. Let's say we want to add fuel type. So it can be a petrol car or a diesel car or an electric car. It doesn't matter. So we can add properties as well. In fact, we can add methods as well. So the syntax to add method goes like, we can add a method here. We'll see it will go like car dot. Let's say we are adding a new function. Let's say we are adding the function new fun equals to, and here we will write function. So the body of the function. Now whatever we want to write inside the function, let's say this function return function successfully added. So if we try to call this function from outside, we can do it. So let's try to check out the output for this function. Let's say we want to access this particular function. So save it now, and here you can see it says function successfully added. So the new method we added is the new fun, and we added this method to our pre-existing object, which was the car object. So I hope you guys are aware of how to add a new property or a new method to an existing object by now. What if we want to delete a particular object? So it's pretty easy to do so in JavaScript. We can use the delete keyword, object name, and the property name after the dot operator. Let's suppose we want to delete car model here. We want to delete this particular property of the object car. So what we'll do, we'll delete this car model. So the syntax for it is quite simple. So we'll remove this for now and we'll delete a property. Let's say we are using the delete keyword with the object name dot method name or the property name. So we'll delete here car model, right? Let's save it now. So this particular line will delete the car model attribute of this car object. Let's check it out, and we will print here the car model. So we'll write here car underscore model and save it now. So here you can see it says undefined, and if we try to comment this line, and now if we try to save this program, so here you can see the car model is Q7. So this is how we can delete a particular property or a particular method from an object. One more thing before we wrap up this video is, As we all know, JavaScript is a loosely typed language, right? So we can change the data type of these properties on the fly. Now we will change the data type of this property. We had the price property, right? So we'll change the data type of this particular property now. We know that the value of the price property is a number. Let's change this number to a string data type. What we have to do is we have to write here car.price and update the value here. Let's say we are using 70,000 and we have to put here semicolon. It's the same thing we do to update the value of a particular variable, right? So if we try to print the value of price now, we'll get the output as 70,000. Let's try to print it on the browser. So we'll cut it from here, we'll paste it here, and we will print car price. Save it now. See, here you can see it says 70,000. If we want to check the type of this property, what we can do is we can use the type of operator. So we'll use the type of operator. So this is the syntax of how we can use the type of operator. Let's save this now and see, here it says string. Earlier it was a number, but now it is a string. So all these things can be done dynamically in a program wherever we want to do them. So that's the benefit of having objects in JavaScript. We have been using the document.getElementById method for the past few videos, right? We know it is used to access an HTML element with the help of an ID which is uniquely provided to each element. So we used that method with text boxes, then with radio buttons, and then with select boxes as well. So today we are going to use a method that is somewhat similar to document.getElementById method. So we'll be using the document.getElementsByTagName method in JavaScript. As the name suggests, this method is used to access a bunch of similar elements with the same tag. So we have tag name in our method, right? So we can access a bunch of tags with similar name. Like if we have a few div tags present in our program and we want to change each div tag's style, we can do it with the help of this method. So we'll look at the syntax first and then we'll move on to the difference between ID and tag name methods. So let's move on to the programming part directly. What we'll do is we'll create a few div tags first and then we'll change the style of these div tags with specific styling properties. We are not going to use CSS for that, but in JavaScript we have other styling properties as well. So we'll be using those styling properties. So let's create the div tags first. We'll write here div, and then let's say we are writing it, this is section 1. So we'll copy this line and we'll create 4 similar div tags, right? We have section 1, 2, 3 and 4. Save it, and you can see over here we have 4 different sections present. Now this is a very basic example and here we have different sections present, right? Next up, we'll try to access these div tags with the help of tag name method. So let's add a button over here and then we'll move on to the JavaScript part. So we'll write here, let's use the BR tag and we'll write here input tag. Again we'll write a input type is equals to button and we'll use the onClick method as well. So we'll write here onClick and let's say our function name is fun2, and then we have the value of this button as, let's say, submit. Close the input tag and save it. So here you can see we have a button over here, submit button, and you can see here nothing is happening on clicking on this submit button. So next up what we are going to do is we are going to add functionality to this submit button. For that we have to move to our JavaScript file and we have to create a function over there. So we'll write here in the JavaScript file, we'll write here function fun2 and then we have the body of this function, right? So the syntax is a bit similar to that of the document.getElementById method. What we'll do here is we'll take a variable x and then we'll write here document.getElementById get elements by tag name, and then we'll write inside the brackets the name of tag we want to access, right? So here we have added 4 different div tags. So in this case, we'll write here div, and we can similarly access any of the tags present in a HTML document. We can access paragraph tags, we can access anchor tags, and any tag we want to basically. So save it, and here now we have a variable x that holds an HTML collection of all the div tags present inside the HTML file. This means that we have an array of references of all the div tags here inside this variable x. So if we try to make changes in a single array element, just like we did in the select box example, wherein we use the array index to access a particular element present at a particular array index, right? So we can do the same here. We'll write here x, and then we'll write the index number. So this particular statement will access the element present at number 1, or this particular syntax will access the first div tag of HTML document, because we know arrays start from 0, and at 0 the first element will be present. So this div tag will be present at number 0. And then we are going to use the style property. So we know that x here is not a variable only. Actually x here acts as an object, and we know that different objects have certain properties in JavaScript. So style is one of those properties. And next up we'll write here, let's say, font family. So what we are doing is we are doing the CSS part with properties present in JavaScript. So let's say we are changing our font to Courier New. Fine. So this is a font name, and we can use any font name over here. So save it. What will happen now is, on clicking the submit button, the font of this particular section, the font of div 1, will change to Courier New. So let's try if it's happening or not. So on clicking the submit button, you can see over here the change between this line and other 3 div tags. Clearly the font is changed. The new font is Courier New, and what we did here is we changed the font family of this particular div tag. So similarly we can make more styling changes to other div tags as well. So let's do it here, and we'll make changes to each of the div tags we have in a HTML file. So let's say here we are using the color property, and we want to change the font color to blue. Fine. Then we'll do the same for element present at number 3. For that we'll write here x, and the index number will be 2. So then again we'll use the style property, and then let's say we are writing here font style. Fine. And the font style we want it to be italic. And then finally we have one more property. Let's say for the last div tag we are using the background color. Fine. And we'll write here the color name is red. So we are good to go now. Save it, and we have 4 different properties over here. For section 4 we are changing the background color. So 3 will be the index number of the last array variable. So save it, and on pressing the submit button you can see the change over here. So for section 1 the font is changed to Courier New. For section 2 the font color is blue. Let me zoom it out a bit to show you guys. You can see over here the color is blue, and then we have italic text in section 3, and finally for section 4 we have the background color as 4, right? So you can see how we are accessing any particular element of the array. Now why we are using these properties separately for each array element? So if we try to make changes on each element of the array, we simply can't do it in JavaScript at once. So if we try to write here, so let's comment this out first. What we'll do is we'll write here x.style.font family. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the font family for all the div tags present, right? Because we know the variable x is holding an array of all the div tags present in a HTML file, right? So we'll save it, and you can see over here if we are clicking on the submit button, you can see nothing is happening. So if we go to our console, and you can see it over here that we have an error here So it says it cannot set property font family of undefined. So this is the problem with this get elements by tag name method. To overcome this problem, we have a solution as well. So the solution for this problem is we have to use the for loop here. So how this for loop works? So we'll write here for, and then we'll take a local variable I, and the initial value will be 0. Then we'll write here I less than x dot length, because we want to traverse the whole array, right? And then we'll write here the condition I plus plus. So we are good to go. Then we have this body of for loop, and inside here we'll write x, and the index number will be I, because it will keep on changing and we are in a loop. So we'll write here dot style, and then let's say the style we want to do is font weight, and what we want to do is we want to make our font bolder. Fine. So comment this line as well, save it now, and you can see over here everything is clean. Now what will happen is on pressing the submit button, the font will change, the font weight will change basically. So let me zoom this, and if we click on this submit button, you can see the font is more bolder, right? So if we are using another property here, let's say the font we are using here background color, and we want the background color to be yellow. Fine. So save it, and on clicking the submit button, you can see the background color for all the div tags for all the 4 section is changed to yellow. Fine. So this is how we can access all the elements of an array at once. Now what we did is we started a loop and traversed every element in the array and applied the same property to each element. So this is how we can do it with the help of tag name method in JavaScript. Now what if we have hundreds of similar elements like div tag present in our website, and all of them are present at different locations? So let's try to do it, and what we'll do is we'll insert certain different elements in between these div tags. Fine. So we'll include a form, and then we'll include some radio buttons, and anything we want to do, we can do it. So we'll add some more elements in between these div tags. So here you can see we have inserted 2-3 more elements in between these div tags. So save it, and you can see after each section we have something else. Here we have a form with 2 different text boxes. We have name and age, and then we have a submit button as well. Then after that we have section 2. So this is our section 2. Then after section 2 we have radio button, and the value is A. Then we have another radio button B, and in between we have all the div tags present. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the style for each of the div tags, right? So we will change the background color here. So let's say we'll write here red, and what will happen is on clicking the submit button, on clicking this submit button, what will happen is the background color of each div tag. So the background color for section 1, 2, 3 and 4 will change to red. So let's try to do it, and let's see if it's working or not. So we'll click on this submit button, and you can see it over here. We have all the div tags with background color as red. So this is working totally fine. One more thing we'll discuss before wrapping up this video is the uniqueness of ID attribute for each element. So we are saying this for a long time that the ID for each element should be unique. Why so? Although we saw in the past videos that we can use the same ID for 2 different elements when we did the same for accessing a CSS styling property using the ID attribute. But if we try to do the same thing with JavaScript, we'll get an error. For example, if we try to access the value of any particular element with the ID attribute, but we have 2 elements in a HTML file with the same ID. So it will throw an error in that case basically. And this is the reason why we use the tag name method in JavaScript, so that if we want to access multiple elements of the same name, we can do it with this method. Because it's not possible to use the ID method separately for each element present in the HTML document, right? Because we have certain same HTML tags present within an HTML document, like we have the div tags here. Similarly, a website is long enough to have multiple similar elements present within it. So that's why we use the document.getElements by tag name method in JavaScript. So guys, in the past few videos, we used two different methods of accessing an element from an HTML file using JavaScript properties. So we know the difference between the ID method and the tag name method, right? Today we will use another method to access a particular element in JavaScript. That is the class name method, or we can say the getElements by class name method in JavaScript. So before discussing the class name method in JavaScript, let's look at why accessing an element is important in JavaScript. So we know that the document object model is used to change, add or delete HTML elements. We saw earlier that we could change HTML elements or the CSS style of any element in the document with the help of JavaScript properties. So to make specific changes to those elements, we need to access them using particular methods. So we discussed two such methods before, the ID method and the tag name method, right? So let's move ahead and look at the class name method of accessing an element in JavaScript. As the name suggests, the main attribute in this method will be the class name. So we know the difference between the class and the ID attribute used in HTML. We know that ID has to be unique for each element, but we know that many elements in an HTML document can have the same class, right? So we used class to access specific CSS properties in the previous videos, and that is the only benefit of using classes in JavaScript. So we can say that a single class can be used by many elements within an HTML document. So let's dig a bit deeper into this concept. So let's say we have 5 elements present on our website and we want to make changes in 3 of these elements, right? So let's write the code here and it will be easier for you guys to understand. So we'll write here in the HTML file, we'll add 5 different elements. So let's say we are writing here div, and then inside this div we'll write this is section 1. We'll copy this, we'll paste it here. So we'll use 2 div elements and 2 paragraph elements, right? So here in this p tag we'll write this is section 3, and then we'll copy this line, paste it again, copy this one as well and paste it here. So we have section 1, section 2, 3, 4 and 5. So out of these 5 different elements, we have 3 div tags and we have 2 paragraph tags. So we'll discuss why we have taken 2 paragraph tags in between the div tags. So we are done with it. Here you can see we have 5 elements present in a HTML document. 3 of them are the div tags. Section 1, 2 and 5 are div tags, and 2 tags in between are the paragraph tags. So now let's suppose we want to change the style of 3 of these elements. Let's say 1, 4 and 5. So we can do it in 2 ways, right? Either we can use the ID method or we can use the class method. However, we can use the tag name method as well, but we have to use 2 different variables for that, right? That will be a lengthy process. Why 2 different variables? Because we have 2 different tags present here, right? We have to create separate variable for the div tag and separate one for the paragraph tag. So that will be a lengthy process. So we'll consider ID method and the class name method for here. So considering the ID method, the document.getElement by ID method, we have to provide unique ID to each element. So we have to provide unique ID to this div tag, then we have to provide to each and every element here, right? So because we need to access 3 of these elements. So at least we have to provide the ID to those 3 elements which we want to access, right? So in such cases, we can use the class name method where we want to access more than one element, but not all the elements in an HTML file. So we'll use the class attribute in each element we want to access. So let's say we want to access section 1, 2 and 5. So we'll write here class. Let's say the class name is CLS1. We'll copy this, paste it here, and we are accessing 1, 2 and 4 because 1, 2 and 5 are the div tags, so we can access these with the help of tag name method as well. So we'll access 1, 2 and 4. Fine. So we have used the class attribute here. Next up, we'll create a button and then we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So let's create a button here. We'll again use input type is equals to button, and then we have on click, and on clicking it will call func1, and then we have the value as submit. Fine. So save it, and here you can see in the browser we have 5 sections over here. We have section 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Then we have a submit button which will call the function on clicking. So we haven't added functionality till now, so let's move ahead to our JavaScript file and we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So inside this JavaScript file we'll write here function, and then we have the function name as func1. Then we have the body of this function. So the syntax remains a bit same. So we'll take a variable first, and then we'll use the document method to take references of all the elements from a HTML file. So we'll write here where x is equals to document dot get elements by class name, right? And then we'll write the class name here. So the class name is cls1. Till now what we did was we took the references of all the required elements and stored them inside a variable named x in the form of an HTML collection. So now we can make changes to these elements, and what we'll do is we'll again use the style property to make styling changes in those 3 sections. So we have these 3 sections present inside an array, and we can access any one or all the 3 elements, right? So we'll write here x, and then we'll provide the index number. So let's say we want to access section 1, that is the first div tag. So we'll provide the index number as 0. Then we'll write dot style, and this style is a property dot. Then let's say we want to change the font style. So we'll write here font style. Font style will be italic. Save it. So this piece of code will change the font style of the element present at index 0. Save it, and on clicking the submit button here on the browser, we can see the change in this section, right? So if it's not visible, so let me zoom it a bit for you. Here you can see, guys, the font at section 1 is changed to italic, right? So in this case we have all the 3 elements present in a array, and we can make changes to each of these elements. So let's try to do it, and we'll use element present at index 1 now. We'll copy this line and we'll paste it here again 2 times because we want to make changes to all the elements, right? We'll write here 2 and we'll write here 1, and let's say we want to change the font color for this one, and the font color will be blue. For this we'll change the font weight, let's say, and we want to make it bolder. So we'll write here bolder. Save it, and on clicking the submit button, you can see we have all the 3 sections with some minor changes. The first one is changed and we have italic over here. For the second one we have blue color as font color, and for the third one, which is section 4, we have the font weight as bolder. So you can see the change over here. So this is how we can make change to each element separately, and we can also make changes in all the elements at once as well. So for that we have to use the for loop, just like we did for the tag name method, right? So for that we'll write here, so let's comment these 3 statements first, and then we'll write here for, and we'll take a local variable here. We'll write here where I is equals to 0. I will start from index 0 and I will go till x dot length, and then we have the condition as I++. So inside the body of for loop we'll write here x, and instead of index number we'll write here I, because we want to traverse the whole array. Then we'll write here style dot, and let's say the style we want is background color. We want the background color to be, let's say, yellow. Fine. So this is how we can use the for loop. Save it, and we'll see on clicking the submit button on our browser, the background color for all the three sections, that is 1, 2 and 4, is changed to yellow. This is how we can use the document.getElements by class name method to access all the elements present in an HTML file with a particular class. Next up, let's discuss the difference between the ID method, tag name method and the class name method. So we'll discuss when to use which method. So let's start with the ID method. So the ID method is used when we want to access a single element, and we have to provide a unique ID to that element in order to access it. So the ID method is quite useful when we want to work on a single element. Apart from that, if we want to work on more than one element, we have two other methods. We can either use the class name method or the tag name method for more than one element. So the tag name method is also quite useful when we want to access elements with the same tag name. We can access all the similar tags present within an HTML document with the help of tag name method. The only problem is we can access similar types of tags only at one time. We can't access two different types of tags with this method. So this is where the class name method comes into play. We can access more than one element with this method, and the elements can be different. Just like we did here, we had div tag and paragraph tag, right? So the section 1, 2 and 5 are from div tags, and the section 4 and 3 are from the paragraph tags. So we can access two different tags with same class name with the help of class name method in JavaScript. So with this we came to the conclusion that more than one element in the HTML file can have the same class and can be accessed with the class name method. So by now I hope you guys understood the concept of all the three methods which we have discussed: the ID method, the tag name method and the class name method in JavaScript. We can use any of these methods according to our needs. So guys, we came across several topics till date, right? We have seen loops, operators, then we came across document object model and many more such topics. So we saw the usage of these topics. We know how to take users input in JavaScript and how to use them. So today we will do something more interesting, and I hope today's topic of discussion will make JavaScript more interesting for you guys. So let's start with the topic. So we all know how a calculator works, right? We can make a simple calculator program in JavaScript with few operators and the if-else statement. So let me show you guys a simple program in JavaScript with which we can calculate several arithmetic expressions and get the output. So here's the code. So we have used the script tag within the HTML document. So you can see it on the screen, guys. Here we have four variables: var op, that will take the input from the user in the form of plus, minus, and then we have asterisk and divide, and then we have reminder as well. So depends upon which task the user wants to perform, it will take the user's input. Next up, we have two variables n1 and n2 for the numbers upon which the operation will be performed. Also we have used parse float here. We know the usage of this function, right? Whatever input given by the user will be changed to a floating number with the help of this function. Then we have a variable output that will hold the value returned after performing the calculation. So we have several conditions here as well. We have several conditions for each operator. Like if the input given by the user is plus, then it will perform addition between n1 and n2, and the value of n1 plus n2 will be assigned to variable output, right? Similarly, we have other conditions for other operators, like we have for minus, then we have for asterisk, then we have for divide and for remainder as well. So any choice the user will make will get the output accordingly. Like if the user chooses to perform a division, then it will write slash and then it will perform n1 by n2 and the output will be saved in the variable output. Then we can show this output with the help of alert method in JavaScript. We already came across this alert method. It will give a pop-up with the result. Let's check the output once and then we'll move on to the exciting part of this video. So this is a basic calculator program with two variables, n1 and n2. So let's open it with live server. And here you can see we have a pop-up here, and here what we have to do is we have to enter the operator. So here we have to write either plus, minus, or any operator from these operators. So let's write here asterisk. So let's say we want to perform multiplication between two numbers. Then we press OK. And here we have the pop-up for the first number. So let's say the first number is 5 and the second number is, let's say, 10. So the moment we press OK, you can see here we have the output as result is 50. So we have a pop-up. This pop-up is made with the help of window.alert method, and the calculator is working totally fine, right? So if we press OK and if we refresh this, let's use another operator as well. So let's say we are using the division operator. Click on OK and we'll enter the first number. Let's say the first number is 45 and the second number is, let's say, 8. Okay, the moment we press OK, we have the output as 5.625. The pop-up here says result is 5.625. So this calculator is working totally fine. Now this is a basic JavaScript calculator, right? So we went through this program so that you guys can revise what we have learned till now. Let's move ahead to the central part of today's video and we'll create a calculator like the original one. So we use calculators on phones or laptops as well. So today we are going to make one similar to them. So let me show you guys what we are going to create. So this is the calculator we are going to create today. So this looks like an actual calculator, right? We use such calculators daily, either on our phones or on laptops or sometimes physically as well. So this looks like a calculator app. So let's try to use it. Let me zoom it for you guys. So if we click on 8 and then we click on any number, so it will be printed on the display area. Then we'll use any operator. Then let's say we are using 86 minus 5. So this is the expression we want to evaluate. So what we have to do is we have to press this equals to button and we have the output as 81. So this calculator is also working fine. So today we are going to create one such calculator, or we can say we are going to create this calculator only. Now the question that arises here is, how difficult is it to create one such calculator in JavaScript? Do we have to write hundreds of lines of code for it, or do we have to write complex code for it? So in this video we will see how easy it is to write code for such a calculator. The code we saw earlier, that is the one where we used simple arithmetic operators to find the output for simple calculations for two numbers obviously, is not what we'll do in this one. So it will increase the code length. Like if we use operators, if we use if-else statement for each operator, then definitely it will increase the length of the code. So we'll try something different, and this next program for a calculator app will let you know the advantages provided by JavaScript in terms of programming. So let's start with the programming part directly. Now we don't need this file anymore, so we'll clear it. Next up we have three files here, right? We have calculator.html, and then for styling we have style.css, and lastly we have script.js for adding functionality to our calculator. Right. So today we will divide this code into three different parts. In the first part we'll work on the HTML file and we'll create the layout of this calculator. Then we'll move on to the CSS part, and there we'll add style to the calculator. And then finally we'll add functionality to a calculator. So let's start with the HTML part then. Now we have to keep a few things in mind, and we'll first add the SimpliCode image to our web page. So for that we have to write here inside the body tag, because we want to make a web page more attractive, right? We'll write here div, we'll use a division, and then inside this div tag we'll use the img tag. Then the src will be simplicode.png. So this is the file we have already saved in our folder. Now we'll use the alt attribute here, and the alternate will be simplicode, right? Then next up, this image size is quite large. So if we save this program now, you can see the image size is large, right? So what we'll do is we'll limit the width of this image. So we'll write here width, and then let's say the width will be 300 pixels. So this will be the default width for this image as well as for the calculator, right? Next up, we'll go back to the original calculator, and we can see here we have a heading calculator, right? So we'll add this as well. So for that we have to write here inside a HTML file, we'll add another tag. So we'll write here div, and then we'll provide it with a class. Let's say the class is title, and then we'll use the p tag, paragraph tag we can say. So inside this p tag we'll write here calculator. So save it, and you can see here on the browser that we have an image, and over here we have a heading as well, right? So the heading here says calculator. We'll use CSS to style these elements later. For now, we have just added them to a web page. Next up, we'll start working on the body of this calculator. So let me show you guys. This is the body of this calculator. This whole area represents the body of this calculator, this display area and the buttons as well. So this is the whole calculator body. So for that, we have to write here first, write here div, and then we'll use the class attribute. So the class will be, let's say, calculator. Fine. Now next up, we have to work on the display area as well. So this div tag is for the whole calculator's body. So the whole calculator's body include the display area as well as all the buttons and this whole area basically. So this falls under the calculator's body. So for the display area, we have to use input tag again. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a placeholder type of thing. So we'll write here input, we'll use the input tag, we'll write here type is equals to text, and then we'll use the class attribute here. So let's say the class for this display area will be display, and then we'll use a property here, we'll write here disabled. So I'll tell you what this disabled is used for. So for now, let's save it. And here you can see if it's visible or not. So here is the display. So this is a placeholder type of thing. So if you can see here, we can't click on it. We simply can't do anything inside it. So this is what the disabled property does. So it won't let the user to enter something on this text box. Now you can see here that we have a display area on our web page and we can't do anything over here. It's disabled, right? That's because we don't want the user to write anything on it. We want to take the input when the user presses a key on the calculator. So let's move ahead, and we are going to add keys to our web page. So we have 4 rows here in the calculator body. You can see we have 4 rows starting from 7, 4, 1 and C. Right, so these are the 4 rows. The first row contains 7, 8, 9 and plus operator. And then we have second row that contains 4, 5, 6 and minus. Then we have third row and fourth row as well, right? So we'll use div tags for all the rows, and we'll keep all these 4 div tags inside a single div tag. That's because we'll use the class attribute again to add styling to a bunch of elements together. Now we have several different types of keys in our calculator. So we have 10 numeric keys and 4 operator keys, an equal key and one for clearing the screen as well, right? So this key here where we have written C, so what this will do is it will clear the display area. Every time the user presses it, it will clear the display area. Now, so we are going to create different classes for them. So let's do it here. Let's go back to our HTML file, and here what we'll do is we'll write here again a div tag, and for this div tag the class will be, let's say, keys. Fine. Now inside this div tag we are going to create another div tag for each row. So for this div tag we'll write here div class is equals to row, and inside this div tag what we'll do is we'll create buttons. So today we are going to use the button element for it. So we'll write here button, and the first button we want to add is 7, right? Because 7 is present at number 1. If we see the calculator from the start, we can see 7 is at number 1. So we'll write here value 7, and then we'll write here 7. Then we'll copy this and we'll create all the 4 buttons in the first row. So we'll paste it again for 4 times. Then we have buttons as 7, 8, then we have 9, and then finally we have plus, right? So here we'll also change the values. We'll write here 7, 8, 9 and plus. So save it, and if we move back to our calculator, you can see here we have 4 buttons here. We have 7, 8, 9 and plus, right? So we'll style these buttons later. So for now what we'll do is we'll add all the 4 rows. So we'll copy this whole div tag and we'll paste it again for all the rows. So we'll paste it 4 times, and here what we'll do is we'll create second row. So the second row contains 4, 5, 6 and minus, right? So we'll write here 4, 5, 6 and minus. We'll change these values as well. Similarly for third row, we'll write here 1, 2, then 3 and then asterisk for multiplication, right? Then we have the fourth row. So the fourth row contains C, 0, division and equal, right? So we'll write here C, 0, division and equals, right? So we'll change the values here as well. We'll write here the same. So save it, and here you can see we have the body of our calculator. We have a display area, we have all the 4 rows with all the buttons. So you can see nothing is happening on clicking on these buttons. So we'll add functionality to them as well. So for now we are done with our HTML part. Next up we'll use the CSS for styling these elements, and we'll style these elements one by one. So let's add the link of our CSS file to our HTML document first. We'll add it inside the head tag. So we'll move to a head tag and we'll add the link here. So we'll write here link, and then we'll write here rel is equals to style sheet, and we'll write here type is equals to text / CSS, and then we'll write here href is equals to style.css. So we have already created this style.css here. So we have linked this CSS file to our HTML document. Save it, and then we'll move to our CSS file and we'll start styling these elements now. So first we'll apply padding and margin to the whole HTML document. So for the whole HTML document we'll use the asterisk here, and inside this asterisk we'll write here padding, and we'll keep the value as 0. For margin also we'll keep the value as 0. So save it. So here you can see the padding and margin are 0, and you must have noticed the change here. The calculator is now a little bit compressed, right? You can check it through the inspect elements option as well. Next up we'll apply styling to the heading. So we don't have to do anything with the picture, although we can use the on mouse over and on mouse out events with the picture as well, but I'm not doing it for now. But you guys can do it, as we came across this topic in the previous video. So let's move ahead, and now we'll apply the style to heading. For that we have to use the class attribute in our HTML file. So if we go back to our HTML file, and you can see here with the heading, or we can say with the calculator or paragraph tag, we have the class attribute here, and the class is title. So we'll use this class attribute here, and we'll write here dot title. So let me guys first make changes to this particular element, then we'll discuss it. So we'll write here margin bottom is 10 pixel. We want the distance between the calculator and the heading as 10 pixel. Then we'll write here text align center. So this is pretty basic. Then we have font weight as bolder, and then we have font size as well. So we'll write here extra large. Then we have width of this particular element, and we know the default width is 300 pixels, so we'll write here 300 pixel, and then we'll use the color. So we want the color to be pure black for this heading, so we'll write here black, and we'll save it. So here you can see we have this heading in the center, and till now we haven't worked on the body of the calculator. So this calculator heading is done. We have the heading in the center. Now, these are the styling changes we made in the heading part. So we have used the margin bottom as 10 pixel and it will keep the heading 10 pixels away from whatever is present on the bottom side of the heading. Then we have aligned the text in the center of the division. Then we have the font weight as bolder, which will make the font bolder, and the font size is extra large. The width of the section is also equal to the width of the image we used. Then the font color is black, and we have seen the changes. Next up, we'll make style changes to our body tag and we'll put this calculator in the middle of the screen. Also, we will make changes to the font family as well of the whole calculator. Now we are making changes to the body of this HTML document, right? We want the calculator to be present at the center of the web page. So for that, we'll write here body. So we don't have any class, so we'll write here body because we want to make changes in the element. So for body, we'll write here width as 100 VW, height as 100 VH, display as flex, then we have justify content as center, then we have align items as center, then we have background color. So we can change the background color of the whole body. So we'll write here F1 F1 F1. So this is a little bit different from white, so we'll check it. Then we have font family as sans serif, right? So this VW and VH in width and height is the viewport width and viewport height. So this will take 100% of the viewport width and the height as well. Next up, we have used the display as flex and we have used the justify content and align content as the center. We did so in order to keep the calculator in the center of the web page. Then we use the background color as white. We can change the background color to any other color as well, but let's keep it simple this time. And lastly, we use the font family as sans serif. Save it, and here we have a calculator in the center of the web page. So let me zoom it for you guys. You can see here we have the calculator in the center of this web page. Now, next up, we'll work on the body of this calculator. So the body represents the display area and the buttons, right? Not the buttons, but this whole div tag inside which the buttons are present represents the calculator's body. So we'll use the class calculator to make changes here. For that, we'll write here inside the CSS file, we'll write here dot calculator, and inside this we'll write width. So we want the width to be default, which is 300 pixels. So we'll write here 300. Then we'll write padding bottom 15 pixel. So save it, and you can't see any changes for now, so we'll see it. Next up, we'll write here border radius, and the border radius will be, let's say, 7 pixel. We want the background color to be black for the calculator's body, so we'll write here background color black, and then we have box shadow. So we'll define inside this box shadow, we'll write here 5 pixel, 8 pixel, then 8 pixel and -2 pixel. So what we are doing is we are working on the shadow of this box, and then we'll write here RGBA. For red it will be 0, for green it will be 0, and for blue as well it will be 0, and then for alpha it will be 0.61. Fine. So this color is a bit different from black. Save it, and here you can see we have the calculator's body. So let me zoom it out a little bit. So here you can see we have the calculator's body. So this is the calculator's body, and we haven't worked on the display area and the buttons till now. So it will be fine after we'll work on the display area and buttons. Now, We have kept the width as 300, just like we did for the image and heading. So the background color is black and the box shadow is defined for this box as well. Next up, we'll work on the display area and then we'll move ahead to the keys. So let's work with the display area first. We'll write here display because we have used the class as display for our display. So inside this we'll write width as 100% of this calculator's body, and then we'll write here height. So height will be, let's say, 80 pixels. We can't write here 100% because we don't want the display area to be present within the whole calculator. So we want it to be this much only. So we'll write here 80 pixels. Save it, and the display area you can see here. We have the display area is 100% of this div tag. The width is 100% and the height is 80 pixels. And then we'll add another styling properties as well. So we don't want any border. So for border we'll write here none. And then for box sizing we'll write here border box. And then padding will be 10 pixel. So we want the text to be 10 pixel above the calculator's black part. And then we'll write here font size as XXL. So we'll write here extra large. And then we'll use the background color. So the background color is little bit grayish. So the code for that is CCCECC. So this is the color of a display area. Then we have the font color as black, and the text will be aligned. We want the text to be aligned at the right, so we'll write here right. So next up, what we want to do is we want the display to be a little bit curved from the top left and right corners, right? So for that we'll write here border top left radius will be 7 pixel and border top right radius will be 7 pixel, right? Save it, and you can see here we have a display area perfect now. We have curves from left and right side, from the top and left and top and right side. With this we are done with the display area as well. Next up we'll move on to the button part. Here we have a class named row for all the buttons, and then we have a class as operators for all the operators button, and then we have class as equals for the equal to button as well, right? So if we go back to our HTML file, what we'll do is we'll define two more classes. So for operators, like for addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, the class will be operators. So we'll copy it from here and we'll give it to almost each operator as well as the clear screen button. So we'll give it here as well. We'll give it to minus. We'll give it to addition as well. Save it. And for equals to, we have another class as equals. Fine. Save it. Let's move back to our CSS file, and firstly we'll use the class row for styling all the buttons. Similarly, then we'll use class operators and equals for making minor changes to those particular buttons, right? So first we'll use the button tag. So we'll write here button. So we'll make changes to each and every button with the help of this button element. We'll write here width as 50 pixel and height will also be 50. So we'll write here for height 50 pixel, and then we have border radius as 50% because we want our buttons to be circular, right? So we'll write here 50% the border radius. Then we'll write here for border, we don't want any border, so for border we'll write here none. And for outline also we don't want any outline as well, so we'll write here none. For font size, so let's say the font size we want is extra large. Fine. The background color for all the buttons will be white, and the font color for all the buttons will be black. So we'll write a white and black, and the font weight will be bold, and lastly the margin for each button will be 10 pixel. So save it, and here you can see a calculator information, right? So we can see here we have all the buttons circular in shape. We have 4 rows and all the buttons are circular in shape. If we compare this calculator to the original one, to the one which we are going to achieve later in this video, so you can see here both of them looks almost similar, right? We have all the buttons here, and next up what we'll do is we'll add some more styling to these buttons. So let's move ahead and we'll add hover effect to the buttons to help us change the mouse pointer when the user takes the cursor over any button. So if we go here inside this calculator, and you can see here on taking the mouse cursor over any button, the mouse cursor is changing here, right? But if we go back to this calculator, you can see there's no change in this particular calculator, right? So for that we have to write here button, and then we'll write here hover. So inside this we'll write here cursor as pointer. So save it, and if we take our cursor to any of these buttons, you can see the cursor is changing to pointer, right? So we are done with it. Next up, we'll use 2 more properties for each row, and our buttons are almost done with some part left, like the color and all. So we'll write here row, because we have defined the class as row for each row. So we'll write here display, and the display will be flex, and we'll justify content as space between. So save it, and here you can see both the calculators are now of similar size. There's no difference in these two calculators. Now we'll make changes to the colors of operator buttons and the equal to button. So for that we have 2 more classes, operator class and equals class. So we'll write here for the operator class. So we'll write here dot operator, and inside this we'll write here background color as, so we want the background color to be a little bit golden, or we can say it's different from yellow and golden. So we'll write here, we have particular code for this color. So we'll write here hash ff9500. So this is the code for this particular color. We'll save it, and the mistake is the class name is operators. Save it, and we have all the operators with this color. Next up we'll write here font weight as bold. Save it, and then we have color, font color as black. So it will be default as well, because these properties we have already defined in the button tag. Next up we have another class for the equal to button. So we'll write here dot equals, and inside this we want the background color to be a little bit on the grayish side. So for that the RGB code is 85, 84 and 84. So save it, and here you can see we have the equal to button in gray color. Next up we'll copy these 2 properties from here and we'll paste them here. Save it, and here you can see with this we are done with our calculator, and we have the calculator almost same. Suppose we compare this calculator with the final one, we can see we have the exact same calculator here, and the HTML and the CSS part is done. Now we are left with only one thing. The next thing we have to do is we have to add functionality to this calculator. So we have the body of a calculator, but if we try to click on these buttons, you can see nothing is happening over here. That's because we haven't added any functionality to a calculator yet. So let's move on to the JavaScript part, and we'll create certain functions here to add functionality to a calculator. Talking about the functioning of a calculator, we need 3 functions. One for the display area, one for the calculation part, and the last one is for the clear screen. That will be used when the user presses the clear screen button. This particular button, when the user will press, the screen will get cleared. The idea behind the working of the calculator is whatever button the user will press will be displayed on the display screen. Then we'll use the eval function to evaluate the expression we get from the display, and then the estimated value will be printed on the screen. So the last function will clear the screen again and can be used again for another calculation. So the concept is simple. Let's start with the programming part directly. And before that, what we'll do is we'll add this JavaScript file to a HTML document. So we'll write here script src is equals to script.js, type is equals to text / JavaScript. Save it, and we have connected the JS file to a HTML document. Now we are inside a JavaScript file. So the concept is simple. Let's start with the programming part directly. So we'll create a function for the display first, and that function will take the input from whatever will be there on the display screen. So we'll write here function display, and it will take a parameter as well, and then we have the body of this function. So here we are, and we have a function display with parameter value, and then we'll update the value present in the display box. So we'll use the onClick event first, and we'll display the value of these buttons on display. So for this, we'll go back to our HTML file and we'll use the onClick event there. So what we'll do is we'll write here onClick, and on clicking button 7 we'll call display function, and it will display something on the screen. So we'll write here 7, and similarly what we'll do is we'll copy this and we'll paste it for each button, right? So let me do it for you guys. We'll paste it here, then we'll paste it again and again for each button except the clear screen and equal button, right? So we'll write here 8, then for 9 it will display 9, and for plus it will display plus. Then we'll again paste it here for all the buttons. What we have to do is we have to keep one thing in mind: it won't work for equal and clear screen button. Apart from that, all the buttons will call this function on clicking. So we'll write here minus for minus operator. For 6 we'll write here 6, for 5 we'll write here 5, and for 4 we'll write here 4. We'll do this. Okay, we forgot to change the values here, so we'll change the values as well. So we'll write here 1, 2, 3, and then we'll paste the onClick event here, and we'll change the values here as well. So we'll write here 1, for 2 we'll write here 2, for 3 we'll write here 3, and for operators we'll write here asterisk. Then we'll do the same for onClick display 0, it will display 0. For division it will display division. Save it, and you can see nothing is displaying on the display area yet because we haven't added the functionality to the function display yet. So before moving on to the JavaScript file, let's add the ID attribute as well to the display area, because we are accessing the display area and we'll access that area with the ID attribute. So we'll write here ID, and the ID, let's say, will be ID1. So save it, and we'll move back to a JavaScript file now. Here inside this display function, we'll write here document dot get element by ID, and the ID is ID1. So we'll write here dot value plus is equals to val. So we'll discuss it what we did just now. So save it first, and if we click on any button now, you can see we have all the values in the display area now, right? So other buttons are not working yet. So if we click on this clear screen button, it won't work, or the equal to button either won't work now, because till now we haven't defined these functions. So this statement here, this document.get element by ID, ID1 dot value plus equals to val, this particular statement will use the ID attribute, and we have written here plus equals to. So basically what we are doing is we are appending any new value to the previous value present in the display area. So if we remove this plus here and save it now. So if we click on a button, let's say we are clicking on a button and we want to print 89 on the display area. But if we click on 9, you can see it's not appending, right? The values are overriding because we are using the equal to operator only, and the value will be assigned to display screen again and again. But if we want to append the value with the previous one, so we have to add plus here, and if we save it now, you can see now we can add as many numbers as we want to the display area. Right, now we have the expression present over here in the display area. So if we refresh it and let's say the expression is 87 plus 3, the next thing we want to do is to calculate the value of this expression. For that, we can either use the if-else statements, but then the code will go so long and complex, right? In order to solve this problem, JavaScript provides its user with a single function that can compute complex calculation in the blink of an eye. So today we'll use a function named eval. So this eval function will take any argument as a string and it will execute it. The string can be an expression, it can be a variable, it can be a statement or a sequence of statements as well. So we'll call a function solve on clicking the equal button to solve the expression written over the display area. So for that we'll move back to our HTML file, and here on the equal button what we'll do is we'll write here on click, and on clicking it will call the solve function. So save it and we'll move back to our JavaScript file and we'll declare a function here. We'll define a function. So we'll write here function solve, and then we have the body of this function. So let me cross check it. Yeah, it's solve. So inside this function solve, we'll take two variables. So let's say we have two variables, let x and y. So inside the x, we'll take whatever value present in the display screen. So we'll write here document dot get element by id. We'll write here id1. So we are taking the value present at the display screen. So we'll write here dot val. And what we'll do is now we have a variable x which holds the reference of the value present at the display screen. So we'll write here a single function. We'll write here eval, and then inside this eval we'll write x. So with this we are done with the calculation part. Next up what we have to do is we have to assign this display screen the value present at y, because now we have the answer, right? We have the answer to a particular calculation. So what we'll do is we'll write here document dot get element by id. The id is id1, and we'll write here dot value. We are updating the value, so we'll write here dot value is equals to y. So the value present at y will be assigned to the display screen, to the element with id as id1 basically. So save it, and if we write here 86 plus 4, and if we click on this equal button, okay, so we have to write here dot value, save it now, and if we write here 86 plus 4, you can see the answer is 90. The mistake was here, we have written val here instead of value, so it's working fine. Now next up what we have to do is we have to clear the display screen on clicking this C button, right? So first we'll use this function. We'll create another function for function clear screen, and then we'll use this function with the on click event inside the button C, right? So we'll go back to our HTML file. We'll write here on click, and inside this we'll write, let's say CLR. Our function name is CLR. So what we'll do is we'll define another function here. We'll write here function CLR, and what we'll do is to clear the display area we have to provide empty space to this area, right? So for that we have to write here, we have to again use document dot get element by id. The id is id1 for the display area, dot value is equals to, the value will be empty space, right? So this single statement will clear the display area and our calculator is finally ready. So save it, and if you can see here, we'll write here 89 and then we'll press C. So you can see on clicking the C, the display area is going blank again. And if we write here, let's say 58 plus 2 is equals to 60. So we have the correct answer as well. And on clicking the C button, the display area goes blank again. Right. So let's start using this calculator. Any expression we'll write inside the display area will get evaluated and we'll have the answer in the same display as well. So let's try. So we'll write a bit complex equation here. So we'll write here, let's say 74 into 3 plus 55 divided by 5. So the answer will be, first it will divide 55 by 5, then it will multiply 74 and 3, and then it will show the answer. So if we press this equal button, so you can see the answer is 233, right? So this calculator is working totally fine. You can check the answer by yourself as well. So this is how we can create a basic calculator in JavaScript, and you guys saw it in today's video. The benefits of using JavaScript is JavaScript provides the user with so many such functions like the eval function, making the daily life of a programmer easy and exciting. We have been discussing specific methods of accessing an element for the past few videos. Now today we are going to discuss something different. Before going deep into this topic, let's recall events in JavaScript. So the simple definition of an event states that something that happens. So when we manipulate an HTML document in JavaScript, we try to do something on the web page, right? So several events take place on a website, like the user hovers over a specific element or clicks on an element, or pressing a key in the website can also refer to events. Or we can say submitting a form or playing a video also refers to the same thing. So we are using the onClick event for the past few videos, wherein we discussed that a specific task would be performed on clicking a particular button. What we did was we were just calling a function by clicking a button in HTML. So clicking a button is also an event, right? And the function that will be called upon clicking the button is known as event handler, because that function is basically asking the computer to perform a particular task on clicking the button. So like the onClick event, we have some more exciting events present in HTML, which helps us make a web page more interactive and responsive as well. So we can do it with the help of JavaScript. So we'll go through two such events today, the onMouseOver event and the onMouseOut event. So the onMouseOver event will perform a task when the user takes the mouse cursor on that element. Similarly, the onMouseOut event also performs a task when the user takes the mouse cursor away from that element. So for example, let's suppose we have an image present in our web page and we want to change the size of that image when the user takes the mouse cursor over that image. And the image should get back to its previous size when the user takes away the cursor. So what's basically happening is when the user is taking its mouse over the image or picture, the picture size will increase, and on taking the mouse cursor away from the image, the size will get back to its default size. So let's do it once and we'll see how these events work within an HTML document. So first of all, let's add an image to the HTML file. We'll use the img tag for that, and we'll have to provide the path for the image, right? So we'll write here in a HTML file, we'll add an image here. So we'll write here img, and then we have to provide the source, and the images are stored inside the images folder in this system. So we'll write here the image name. So we have provided the path here. Next up, what we'll do is we'll use the alt attribute. So we'll write here in the alt, we'll write here simply code. Fine. Save it. And here you can see we have an image over a browser, but the image size is quite large, right? So we'll limit the size of this image using the width property. So what we'll do is we'll write here width, and let's say the width of the image will be 250 pixels. Save it. And now you can see we have an image over here. The image is in its normal size. So this is the image. So we have this image over here, and next thing what we are going to do is we are going to increase the size of this picture on taking the mouse cursor over this image. So what will happen is when we take our mouse cursor here, the picture size will increase. So for that we have to use the on mouse over property, or we can say the on mouse over event. So what we'll do is we'll write here on mouse over, and we'll call a function on taking the mouse cursor over this image. So we'll write here change size. So we'll declare it in a JavaScript file, and we'll call this function on taking the mouse cursor over this picture. So next thing we are going to do is we are going to move to our JavaScript file, and we'll define this change size function there. So let's go to the JavaScript part. We'll go to a JS file and we'll write here, we'll declare a function first. So we'll write here function change size, and then we have the body of this function. So we can do it without taking any variable. Like in the previous videos we were taking a variable to store the reference of the ID attribute. So this time we are going to use the document.getElementById, but we are not going to use a separate variable for storing the reference. So we'll write here document.getElementById, and we haven't provided the ID yet. So let's do one thing. Let's move back to a HTML file, and we'll use the ID attribute here as well inside the img tag. We'll write here ID. Let's say the ID is img1. Fine. Save it, and we'll write here inside the JS file, we'll give the ID here as well. So we have the ID as img1. Save it, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the style property with this document.getElementById method. So we'll write here dot style, and then we'll write here dot width, and then we'll specify the width. So we'll write here the width as, let's say, 500 pixels. The default width is 250 pixels, right? So save it, and let's see if it's working fine or not. So here is the image on the browser, and we'll take the mouse cursor over the image, and you can see the change in the size of this picture. So JavaScript makes it easy to do such tasks. Now you might have noticed that the image's size remains the same once the user takes the mouse cursor away from the image, right? So the image size is changed. Let me zoom out a little bit so it will be easy for you guys. So what we'll do is we'll refresh this page, and here you can see on taking the mouse cursor over this image, the change in the size of this particular picture. So now the image size is 500 pixel. Now the image size is not getting back to its original size. Like what we did was we used the on mouse over event, and the image size is changing, and that's working totally fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the on mouse out event, and what will happen is the image size will get back to its default size, like which is the 250 pixel. So for that we'll use another function. So first we have to use the on mouse out event here. So we'll write here on mouse out, and we have to create another function. So we'll write here change size to. So this will be a function name. Save it, and here we have to create another function in the JavaScript file. So we'll write here function change size, and the function name is change size to. Then we have the body of this function, and we'll use the document.getElementById method. The ID is same, which is img1, and then we are going to use the style property again, and this time we'll specify the width as 250 pixel. So this is the default size of our image. Save it. So what we did is we created a function that will be called when the user takes away the mouse cursor from the picture, and the image size will be changed to 250 pixels, which was the initial size of the image. So save it, and now you can see here on the browser the image size is changing on taking the mouse cursor over the image. The image size is 500 pixel now, and on taking the mouse cursor away from the image is getting back to its default size, right? So you can see the change here. So this is how we can use these events to make a web page more interactive and attractive as well. Next up, we'll go through another example wherein we will change the image on the mouse over event, and the default image will be shown on taking the cursor away from the image. So this image will change on taking the mouse cursor over it, and again it will get back to the default image on taking the mouse cursor away from the image. So guys, here's the code for the same, and what will happen is the image will change on taking the mouse cursor over it and gets back to the default on taking the cursor away. So guys, the HTML part will remain the same, wherein we use the img tag to add an image, and then we have two functions, one for the on mouse over and another for the on mouse out event. So in the JavaScript file, we defined the two functions here. So you can see the function 1 is change image and the function 2 is change image 2. So what's happening is we are using the getElementById method again, and this time we are using the src attribute, and what we are doing is we are changing the source of image. Like we are using here the Simplilearn.png. So this is our image saved in the particular folder inside the images folder, and in the next function what we are doing is we are again changing the image to the default image. So we have used the simplicode.png image here. So what will happen is the default image will be replaced by this image when this function is called, and the other function here will again replace the new image with the default one. So let's take a look at the output and save it. So here you can see on taking mouse cursor over this image, you can see the change. So this is the image we want to change. So on taking the mouse cursor away from this image, you can see the image gets back to the default one. You can see the image is changing and it's quite responsive and attractive. So this is how we can use these events in JavaScript. Functions in JavaScript are a block of code that is used to perform a specific task. We use functions for different purposes, right? Whether it be a button click or we want to zoom out our image by taking the mouse cursor over it, we use functions for all these tasks. In JavaScript, we can use functions as objects. At the same time, we can pass objects to functions as parameters, right? So similarly, we can also pass a function inside another function. If I take you through the programming part of this concept, the syntax will be like, we'll go to a JavaScript file, and the syntax will be like, we'll declare a function. Let's say the function is function ABC. Then here we'll pass a parameter. Let's say we are passing call as parameter for this function ABC. Next up, what we'll do is we'll call this function inside this function ABC. Now, what we did here is really simple. We created a function ABC, right? Next up, we passed a function call as a parameter to this function. And then we also called this function inside the function ABC. So this syntax is valid in JavaScript, and also this particular code here is known as the callback function in JavaScript. So if we talk about the definition of callback function, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument, and that particular function will get executed later in the program. Now, you guys might have heard in the previous videos that JavaScript is a single-threaded language, or JavaScript works over a single statement at a time, or we can say JavaScript works in a particular top to bottom order. So if we talk about the sequence in which JavaScript actually works while coding, so let's take an example for this and we'll see the sequence in which JavaScript will work. So what we'll do is we'll comment this code and we'll start writing our new code here. So let's suppose we have three functions in a single program. So let's say we have a function as function 1, and then we have two more functions. So let's say the second function is function 2, and then we have function 3 as well. Now, if we write something inside these functions, so we'll execute the program, and what will happen is all the three functions will be executed sequentially. So let's try to do it first. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body of function 1. So let's say we are using console.log, and inside this we'll print function 1 on calling this particular function. So we'll do the same for other two functions as well. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here and here as well. So for function 2 it will print function 2, and for function 3 it will print function 3. So let's save it, and before checking the output, so what we'll do is we'll call these functions as well. So let's say we are calling function 1, then function 2, and then finally function 3. Right, everything we have done till now is quite understandable, and we have 3 functions here, and all the 3 functions will get executed in the sequence in which we call them. So here in this case we have called function 1 first, followed by function 2 and function 3. So let's check the output, save it, and we'll open the console in the browser. So we'll right click here, go to inspect elements, and here you can see we have a console here. So here you can see we have the output as function 1, function 2 and function 3. So we have the output in sequence. We called function 1 first, so we have the output as function 1. What if we call function 3 before function 2? So we'll cut this from here and we'll paste function 2 after function 3. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as function 1, then function 3 and then function 2. So JavaScript will execute these functions in the order in which we call them. Right, now what if we use the set timeout function with function 1? So let's try to do it first. So instead of calling function 1 alone here, we'll write here set timeout. Then we have to pass 2 parameters here. One is the function name, so 1 is the function name here, and we'll write here the time. So time here will be in milliseconds. So 2000 milliseconds here represents 2 seconds. This means that the function will be called after 2 seconds. Right. So this set timeout function will call function 1 after a specific period of time, that is in this case 2 seconds. What will happen is JavaScript will start executing all the functions, and the system will find out that there is a timer with function 1. So in this case, the system will leave this particular function on execution and will move ahead and execute other functions. So function 1 will be executed automatically after 2 seconds. So let's check the output, save it, and you can see here we have function 3 and 2 over here, and function 1 will be executed after some time. So I hope you guys got this. Here we have used the set timeout method, and function 1 will be executed after 2 seconds. Now let's consider a scenario where we have only 2 functions. Let's say we have function 1 and function 2. So let's remove this function 3, and we are left with only 2 functions. So let's say we have function 1 and function 2 now. Now what we want is we want to execute these 2 functions, but we have certain conditions. So the first condition is function 1 will use the set timeout method and it will be executed after 3 seconds. And the second condition is function 2 will get executed only after function 1 executes. So till now what we have seen is if we are using these 2 functions and if we are using the set timeout method with function 1, what is happening is JavaScript will keep this function on execution and it will execute this function till then. So what we want is we want to execute function 2 only after the execution of function 1. This is where the concept of callback functions comes into play. So we have to ask the computer to execute function 2 only after function 1 is done. So let me write this same code in another way. We'll use the set timeout method within function 1. So what we have to do is we have to change it here to 1. We'll call function 1 from here, and inside this function 1 what we'll do is we'll write here set timeout, then we'll pass the first argument as function, and then inside the body of this function we'll write this console log. Fine, and we have to pass 2 parameters here, right? So the next parameter will be the time. So time here will be 3000 seconds. So here we are, and we are done with our set timeout function. Now this is another way of using the set timeout method in JavaScript. So what we did here is we have passed the function here as an argument, and then we have the body of function 1 inside the set timeout function. What we want to do next is we want to execute function 2 once function 1 is completed. So before that, let's do one thing. Let's check if it is working fine or not. So we'll save it, and here you can see we have function 2 executed before function 1. Right, so it's working totally fine. Now what we want to do is we want function 2 to execute only after function 1 is done. Right, so let me tell you a shortcut for that, guys. It's not callback functions, but it's kind of same thing. It will do the same thing as the callback functions, but it is a different concept. So what we have to do is we have to cut this function 2 from here, and we have to call this function inside here, inside the set timeout method. So we'll paste it here, and we have to call function 2 inside the set timeout method. So save it. And now if we wait for 3 seconds, and here you can see we have both the functions, function 1 and 2 executed on time. So both the functions are executed after 3 seconds. And this is not callback functions, but this is a shortcut for that. What happened here is when function 1 is being executed, the system came to know that the function 2 is called inside the set timeout method. So what will happen is it will first execute the set timeout method, and then it will execute the function 2. So what we did just now is not callback functions, but the functioning of a callback function is also the same. This is the same thing we'll do with callback functions, but the syntax will be different. Now, by the definition of the callback function that we came across earlier, it states that a callback function is a function that is passed to another function as an argument. So keep your focus on this word argument, and that particular function will be executed later. That function which we passed as argument will be executed later. So here in this definition, later means once the system is done with the first function, or we can say the primary function, it is now free to perform function 2, or the secondary function, or the callback function we can say. So we have kept it on hold till now. So let's take an example of that as well. What we'll do is we'll create a function and we'll pass an argument inside this function. The value will be provided while calling the function. So let's do one thing first. Let's comment this code and we'll write a new code here. So we'll create a function. Let's say a function is function person, and we'll pass an argument here. So let's say the argument is friend. Fine. Next up, we'll work on the body of this function. What we'll do is we'll again use console.log and we'll print something. So let's say we'll write here my friend's name is, and then we'll use the plus operator with the value of friend. So we'll write here friend, and with this we are done with our function person. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write here function person 2, and we don't have to pass any argument here. So inside the body of this function, we'll again use console.log and we'll write here my name is Kaushal. Fine. So next up, what we have to do is we have to call these functions, right? So we'll write here person, and inside this we have to pass the value. So let's say the value here is simply code. That's fine. Next up, we'll call person2 and we'll save this program. So on saving this program, you can see we have the output as my friend's name is simply code. So if you want me to zoom it, you can see here now. Here it says my friend's name is simply code, and the second function says my name is Kaushal. Right. So this program is working totally fine. This is a basic program wherein we created two functions. And now what we want to do is we want the function person2 will get executed after function person. So for that we have to pass function 2 as an argument in the function person. So we'll change the code. We'll pass this function person2 as an argument. So we'll write here person2. We don't have to use brackets here, so because we are passing it as an argument. Now we did it, we passed this function as an argument. The next step is to tell the function person about it, right? We have to pass another argument in the function. So we have to tell this first function that we also have another function which will get executed after this particular function. So we'll write here, we can use any name, we can use another name for that, or we can use the same name as of function person2. So we'll write here person2, and then what we have to do is we have to call this person2 function after this, right? Now we are done with this code. Now we are done with a callback function. Here in this case, this function person2 is known as the callback function. So save it now. And okay, what we have to do is we have to remove this line from here. So save it now. Here you can see we have the output totally correct. We have the output as my friend's name is Simplicode and my name is Kaushal. Now we are done with almost everything. We are done with the callback functions, but you might not see any change in the output, right? To witness the change, what we have to do is we have to use the set timeout method again, because we want this function to execute only after function person. So what we have to do is we have to write here inside function person, we'll write here set timeout, and then we have to write here function, and then inside the body we'll do the same. We'll cut these two brackets from here and we'll paste them here, and inside here we have to write the time. So let's say the time is 3000. Fine. Now what we did is we use the set timeout method with function person, and inside the body it will print my friend's name is, and the friend's name is Simplicode, and it will be executed after 3 seconds, right? So let's save it and we'll count for 3. 1, 2 and 3. So here is the code. You can see here the output says my friend's name is Simplicode and my name is Kaushal. So this is working totally fine. So this is how the concept of callback functions in JavaScript works. We'll see more about callback functions in the upcoming videos. The word promise seems a bit familiar. We make promises regularly, right? If I say I promise you that we'll cover everything on promises in this video. Now, this promise that I made can only have two possible outcomes. Either the promise will be fulfilled or resolved, or we can say the promise can be failed or rejected. The promise will be resolved if we'll cover everything on promises in this video. But if I left out some topic or there is any subtopic within promises which we forgot to cover in this video, that will be a failed promise, or we can say a rejected one. Now, there is another term in between these terms, that is pending. Pending is the time in which the system works on the promise. So just remember these terms as you may hear them during an interview. So let's move on. Talking about a proper definition of promises, we can say that a promise is an object which will produce value sometimes. It either gives us a value or an error with a proper reason. There is no specific definition for promises in JavaScript. You will understand the topic much better while working on the syntax. So let's move ahead and we'll go through a simple example first to understand a promise in JavaScript. As we mentioned earlier that a promise is an object. So what we have to do first is to take a variable and declare an object. So for that we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here. We'll take a variable, let's say a variable name is prom, and we'll write here new promise. So this statement here is a promise. We have an object named prom. Next up, this promise will take a callback function. We have already discussed the concept of callback functions in the previous video. So if you haven't watched that video yet, I recommend you to watch it. So a callback function is a function passed to another function as an argument. Remember, so we'll write here inside this object, we'll write here function. And now this callback function here will have two arguments, one to resolve and another for the reject. That's because we can have only two possibilities in a promise, right? Either it can be rejected or it can be resolved. So we'll write here resolve, and then after a comma we'll write here reject. Fine. Then we'll have the body of this function. So this is how a promise will look like. You can change the name of these arguments. Instead of resolve or reject, you can write here anything, but we have kept it simple for now so that it will be easy to understand. Next up, let's use a simple condition here. Let's take the example of driving a car. Fine. What we'll do is we'll take a variable drive and we'll check if the user learned how to drive a car. If yes, then the promise is fulfilled. Otherwise, the promise is rejected. So let's do it here. We'll write here where drive, and let's set the value of this drive as true for now. let's say the user learned how to drive a car. So next up what we'll do is we'll use the if-else conditional statement to call any one of the two functions. We can either call resolve or reject, right? So we'll write here if, and the condition will be drive. So if we left it with drive here, it will check for if drive is equals to true, right? So we'll call the function resolve if the condition holds true, and then we'll use the else statement. For else we'll write here else, and then we'll write here reject. Fine. Any value other than true will call the reject function here. So what we did here was an easy task. We know that the value for the variable drive is true. So in this case, the resolve function will be called. If we set this value of variable drive to false, then the function reject will be called. The next part of the program is to execute this promise. So this will be the longer part, as we have to use two methods here. So for that, the syntax will start with the promise name, and then we'll use the dot operator. So let me do it here. We'll write here prom, and then we'll use the dot operator. Next up, we'll use the then keyword. So this then keyword, or it is a method actually. It is called when the method is resolved or when the promise is resolved. So we have another method for the rejection of promises that we'll discuss afterwards. So we'll write here prom dot then. Now this is a method, so we will use brackets here. When this method is called, it means that the promise is resolved. We'll use a callback function within this method. So we'll write here function, and then we'll use the resolve function here. So we'll write here resolve. Fine. And then we'll have the body for resolve. So this is how the execution will look like for promises. And on filling the promise, there will be a statement printed on the console. So it will be like, we'll write here console.log, and we'll write here something. So let's say we are writing here resolve, and let's say the user knows how to drive. Fine. So we'll write here this. Now we are done with the part in which the promise will be fulfilled. One thing I forgot to mention here is we have to pass this resolve here. So whatever value we'll write here will be shown in console. So let's say we are writing here for true value, we'll write here yes. Fine. Now if we save this program and check for the output, we'll get the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. We can check it. So let's save it. And here you can see in the console, we have the output as yes, the user knows how to drive. Let me put a space here. So let's save it now. Now it's clearly visible. So it says yes, the user knows how to drive. So this is working fine. Now the next part will be for the condition if the promise gets rejected. So just like we had the then method for resolving the promise, similarly we have one more method for the rejection part. So for the rejection part, we have the catch method. So we have to chain this method here only after the then method. So we'll come here and we'll write dot catch, and the rest of the syntax will remain same. So we'll write here function, and then we'll call reject. Then we'll have the body of this reject part, and we'll write here inside this console.log, and we'll write here reject plus the user does not know how to drive. Fine. The catch method uses the reject function, and the output will be no, the user does not know how to drive. So before that we'll have to pass an argument here. So we'll write here no and save it now. So for now it says yes, the user knows how to drive. To check for the reject method, we have to set the value of variable drive as false. So let's change the value here. Let's say we are using false here. Now save it, and you can see here the output says no, the user does not know how to drive. Fine. So this is working totally fine. Now You guys might be thinking that this program we just did is so easy. We could have done it with if-else conditional statements. Then why are we using promises for this? The syntax is extended and we have to remember a lot of terms and methods for a promise, right? The good part is this was just an example to make you understand the syntax of promises in JavaScript. Next up, we'll go through an example wherein we'll discuss the dependency of promises as well. So let's move ahead, and in this example, what we'll do is we'll create 3 separate functions. Let's suppose we want to learn promises in JavaScript. But for that, we must know about the concept of functions and callback functions in JavaScript. Then only we can go through promises. So what we'll do is we'll create 3 functions in which the current function will depend upon the previous function. If the user knows about functions, he can go through callback functions. And if the user knows both functions and callback functions, he is good to go for promises. So let me take you through the code, guys. So here's the code. We have 3 functions. The first one is for functions topic. So this functions is the topic. Similarly, we have callback and promises as well. So the first function is for the functions topic. And if the user is done with functions in JavaScript, then he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So we have 3 different promises for each function, right? So each function here, like the first function, returns a promise. Right. Similarly, all the 3 functions are returning a promise. Here we are directly resolving it. We don't need to wait for the user to learn functions completely. Otherwise, we can use here the reject function as well. For now, we are just resolving it, which means that the user learned functions in JavaScript already. The same goes for callback functions and promises as well. Next up, what we have to do is we have to execute the promise that once the user is done with functions, he can move on to callback functions and then to promises. So for that, we have to execute promise like this only. But the syntax will be different. So let me show you guys. So here is the code for that as well. What we did here is we use the first function here. So functions is our first function. And on resolving, we called the function callback with the result. And we did the same thing again for a callback. On resolving the callback function, it will call the promises function. And finally, it will print this good to go message on the console with the previous messages returned by the resolve method. So we are basically working on the dependency of promises in JavaScript. Now let's save this program and we'll check the output on the console. So save it, and here you can see it on the console. It says good to go, and then it says learned functions, learned callback functions, good to go for promises in JavaScript. Now, this same program can be done with the help of callback functions as well, but the code will be so confusing because we have to nest all these functions inside a single function, and then it will be a mess, right? The code with promises is clean. You can see here the code is clean. All we had to do here was to create functions, then return promises on call, and then we can execute those promises with their dependency. So this is how promises in JavaScript actually works. Now, we have been using functions in almost every video since we came across this topic, whether it be DOM manipulation or using an event in JavaScript. Functions are everywhere, right? So this concept of arrow functions is just a change in the syntax of declaring and defining a function. So let's go through the concept of functions in JavaScript quickly so that it will be easy to change the syntax later. What we'll do is we'll create a function with multiple parameters, and then we'll create another function with no parameter at all. So we know these concepts already. So let's write the code here. So we'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write code here. So we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func1, and then this function have 2 parameters, a and b. Now this function will return something, so we'll write here return. Let's say this returns a plus b. Fine. Now the code we wrote here is to find the sum of 2 numbers, right? We'll pass the 2 numbers as arguments while calling the function. So let's check on the console once if the code is working fine or not. So we'll save it, move back to the browser, go to inspect, and then we'll go to our console and we'll write here function name, and then we'll pass certain parameters, right? So let's say the parameters we are passing are 15 and 25. So the output we are expecting is 40, and the output is correct. We have the output as 40. You can see here we have the output as 40 here. So this function is working totally fine. Next up, we'll create another function first, and then we'll move to the arrow function syntax. So for the second function, we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is func2, and this function will have no parameters at all, right? So let's say this function prints something on the console, right? So we'll write a console.log, and then let's say this function prints welcome to Simply Code. We are done with it. So let's do one thing. We'll call this function here. We'll write here func2. Calling the function is pretty easy. We can do the same thing here as well. So let's save it and check the output. Here you can see we have the output as welcome to Simply Code in our console. So this is how we were using functions till now. The simple syntax for functions, right? So let's move on to the concept of arrow functions. Now this function over here has two parameters, right? This function has parameters A and B. And what we'll do is we'll change the syntax of this function, and the new syntax will be more simple once you get used to it. So let's write the newer syntax just below the previous one. We don't need the function keyword with arrow functions. So all we have to do is we have to take a variable. So let's do it first. So let's say we have a variable where arrow1. Fine. So this is our variable. This statement is simple. We have a variable named arrow1, and this will be the function name. So arrow1 will be the function name as well, right? When we use the function keyword in traditional syntax of functions, it automatically creates a variable with the function name. Here we have to declare the variable by ourselves. Next up, we have two parameters here, A and B. As you can see here, we have A and B. We'll write the parameters within parentheses now. So what we have to do is we have to write parameters. So let's say the parameters are A and B for this function as well. So these are the parameters. We have to write them within parentheses. Now we'll use an arrow that actually makes this variable a function. Now this is the main concept. To create an arrow, what we have to do is we have to write equals to, and then we have to write this. So this is the arrow mark which makes this whole statement a function. And then we'll write the body of the function. So the body of function will remain same. So we'll copy the body from here and we'll paste it here. So this function here, this function arrow1 here is the same as function func1, and the output will be the same. This arrow function here has only one line here. So the advantage provided by arrow functions in this case is quite helpful. What we can do is we can make this function a one-liner. If we remove this return keyword and the curly braces here, so we can remove these curly braces as well. What we have to do is we have to make this function a one-liner, right? So there will be no difference now. So this is how the arrow function for this traditional function looks like. Now both the functions will return the sum of two numbers. The only difference is in syntax. Let's check the output for the arrow function as well. So what we'll do here is we'll save this program and we'll go to a console. So let's do one thing. We'll call func1 first, and the parameters let's say are 5 and 15, and then we'll call the arrow function with the same parameters. So we'll write here arrow 5, 15. Now we have the output as 20 in both the cases, right? So these two functions are working similarly. These two functions are same. The only difference is in the syntax. Next up, we have another simple function here, and what we want to do here is to convert this traditional function into an arrow function. Right, now we are talking about function func2. So let me comment this first function here. What we'll do is we'll comment this, and now we are good to go. So we have function func2 here. Now what we'll do is we'll create an arrow function for this function. So we'll write here, let's say we are writing here where arrow2, and then we have no parameters, so empty parenthesis, and then we have the arrow operator. So the body will remain the same. We'll copy the body from this function and we'll paste it here. Now we have used empty parentheses here because we don't have any arguments here. Let's try to run this code. We'll call the function here only. So for this we have to write here arrow2 and we are good to go. So save it, and the output we are expecting is welcome to Simplicode twice because we are calling func2 as well, right? So save it, and here you can see the output is welcome to Simplicode. Let's change something here. So what we'll do is for arrow function we'll write here Simplilearn. Fine. So save it now, and here you can see we have the output as welcome to Simplicode and welcome to Simplilearn. Let me zoom it for you if it's not visible. So here you can see the first output for func2, it says welcome to Simplicode, and for arrow2 it says welcome to Simplilearn. That's working fine. Now before we wrap up this video, let me tell you another benefit of using arrow functions. So we already discussed that we don't need to use the return keyword if we are writing a one-liner function. Similarly, if we have a single parameter, we don't need any parentheses. We'll create another function here. So let's say we are writing here var arrow3, and let's say it has only a single parameter as new name. Fine. Then we'll use the arrow operator, and then inside the body of this we'll write here console.log, and then we'll write here hey there plus the name provided by us in the argument. So now we are good to go. This function here will give us the output as hey there, and then whatever name we'll pass while calling the function. So let's check it. Let's call this function as well. So let's say we are writing here arrow3, and the name let's say will be Kaushal. Save it, and here you can see it says hey there Kaushal for arrow function 3. So this is also working fine. And I hope you guys are now clear with the arrow functions in JavaScript. It's not essential to use arrow functions everywhere, but now that we are clear with promises and callback functions, it will be good to write minimum code, and the arrow function will help you with that. Now, have you guys ever heard about validation or pattern matching in JavaScript? We come across these terms when we hear about passwords mostly, right? So we say that we can use the if-else statement to match if the user's password matches with the one we already have. For that, we write if password is equals to some sort of string or characters, and then we see if the password matches, we'll let the user enter, otherwise the entry will be denied. So we are discussing all that because regular expressions are objects used to perform pattern matching. Or if we want to search for something in a string, or even if we want to replace something from a string, we can do it all with regular expressions. So we'll go through the syntax for regular expressions and some more important things about regular expressions in JavaScript. So regular expressions are present in almost every programming language. It's not limited to JavaScript only. And the concept remains the same everywhere. The syntax may differ a bit between different languages, but the logic behind them will always be the same. The name might be a little bit confusing, but the reality is entirely different. They are pretty easy to use, and if you understand the basics clearly, you'll face no problem while working on advanced topics. So let's go through the regular expressions before we move on to validations using regular expressions in JavaScript. So let's understand the concept entirely so that it will be easy for you guys in further videos. So consider a scenario where we have a string and we want to find a particular word in that string. Or we can say we are in a static website. I hope you guys are aware of the term static, where we have the search option to find some word in the entire HTML document. We have to write the word in the search box and it will return us the location of that word in the HTML file or in the website, right? What we'll do now is we'll use a word and we'll find that word in a string. We'll make some changes to that word with the help of several functions used along with regular expressions in JavaScript. So the syntax for regular expressions goes like this. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll take a variable here. So let's say the variable is var regex, and we use 2 forward slashes for it. Generally we use the double slash for comments, but it will be recognized as a regular expression in JavaScript if we write something inside these double slashes. So let's say we are writing something here. Let's say we write here hello. Now this word hello is present inside the variable regex, and this word needs to be searched in a string. So let's use a string as well. So for that we'll write here where, let's say the string name is str1. Let's say we are writing here welcome to a YouTube channel, full stop. Say hello if you are new here. Fine. So let's say this is the string we have. Now this string contains the word hello in it. All we have to keep in mind is to add the main keyword in the string for now. Moving ahead, what we want to do is we want to find this word in the string, right? We want to find this hello word in the string. So next up we'll go through certain essential functions which we use with regular expressions, and we'll see the functioning of these essential functions. The first function is the exec function. So let me write here, guys. This is the first function, exec function. Now this function returns an array if the word is present in the string. Otherwise it will return null if the word is not present in the string. The syntax is pretty straightforward. All we have to do is to use the exec function with the variable that contains the regular expression. Now in this case the word regex contains the regular expression. We have to use it with the function, and the string name will be passed as a parameter to this function. So let's write the syntax here and it will be easy for you guys. So let's comment it out and we'll write here, let's say we are taking another variable var output. We'll write here the variable name dot function name. We'll write here exec, and the string will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is the syntax. Now this output variable over here will have an array, and the array will return the index number of the word hello in the string. Fine. So let's print this array on the console, and we'll write here console.log output. Fine. Save it and open the console. So we'll move to a browser and we'll open console here. See here we have an array, and if we click on this array we can see that we have the word hello at index 36. So if we count from here, and the counting should start from 0 because array index always starts from 0. So at index 36 we can find that hello is over here. And so it will return the index of this particular word. Now if we write here something else other than hello, let's say we are writing here 2. Save it now, and you can see here we have 2 present at index 8. So if we count from here we can see that 2 is present at index 8. So this is working totally fine. Now another scenario is if we write here 2 with a capital T. Save it now, and you can see here the output is null. Why so? Because regular expressions in JavaScript are case sensitive. Case sensitive means it differentiates between the capital letters and small letters. Fine. But the good part is we can make them in case sensitive as well. So all we have to do is we have to use a modifier. A modifier is actually used to make modifications in the search. So what we have to do is we have to write here in the beginning, we have to write a single letter, and in this case we'll write here I, because this modifier will tell the system that there will be no problem with the case sensitivity of the word now. It will work fine, and if we save this program we can see we have the output as index 8. Now if we change this string and we'll write here something other than this, so we'll write here HELLO, but the 3 letters of this word are capital letters. So save it now, and you can see we have the output as index 36. So this is working fine. Now one last situation is if we write here more than one hello in a single string. So if we write here hello and welcome to our YouTube channel. Now there are 2 hello words present in a single string. Save it, and you can see we have the word hello at index 0. So it will return the first hello word in the string. Now if we want to get access of the second hello, and if we write here this piece of code again, what we are expecting is we are expecting it to give us the index of second hello as well, but it will not happen. Save it, and you can see it will give the index of first hello twice. You can see here we have index as 0 in both the arrays, right? So it will not work. Now the solution to this problem is modifiers again. What we have to do is we have to use another modifier here. Now we have to write here the letter G and save it. Now this is returning null because we have the string wrong here. So we have to write here hello because we have removed the in case sensitive modifier. Save it now, and you can see we have both the hello words with indexes as 0 and 46 respectively. So this global modifier tells the system that the word is now global, and if you find the word once and the user tries the exec function again, then the second time you should return the index value of the second word. So this is how it actually works. Now the following function we are going to discuss is a pretty simple one, the test function. Now this function returns either true or false, nothing else. This function checks for a particular word, that if the word exists in a string, then it will return true, otherwise false. It will not return the index value or some sort of other things. It deals with the boolean value only, that is true or false. So that's it for the function. Let's see how this function works actually. So what we'll do is we'll mention here this test function and we'll comment this piece of code so that there will be no confusion. We'll comment it out. Now we'll go through the syntax of this test function. The syntax is pretty easy. We'll use the output variable again and we'll write here variable name dot function name, and the string name will be passed as a parameter. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this on a console. Fine. So this is the syntax for test function. Save it, and here you can see in the console that for the word hello it returns true. If we change this word here to something else, like if we write here hi instead of hello, save it, and you can see the output is changed to false because hi is not there inside a string, right? Because hi does not exist according to this string. So this is how the test function actually works. Now one more thing I want to mention here about the test function is if we write here some part of a word, not the whole word but some part. So let's say if we write here ELL, now this is the part of hello word. Now what if we save this? You can see the output here is true. That's because the test function checks for every letter, and if it finds these three letters in any word, it will return true in that case as well. Fine. Next up, we have another function to use with the regular expressions in JavaScript. Now the next function's name is match function. I'll write it here. First I'll comment these two statements, and then I'll write here the name of this function. So the name is match. Now this match function returns an array of results, otherwise null. The syntax for this function is exactly opposite from the previous functions because we'll pass the regular expression as a parameter to this function now, and the function will be used along with the string. So it is completely opposite to the syntax we used for the previous two functions. So we'll write here for this, we'll use the output variable again. We'll write here where output, and instead of regex we'll use it with the string. So we'll write here str1.match, and the variable name will be passed as a parameter. Fine. So this is how the syntax for match function looks like. It's exactly opposite to the syntax we used for previous two functions. The next line will remain the same. We'll write here console.log and we'll print output on a screen. Fine. Now we have to do one more thing here. What's that is, we have to remove this modifier from here and we have to write here hello. So save it, and you can see we have an array over here. Now what if we want to find both the words in a string? If we want to check if there's more than one word with the similar name. So what we have to do is we have to write here G, and if you save it now, you can see the output is completely changed, and now we have an array with two similar words. What if we add another hello here? So let's say we have another hello here. Save it, and you can see here the array size is increased to 3 now. Now we are left with one more method, and the method we are going to discuss now is pretty important because we'll use this method in future as well. So the last method is the replace method, which is used to replace something from a string. We can either replace the first matching word or all the matching words from a string. If we are using the global modifier, then all the words will be replaced. Otherwise, the first matching word will be replaced. So the syntax for this method goes like this. What we have to do is, so let's comment it out first and we'll go through the syntax of final method. So the final method is replace method. Fine. So the syntax goes like this. We'll use the output variable again and we'll write here str1 dot replace because we want to replace something in that particular string. The first parameter will be the variable name. We'll write here regex, comma, and then we'll pass the word we want to change. So hello will be changed with, let's say in this case, hi. Fine. Now check over here that if we are using any modifier, so we are using global modifier here. Now if we print this on our console, if we write a console.log and we are writing here output, if we save it now, we'll get to know that all the hello words in the string are replaced with the word hi. Save it and you can see over here that hi and welcome to our YouTube channel. Say hi if you are new here and then we have a hi. You can see that all the hello words are replaced with the word hi. Now if we remove this global modifier from here and if we save it now, you can see only the first hello word is replaced. The other hello words are here and there will be no change in them because we are not using the global modifier now. In the previous video where we came across regular expressions in JavaScript, we saw different predefined functions that we use for finding a particular expression present inside a string, right? Like the predefined functions, we also have some JavaScript characters that make the searching part easy. So these characters are used within the expressions and help us in different ways. For example, let's consider a scenario where we have a regular expression and we want to find a particular word within the string. But we don't remember the whole word. Let's say we forgot the word with time. And now we remember only a part of that word. So let's do the same side by side. And what we'll do is we'll go to our JavaScript file and we'll take three variables. We'll write here let regex is equals to, then we'll write here let str1 is equals to, and then finally we'll write where output is equals to. Fine. Now here we have three variables. The variable regex will store a regular expression within it. We haven't returned the word yet. Next up we have a variable str1 to store the string and a variable output to store the output returned by a function. The function we'll use will be any one of the ones we used in the previous video. So let's do it here. The word, let's say the word will be welcome. Fine. You can take any word you want. Now moving on to the string, let's write the string as well. We'll write here welcome to our YouTube channel and then we'll write another welcome here. Fine. We'll discuss the reason why we wrote welcome twice. Now if you guys remember from the previous video where we have used the test function to check the availability of a word present in a string or not, we'll use the same function again. So we'll write here variable name dot function name. So the function name is test and then we'll pass the string name as a parameter. So we'll write here str1. That's fine. And finally what we'll do is we'll print this on our console. So we'll write here console.log output. Fine. Now we already know the output for this piece of code, right? The output will be true. That's obvious because we have the word welcome present in our string, not once but twice. The output will remain true if we remove the first welcome from this string. Let's do it here. Let's save the program first and then we'll move to the console. And you can see here the output says true for the word welcome present in the string str1. That's true, right? And now if we remove this welcome word from here and if we save it, you can see the output still remains true. Because we have another welcome word present in the string, right? So this is how the test function actually works. We'll put the welcome word here again. We already know the functioning of this test function. The main point of discussion here is the meta characters. So meta characters are characters with special meanings, like the dot character. If we write this regular expression, like we can remove any one character from this word and put a dot in its place. Let's do it. We'll remove a random character and write dot here. So let's say we are removing L. Fine. And instead of L, we are putting a dot here. Now, the dot character here will replace this character and the system will not throw any error. It will still find the word. We can also use exec function here to check the index number of the word. So what we'll do is we'll take another variable and we'll do the same. We'll write here regex dot exec and then we'll pass the string name as parameters. Fine. We'll copy this console.log from here and we'll paste it here. The variable name is op. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as true for the test function, and for the exec function it returns the index number 0 of the word in the string. Now the system automatically puts a L in place of the dot character. Similarly, if you want to do the same thing for more than one character, we have another meta character for that. It's not that we can't use this dot operator, but we can use it for a limited time. Like we can use it for a single character. But if we want to put more than one character and we don't know the number of the characters, so then we have another meta character for that. The meta character is asterisk. Now this asterisk allows us to put multiple characters within a particular expression. For example, if we write here, let's remove all this and we'll put star or asterisk in place of all the characters in between. So save it, and you can see the output returns true for test function, and for the exec function the index is 0. Now if we write here something like that, and we don't know what it is, but let's assume it. So if we save it now, you can still see the output returns true for this as well, because now we can put any number of characters in between W and E. The only thing that matters is the first and the last character of the word welcome. Now the next character we'll be looking at does not work the same way as these characters. The caret character works upon a whole string. Let's go through the syntax, and what we'll do is we'll remove this unwanted piece of code, and then we'll come here, we'll write here welcome again, and now we'll put this caret character. Now the caret character is this character. So what this character returns is, this character returns true only if the whole string starts with the word welcome. The second welcome word does not even exist for this meta character. If we save this program now, it will return true because welcome is present at the start of this string, right? So save it, and you can see the output is true. Now if we remove this welcome from here, and if we save this program now, we know that we have another welcome present in the string, but this character does not work that way, and it will return false because the string starts with 2 now, right? Save it, and here you can see the output is false for test function, and for exec function the output is null. It will not return any index number of the second welcome or some sort of thing. So this is how the caret character works in JavaScript. The next meta character does the same thing, but for the end of the string. The symbol is $, and it checks for the end part of the string. This meta character is placed at the end of a regular expression, and it checks if the string ends with characters present in the expression. The syntax goes like this. What we'll do is we'll remove this caret character and we'll put a $sign here. Now this statement now will check if the string ends with the word welcome or not. In this case, the last word of the string is back, right? Not welcome. So the output will be false. Save it. Save it, and you can see here the output is false and null. Suppose we write here back in place of welcome. Now what we'll do is we'll write here back in place of welcome, and if we save this program now, the output will change to true because back is the last word present in a string, right? So this character checks for the end of the string. Save it, and you can see the output is changed to true and the index number is 32. Fine, the exec function will return the index number of the word back. The last meta character we will discuss in this video is the optional meta character. The question mark symbol represents this meta character, and the functioning be like any character before this symbol is treated as optional. This means that it doesn't matter if the character is present in the string or not. For example, if we write here, let's say we'll write here welcome again because welcome has more characters than back, and we'll write here welcome as well. Fine. Now let's make some changes in this particular regex expression. So what we'll do is we'll put a question mark here, and let's say we'll put another question mark here. Fine. Now if we remove C and E from the string or any one of them, then also the function will work fine and the output will be true. Let's do it, and what we'll do is we'll make some changes in this particular string, and we are going to remove some characters from this string. So we have two welcome words here, and what we'll do is we'll remove C from this one, and we have two optional characters, right? Both C and E are optional, but for now we are removing C only. So the string looks like this. We have the word vellum. It doesn't mean anything, but for understanding purposes we have done it. So save it, and you can see the output remains true for vellum. Now what if we put any other word in place of this character? Let's say we are writing here B. Fine. The output will change. We have to put an O as well because O is not an optional character. Now the output will change. As we were discussing, if we save this program, you can see it says true for now, but it is saying true because of this welcome. Now if we remove this welcome from here and if we save it now, you can see the output is changed to null. Yes, these characters are optional, but we can't put any character in place of them. We have two options only. Either we can put C in its place or we can leave it. So there's no other option with the optional characters. So these are the few meta characters present in regular expressions, which helps in validation a lot. We came across meta characters in regex in the previous video, where we saw how to check the availability of a particular word or expression within a string. We know about functions as well. So today we will combine all these things to some extent, and we'll see how basic validation actually works in JavaScript. We'll see an example wherein we'll go through the character sets and ranges and check for some specific type of validation in this video. Now, the topic character sets and ranges itself is a pretty explanatory topic, and we can get an idea of what's coming just by going through the words. Characters in layman term refers to alphabets and numbers, right? We see a character on a daily basis and we know a lot about them. Now, if I write here A, we can say that this is a character in JavaScript. Now, we can use one single character or a group of characters at a time with regular expressions in JavaScript. We have a particular syntax for it. We'll go through the syntax first, and the syntax is like we have to use square brackets and we have to write characters in between these brackets or inside these brackets. Here we have three characters A, B and C. What we can do is we can give instructions to the system to use any one of them in a regular expression. So let's take a small example of how this actually works with regular expressions, and what we'll do is we'll do the same thing we have been doing till now. We'll search a word within a string. We'll check that if a word exists within a string or not. So we'll do it like we'll take a variable regex that will contain the regular expression. So this is the syntax for regular expression, and this is our regular expression which says def. So in actual this is not a word, but assume it as a word for now, and what we have to do is we have to include character sets with this regular expression, right? So we'll write here inside square brackets ABC. Now the next thing is we'll define the string. Let's say the string name is tr1 and the string says this string contains ADEF. So DEF, or we can say ADEF, is what matters the most for now. So anything else you can write on the string. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the test function to check if this particular regular expression is available in the string or not. So we'll write here regex.test, and inside this we'll pass the string as a parameter. Now the last thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log and we'll print this on our console. Fine. We are done with it. So what we are doing here is we want to search the string for a word which contains the letter DEF compulsory. But before DEF, we can have a character. That character can either be A, B or C. No other character will be taken in front of DEF because we have defined a character set as well, right? And that character set contains only 3 characters, A, B and C. So here you can see we have ADEF present in the string and we have A along with DEF. So what we are expecting is this test function should return true, right? So save it and check for the output in the console. So we'll go to our console and here you can see the output says true because we have ADEF only. Now if we write here anything else, like if we replace this A with the character R, save it, and you can see the output is false because R is not present inside this character set. Now what if we write here something like, let's say we are writing here Kaushal DEF. Now this will check for this letter only, for this L only. Other letters don't actually matters in this case. In the case of character sets, the only character that matters is the character right before the regular expression. So if we save it, you can see the output is changed to false. And if we write here, let's say Kaushal ADEF, save it, and you can see the output is true because it checks for this character only. Fine. Talking about ranges, let's say we want to add any character in the string between A to Z. Now we have 2 options to do so. First one is we can write A, B, C till Z here, like we'll write here DEF, GHI and so on and so forth till Z. But this task is a little bit lengthy, right? And we have to spend a lot of time in that process. So the alternate to this process is to define a range of characters. To define a range of characters, it's quite an easy task. All you have to do is write A hyphen Z. So this is how you can define a range of characters. Now this range will consist every character from A till Z. A and Z will also be included. Keep this thing in mind. If we write here Kaushal DEF again, so we have seen in the previous example that it returned false for this, right? Save it now and you can see the output is still true. That's because now we have a range from A till Z. If we write here 5 now it will return false because 5 does not lies in between this range, in between A to Z. So it will return true for any character between A till Z. Fine. Now let's say we want to exclude some particular characters from this range, like we don't want the user to include DEF again, no character from D, E or F. So the syntax for that is also pretty easy. We have to use the caret operator and we have to write here, but we don't want to include. So let's say in this case we don't want to include DEF. Fine. So if we write here DDEF now and save it, you can see it will return false because we have included DDEF. And if we write here ADEF, save it, and you can see the output is true. Now we can't include characters D, E and F in front of this regular expression because we have defined this character set to not include these characters in the regular expression. So these are characters and ranges in regular expressions. So the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be going through a basic validation example and we'll see how actually basic validation works in JavaScript. What we'll do is we'll create a small HTML form that will take the employee ID from the user and it will check if the employee belongs to the organization or not. So let's say the employee ID of the organization has some unique characters present in it and the character remains there in each employee ID. The idea is simple. We'll take the ID from the user and we'll use the if-else control statement to check if it belongs to the organization or not. So let's move on to the HTML file and we'll create a placeholder and a button. So let's do it. We'll write here form, and inside this form tag let input id is equals to eid and placeholder is equals to employee id and type is equals to text. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to include a button as well, and we are going to call a function on clicking. So we'll use the onClick event. So we'll write here onClick, and let's say the function name is employee, and the button name is, let's say, submit. Save it, and you can see over the browser that we have a placeholder along with the button. So let me give a space here, save it now, and you can see we have a placeholder and a button. So that's all what we have to do in HTML part. Now the rest of the thing we'll be doing in the JavaScript file. So let's move to a JavaScript file and comment this piece of code first. Now what we want is we want to call a function employee on clicking the submit button. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll define a function employee, and inside the body of this function, the first thing we will be doing is we'll be taking the user's ID, right? So we need a variable for that. So let's say the variable is empid, and we'll write here document dot get element by id. The id is eid dot value. Fine. Now this empid variable will hold the value entered by the user, right? So like if we write here something like D2386, so let's say this is the ID, this will be stored, the value for this ID will be stored inside this empid variable. Fine. Now we'll use the regular expression to check for some special characters. So we'll write here inside the function, we'll write here where check is equals to, inside the regular expression we'll write something. So let's say we want to start the employee ID for the development team with the alphabets D and E, and each ID will have a similar numeric code like 253 which represents the code for a particular team. Fine. So we'll write here inside the character sets, we want DE to be there before a similar numeric code, right? So 253 is the numeric code and we want to include either D or E before that, right? And after 253, let's say we have a range of numbers that each employee ID has a unique 2-digit number. The ID should look like either D25311 or either E25361, something like that, right? Now, so for that what we have to do is we have to include here another range, and this range will be from 10 till 99. Fine. This looks a bit complex now, but if you try to do it by yourself, believe me guys, you'll find it out that this is an easy task but a little lengthy, we can say. Now the next part is we have to validate the ID entered. For that we have to use the if-else control statement along with the test function. So we have to write here if check dot test, and inside this we'll write empid, because empid is the variable which is holding the value entered by the user, right? So if it's true, then it will return an alert box with the message that says valid employee ID. Fine. Else it will return a message in the pop-up which will say invalid ID. Fine. So this if-else statement will check the value returned by the test function. If the value returned is true, it will return a message valid employee ID. Otherwise the else statement will run and the user will get a pop-up with the message invalid email ID. Fine. Let's check the output, and in the browser here we'll write the employee ID in the given placeholder. So let's say the employee ID is D25319. submit it, and you can see it says valid employee ID. We can do it for some more, like if we write here E25398, submit it, and you can see it still says valid employee ID. Now what if we want to include any character between this range and the unique number, right? So let's try to do it. We'll write here D253K89. Fine. So let's say this is the ID we want to enter, submit it, and you can see it says invalid employee ID. Fine. Now one more thing we want to do here is, like if we write here D253 89, in this case it will return false or invalid employee ID. Why? Because we haven't included any modifier here, and it will differentiate between uppercase and lowercase character. So to overcome this problem, what we can do is we can include the in case sensitive modifier, and we are clearly good to go. Now if we write here D25398 and save it, if we write here now D25398, submit it, and you can see here the output says valid employee ID. So this is how we can use validation along with regular expressions. In the last video, we came across character sets and ranges. We saw how we could use them with regular expressions, and we also saw how to validate a user's input with the help of character sets and ranges along with regular expressions. Now in this video, we'll look at the shorthand character classes present within regular expressions, and we'll see how they are helpful in JavaScript. If you guys remember, the regular expression we used became a bit confusing and lengthy because we have used so many ranges and character sets all in one, right? A character class can be used to overcome this particular problem, and we have several character classes present in JavaScript. So today we will go through them in this particular video. Now the syntax is not too much complicated. All we have to do is to write a single character with a backslash, and we are good to go. For example, if we go to a JavaScript file and if we write here \d. Now if we write this character before any regular expression in JavaScript, it means that we have added a character class to a regular expression. This \d is a character class used for finding a digit within a string. Let's go through an example for this character class, and we'll do the same thing. We'll take a string and try to find a regular expression within that string. So what we'll do is we'll write here where regex is equals to, and here we'll write a regular expression. First we'll take up a string and use some functions to check the output. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll take another variable. Let's say the variable name is str1, and the string says user's phone number is 987654321. Now let's say this is the string we are using for today's program. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the exec function to find the regular expression within the string. So we have already gone through this exec function in JavaScript. Today we'll use that function only. Now we'll write here where output is equals to regex.exec, and inside this we'll pass a string as a parameter. The next thing we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and we'll print this output on a console. Now we are good to go. So we are done with it, and the next thing we want to do is to find a particular pattern along with the number present before that pattern in the string. So let's suppose if we write here inside these slashes, if we write here let's say 321. Now this statement here asks the computer to find a pattern 321 in the string. Save it and go to the console. So we'll move to our browser and we'll press Ctrl+Shift+I, and here you can see we have a console here, and here we have an array as well. So here you can see it says, let me zoom it out a bit. Here you can see it says 321 is present at index 28. Now the system finds out that this particular string or this particular regular expression is present here in the string at index number 28. Obviously the indexes will start from 0, and the moment it will find this 321 regular expression, it will show the index number in an array in a console. Now, if we add \d here, let's say we are adding here \d in front of this expression and check the output here, save it, you'll notice that we have a number present here right before that expression, right? We have 4321 here instead of just 321. The output here gives us the number 4. This means that this \d represents this number 4 in this string. Now, what if we put an alphabet before this expression now? Let's do it. What we'll do is we'll write here A, and let's say we are adding only a single alphabet here. Let's say we are adding A before 321. Now, the expected output is A321. But the moment we'll save it, you can see it says null. That's because this particular character class works for digits only. If it finds anything other than a numeric digit, it will return an error or it will return null in that case. Now, if we want to find all the numbers before this pattern, then we have to add a plus operator in the regular expression. All we have to do is we have to write here plus and we are good to go. Now, it will return everything until it finds a space or any character other than a digit. Now let's suppose if we are writing here A after 987. Now this particular statement will return all the numbers till 6. The moment it will encounter A here, it will return all the numbers after A. It will stop at A and it will not go further. Now save it and you can see it says 654321. That's because this \d works for digits only. Now if we write here nothing, like we have a number 9876543210, save it and it will return the whole number 9876543221, not 0 because we haven't included any number here. Now if we write here again \d after this as well, save it, and here you can see we have the output as 0 as well. We have the whole number here. Fine. So this is how this \d actually works in JavaScript. So this is a character class. Now the next thing is, what if we want to find a non-digit character before a particular pattern? If we write here before 321, let's say we are writing here A, and we want the system to return the non-digit character before 321. In that case, we use capital D instead of small d. Always remember guys, every shorthand character class in regex have an inverse that does precisely the opposite of that particular class. Like if we have small d here that works for digits only, we also have an inverse which is denoted by \capital D, and it does exactly opposite of this small d here. Now if we write here capital D in place of small d, what will happen is it will return the character here. It will return true for everything other than a digit. Now if we remove this small d from here and save it, here you can see it says null because we haven't included the / sign here. Save it, and here you can see it says A321. It will return true for anything except for a digit. Even if we put a symbol over here, then also it will return the output as true. For example, if we write here, let's say we are including $sign here. Let's say we are including $sign here. Save it and it will return $signs. That's because we are using the plus operator here. Obviously, let's include as many signs as we can. Save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here on our output. So this is how capital D character class works, or we can say inverse character class of small d. This is how it works. Now the next class we'll be going through is the wordly character, denoted by the letter W, small w, and is used in place of any character that can be an alphabet, a number, or an underscore sign. We can use this character over D if we are unsure about the character present before the pattern. For example, if we write here, let's say \W BER. Now here we have used the BER pattern which is present at the end of number, right? Here BER is present at the end of number. Now this statement will return M only because we are not using any plus operator here. If we use any plus operator, then it will return the whole number because it will return everything until it encounters a space or something like that. So for now we are not using any plus operator, so we'll be writing here this only. Now here it will return M because it can take up a number, an alphabet or an underscore sign. It will return false if it finds any space or something other than these three. These three means a number, an alphabet or an underscore sign. Fine. Now save it and you can see on the console that the output says MBER. Let me zoom it a bit. So here you can see the output says MBER, right? Present at index 14. It will return null if we put a space before the pattern. Like if we write here NUM space BER, save it, you can see it says null for this. Now we can use the plus operator as well here for this particular character class. Now what will happen is it will return every character present before the pattern until it encounters a space or something like a symbol or any sort of thing. So let's try it. What we'll do is we'll write here W plus BER. And we'll remove this space from here, save it, and here you can see it says number. What if we remove this space from here, remove it, save it, and here you can see it says phone number. It will return every character before the pattern until it finds any space or any other, let's say, symbol. So let's say we are including here dollar, percentage and caret sign. Save it, and here you can see it says NE number. So it's returning it from here because it will not return true for any of the symbols here. Save it, and here you can see we have the output as phone number again. So that's working totally fine. Like the inverse character class for digits, we have the inverse character class for this also, and it returns true for everything other than an alphabet, number or any underscore sign. Now if we write here, instead of small w, let's say we are writing here capital W. And let's do something with the string as well. So let's put a space here again and we are good to go. We are not doing anything more than that. So it will return null because before BER we have M here, right? If we remove this M with a sign, let's say if we are removing this with a dollar sign or with an empty one, like we are writing here space, nothing, then it will return the index number and the pattern. So let's do it, save it, and here you can see it says dollar, then it says BER and the index number is 14. You can count the index number, so 0 for U, and then similarly 1 for S, 2 for E, 3 for R, 4 for S, up to 14 for dollar. So dollar is present at index 14. It will return the index number here. Now the plus operator also works for this inverse character class as well. Right here plus BER, and we can insert as many characters or as many symbols as we want. So like here we have inserted so many symbols. This doesn't mean anything, but we are inserting them for example purposes or for practical purpose. So save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present over here in a array, and the index number is still 14. If we remove these N and U from here, now save it, the index number will change to 11. That's quite easy. Now the next class we have is the simplest of all. This class works for white spaces only. It means that it will return true or give us the index number of the expression from the string only if a white space exists before the pattern. It is denoted by small s and works for spaces only. Now if we write here, let's say \s, okay, we have made a mistake. We'll write here \s and we'll write here phone. So this is the pattern and this is the character class. \s is the character class. Now what we'll do is we'll remove it from here and we'll write the string as this again. We'll write here user's phone number is this and this. Now for this regular expression, it will return the index number of this space. The space is present at index 5, 0 for U, 1 for S, 2 for E, 3 for R, 4 for S, and this space is present at index number 5. So it will return index as 5 for this particular space. Now don't get confused guys for this index number as 5. The index number is for the space present in the screen before the pattern phone. Right. Now if we try to do the same for users as well, let's suppose if we write here users, it will return null in this case because there's no space present before users in the string, right? Save it, and here you can see the output says null in this case. Fine. Now we can also use the plus operator here for more than one spaces present in the string. It will return all the spaces until it finds a character or something other than the spaces. Like if it finds any symbol or any character, then only it will return false. Otherwise for spaces it will return true. So if we write here too many spaces, if we put too many spaces before the word phone, or let's say we are changing this word to phone, save it, and here you can see we have all the spaces here. It's denoted by a single space, but the index number is changed to 19. Now we have so many spaces present here before the pattern phone or before the word phone. So this is how we can use space character class in JavaScript. Now we have also the inverse class for this character class as well. It returns true for everything other than empty spaces. If we write here, let's say we are removing this, and let's say we are let's say we are writing here users, and we are giving so many spaces here before the word users. Now it will return null in this case because there are spaces present in front of the word users. If we include a character or something in front of this word, then only the output will change and return the index number along with the string. So save it first, and here you can see, okay, we have used the small s. In place of small s, we'll write here capital S. Save it, and you can see here the output says null for capital S, because this capital S will return true for everything other than spaces only. Now if we put here any symbol, let's say we have these symbols here, save it, and here you can see now we have a hash symbol present before the word users. That's because we have used capital S only. Now if we use a plus operator, save it, and here you can see we have all the symbols present in a array. We have the index number as 11, we have $, percentage, caret, and hash present over here, right? So this is how the inverse of character spaces in JavaScript actually work. So these are the character classes we have in JavaScript.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
If you guys see, we have two text boxes over here. One is for the username and the other one is for the password. Creating such text boxes in HTML is quite an easy task. We have to use the input tag, which we discussed a few sessions back, and we are using some more properties here. So you can see we have type as text for username, and for password the type is password. So before we move on to validation with JavaScript, let me tell you guys that we can do certain things with HTML as well. Like if we want that none of the two text boxes over here remains blank, we can write here inside these input tags. So if we write here required, save it, and now if you try to click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. It will not allow the user to submit the form until there is any value present for the name. So if we write here any random name and submit it now, you can see the form is getting refreshed. That's because we have used the form tag over here. Now if we try to submit without writing anything, we'll get the pop-up as please fill out this field. And we can do the same for password as well. Like if we write here required and save it. Now if you write any name over here for the username, and if we leave this password field blank, submit it, you can see it says please fill out this field for password as well. So HTML can let you do all this stuff, but when it comes to actual validation, like if you want the user to enter only if the name or password matches the one present in the backend, or maybe we can say in the server, we have to use something more than HTML. Now the case with JavaScript is a bit different. If we talk about validation in JavaScript, we can use JavaScript for client-side verification. The scenario here will be the one we'll discuss in today's video. What we'll do today is we'll create a basic sign-up form with 3 text boxes. One is for the username, the other one is for the password, and we'll add one more box for age. Half of the work is already done and we have to add one more box now for the age. So age is just a number, right? So we can add a text box over here. What we have to do is we have to write here before the submit button, we'll write here input type is equals to number, and we'll provide it the ID as well. So let's say the ID is age. We'll use the ID attribute later, and inside this placeholder we'll write here age. Save it, and here you can see we have 3 text boxes over here. Inside the age we can't write any character or alphabet because we have defined the type as number for this, so we can write numbers here only. Now the next part is to link this page to another web page such that if the credentials are correct, the user will enter the home page of our website. For that we have to use the action attribute in HTML. Now the question here is, when do we want the user to enter the home page? Only if the credentials are correct, right? We have to use the action attribute with the form tag. So you can see over here we have already mentioned the form tag. Now what we'll do is we'll write here action, and what we want is we want it to redirect the user to another page or another web page, the home page of our website, after checking the credentials, and if the credentials are correct, the user will move on to the home page. So we have already a file named homepage.html. So we'll write here homepage.html and save it. Now on clicking the submit button, okay, we have to fill something for name and for password as well. So we'll write random values over here, submit it, and you can see we have been redirected to another page, and this is the home page of our website. However, it doesn't look like a home page. Still we can assume it, right? So now we know what should be done if the user has correct credentials to enter the home page. We are almost done with the HTML part. We'll make some more changes to this file later. The next thing we have to do is to validate the credentials entered by the user, right? For validation purposes, we'll use the if-else control statements in a JavaScript file. We'll create a function in a JavaScript file and call that function when the user clicks the submit button. But there is a difference. We'll not call the function on clicking the submit button. Instead, we'll call the function on submission of the form. So instead of writing here on click and then calling that function, what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag, we'll write on submit. So this is an event, and on submit what will happen is it will call a function named validate. We'll create this validate function in our JavaScript file now. So you can see here we have already used the ID attribute with all the input tags in order to get the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file, and what we'll do here is we'll first declare a function named validate. So we'll write here function, and the function name is validate, and then we have the body of this function. Now we'll take 3 variables to get all the values entered by the user, because we need to check for all the values, right? So we need to check if the user's name and password match the one we want, and the user should be aged above 13 to enter our website. For all these, we need the values entered by the user. So we'll use the get element by ID method to get all the values. Now for that we'll take 3 variables. So let's say the first variable is uname. It will hold the value entered in the username text box. Let me go to the form again, and here you can see we have 3 text boxes: username, password and age. So we'll take 3 variables. For username we'll write here document dot get element by ID, and the ID is uname. Let me confirm it once. So you can see here the ID for username is uname. For password it is pass, and for age it's age. So we'll write here dot value. The next thing we'll do is we'll create another variable for password. We'll write here again document dot get element by ID, and the ID is pass. We'll again write here dot value, and the third variable will be where age. It will hold the age of the user. So we'll again write here document.getElement by ID, and the ID for age is age. We'll again use the dot value property. Now we are done with the values. We have three variables holding all the values entered by the user. Next up, we'll use these values to validate the data entered by the user. Now, the first condition we can have here is that we don't want the user to leave any of the text boxes empty, right? If we click on this submit button, you can see it says please fill out this field. Now we can do it with the help of HTML as well, but for now we are using JavaScript. So we'll remove these required keywords so that we can do it with JavaScript only. Save it and submit it now. You can see it is redirecting us to the home page of our website. So it's working totally fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write a condition if the user leaves any of these fields empty. So we'll write here if uname is equals to blank, or pass is equals to blank. Okay, pass is equals to blank, or age is equals to blank. Now what will happen is it will give the user a pop-up with the message. Let's say the message is missing credentials. Fine. Save it. And if we leave any of these fields empty now, a pop-up will appear with the message missing credentials. So the first condition is done, but there's a loophole in this condition. So let's check it out first. We'll leave username and password empty. Submit it. You can see it says missing credentials, right? Now the next thing is if we write here, let's say a random name and password as well, but we are leaving this age text box empty. Submit it. It still says missing credentials because we haven't entered the age, and it's working totally fine. Now there's a loophole in this condition. The exciting part is it will work fine if the user enters more than one space in all the fields. Like if you are giving here spaces for more than once, and similarly for password as well. Submit it and you can see it says missing credentials because we haven't filled the age. So let's do one thing. We'll write some spaces for username and password, and for age we'll say the age is 4. Submit it and you can see we have no error over here. Now to overcome this problem, we have a predefined JavaScript method that treats all the spaces the same. No matter the number of spaces, whether it be one or more than one, it will treat all the same. We have to include the trim method within the if-else statement. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot trim for username, and similarly for password as well we'll write here trim, and for age as well let's say dot trim, and save it now. Move back to our sign up form, and if we try to give more than one spaces here, and let's say the age is 4, submit it, you can see it says missing credentials for more than one spaces as well. So this is working totally fine. Now the following condition will be for validating the name. Let's say the required name is Kaushal or anything else. The required password is let's say 12345 and the age should be more than 13. Then only the user can enter the website. So for that we have to use the else if statement, and what we'll do is we'll write here else if, and inside this we'll give our conditions. So let's say the conditions are uname is equals to Kaushal, and pass is equals to 12345, and age should be greater than or is equals to 13. Then it will give the user a pop-up and which states that we'll write here alert, we'll write here sign up successful. Fine. Save it. Now the user can enter the website with these credentials only, otherwise a pop-up will appear. So let's give the else condition as well. what we'll do is we'll write here else, and we'll use another alert. Inside this we'll write wrong ID and password. Fine. Now we have all the conditions here. Save it, and now we'll check for different inputs. So let's move back to our form, and what we'll do is we'll write the username is, let's say, Ravi, and the password is, let's say, any random numbers, and the age is, let's say, 6. Submit it, and you can see it says wrong ID and password. Now what we'll do is we'll give it the correct credentials. We'll write here Kaushal, and the password will be 12345, and the age is, let's say, 21. Fine. The age should be greater than or equals to 13. So submit it, and you can see it says sign up successful. Now we have different conditions over here. Like if we write here any random name, and if we write here any random password, now it will return wrong ID and password. But if we write here correct ID and password and correct username as well, let's say we are writing here Kaushal, and let's say the age will change to 11. Submit it, and you can see it still says wrong ID and password. We can add one more condition over here, like we'll write here else if age is less than 12, it will give an alert that you are underaged or some sort of that. So we'll write here else if age is less than 13, an alert which states underaged. Fine. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll move back to our form, and we'll write here Kaushal, password is 12345, and age is, let's say, 11. Submit it, and you can see it says underaged now. So it is working totally fine. Now one thing that seems a bit irritating as well is it redirects us to the home page every time, right? It doesn't matter if the credentials are correct or not, it redirects. To overcome this issue, we have to make some minor changes in the HTML file and include the return keyword in a if-else conditional statements. So let's go back to our HTML file, and what we'll do is we'll write here inside the form tag. Now we have on submit over here, so what we'll do is we'll write return before validate. So save it, and we'll move back to our JavaScript file. Now this return keyword will let the form perform any action only if the value returned by the function validate is true. Otherwise it will not allow the form tag to perform any action. The action here is redirecting the user to the home page, right? So let's do it here. We know that the function should return true only if all the credentials are valid. So we'll write here for all other conditions we'll write return false. Fine. For this one we'll write return true, because this is the condition when all the credentials are correct, and for all other conditions we'll write return false. Similarly for else as well, we'll write here return false. Now save it, and we'll move back to a sign up form. Save the HTML file as well once, and what we'll do is we'll write here Kaushal, password is 123, and age is, let's say, 4. Submit it. You can see it says underaged. Click on OK, and now it is not redirecting us to the home page, right? Now if the credentials are correct, what we'll do is we'll write here the password as 12345, and the age is, let's say, 21. Submit it. Now you can see it says sign up successful. Click on OK, and you can see we are in the home page. It is working totally fine. So if all the credentials are valid, then it is redirecting us to the home page, exactly what we wanted. So these are the basics of validation in JavaScript. Obviously we can't validate a form with JavaScript in the real world because we don't have to deal with one user only. We need the backend to do all the validation and all. But simple validation can be done with the help of JavaScript. We did it just now. We have many things to do with validation in JavaScript, like adding some more conditions or using regular expressions to validate forms in JavaScript. Using regular expressions for validation in JavaScript is what we already saw in the previous videos. So we have gone through it already. Here is the sign up form we created in the last video. You can see we have a username, password and age here, and we have used certain conditions to validate this form. We have used if, else if and so many more things in that video. So if you haven't watched it yet, please go through it once and it will be easy for you to understand. Now, today we'll add another text box here wherein the user will enter the mobile number and then we'll validate it in two different ways. So let's add another text box here. What we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to number, and let's give it the ID as well. So let's say the ID is mobile and the placeholder will say enter your mobile number. Fine, save it. So you can see we have another text box here. What we'll do is we'll add a break tag here. We'll write here br, save it now. So this is our form, and here we have username, password, age and mobile number. One thing to notice here is we can use the type as text as well, as we are using mobile number that consists of digits only, so we are using type as numbers here. So let's move on to the JavaScript file and we'll do the rest of the part there. So we'll take the user's input and store it inside a variable to compare it, right? So let's add another variable here. Here you can see we already have three variables for username, password and age. We'll add one more. So let's say the variable name is where mob is equals to, we'll use the document dot get element by ID attribute. So we'll write here get element by ID and the ID we used is mobile. So let's cross check it once. So here's the ID mobile, and we'll take the value. We'll write here dot value. So this variable mob holds the user's mobile number and will make certain changes to this existing if else statement. So the first thing we'll be doing is we'll check if the user is writing something inside the text box or not. So we'll add another condition here. We'll write here mob dot trim is equals to space. If the user leaves this box empty, so this will pop up in his screen and it will say missing credentials, right? Next up, we'll change this condition as well. We'll write here and. So let's say the mobile number is 09876543221, some sort of this, and we'll write here mob is equals to 0 to 1. Now the last thing we are doing here is we'll be adding one more else if to check if user enters any other mobile number than this one. So like we did for age, similarly we'll do it for mobile number as well. So we'll write here else if mob not is equals to 09876543221, then it will return wrong mobile number. And it will also return false. Save it. Now we have made three changes here. First one is we added the mob.trim so that the user won't leave this space empty. The next one is we checked if the number entered by the user matches the one we have in our system. And the last one is for the number entered by the user doesn't match, then it will return wrong mobile number. Fine. So we are done with it. You can check it here. We have a condition here. If the mobile number does not matches, it will return wrong mobile number. So let's do it here. We know the username is Kaushal, the password is 12345 and the age should be above 13, right? So let's say we are writing here 15. Now here we are in the mobile number. So let's add a random number here. What we'll do is we'll write this and submit it. You can see it says wrong mobile number. Fine. Now the next thing is we'll write here 09876543221. Let's suppose this is the mobile number. Submit it and you can see it says sign up successful and it will redirect us to the home page. Now this is working totally fine, and this is the traditional way of checking the phone number of a user, only if we already know what the user has to put in the text box to enter the website. Now the next thing we'll be doing is pretty simple as well, but for that method one should have a clear understanding of regular expressions in JavaScript. Now we'll use regex to validate the user's phone number. And if you haven't watched the previous videos on regular expressions yet, I suggest you to go through it before mobile number validation in JavaScript, and this task of validation will be so easy for you guys. So what we'll do is we'll move on to another HTML file. Let's create one here first. So we'll create another HTML file. Let's say the HTML file name is mobile.html, and here what we'll do is we'll create another text box. So let me connect it to another JavaScript file first, and we'll create another JavaScript file as well. Fine. So we'll write here mobile.js. So this is a JavaScript file, and the next thing we'll be doing is we'll write a heading here. So let's say we are writing mobile number validation in JavaScript. Fine. Save it and open it with live server. So here is a new HTML file, and this is the JavaScript file. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll create another text box, right? We'll create a single text box. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. We can either use numbers here as well, and then we'll use the ID attribute. So we have to do it later, but we are doing it right now. Placeholder as mobile number. Fine. Now we'll create a submit button as well. We'll write here input type is equals to button and value is equals to submit. What we'll do is we'll call a function on clicking this submit button. So we'll use the onClick event here as well. So we'll write here onClick, and let's say the function name is val. Fine. Good to go. Save it. And here you can see we have a text box for mobile number and a submit button over here. So what we'll do next is we'll move on to the JavaScript file to create this val function. Now we'll create a function, and that function will check if the number entered by the user is in the proper format or not. So let's create a function first. We'll go to a JavaScript file and we'll write here function val. So this is the name of our function, and then we have the body as well. Now the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be writing a program here. So what we'll do is we'll first take a variable. Let's say the variable name is var_mobile, and this variable will hold the value entered by the user, right? So we'll write here document dot get element by id. So here's a id is, I guess, mobile. So let's check it once. So here you can see we have the id as mobile. Now what we'll do is we'll write here dot value to get the value entered by the user. And now what we are doing is we are using regular expressions for this purpose, right? So we'll create another variable for the regular expression, and we'll leave it empty for now because we'll change it later. First we'll write the whole program. So what we'll do is we'll again use the if else control statement. So the first condition will remain the same. We'll write here mobile.trim to check if the user is leaving the place empty or not. And in this condition here we'll write alert, and then inside alert we'll write please enter a mobile number. Fine. I hope you guys got it. So you can see here we are getting an error here in the if statement. That's because we haven't written something over here. So if we write something inside a regular expression, so the error will go. But for now we are not using any regular expression because I'll explain it to you after this. So leave it here only for now. The next condition will be writing here using the else if. So we'll write here else if, and we'll use this regex variable with the test function to validate the user's mobile number. So we'll write here regex dot test, and we'll pass this mobile number as a parameter to check, right, to compare between regex variable and the mobile variable. So we'll write here mobile. Fine. Now this else if will return something, so we'll use the alert method again. We'll write here mobile number submitted successfully. Now you might be thinking why we are doing so, because we know that this test function is used to compare the values, and if this test function will return true, then only a pop-up will appear with the message mobile number submitted successfully. I hope you guys already know about this test function. We have already discussed it a few sessions back when we came across regular expressions in JavaScript. So I think it might be easy for you guys. And at last we'll write here else for any other input. So we'll again use the alert method and we'll write here wrong mobile number. Fine. Here we have written everything inside this function, even the conditions as well. We have three cases over here. The first one is if the user leaves the field empty and tries to submit. The next one is for checking the number entered by the user, and the last one is for everything else. So we haven't written the regular expression yet because let's discuss it before writing. So guys, what we want is we want a 10-digit mobile number, and the number should start from either 7, 8 or 9, because we know mobile numbers generally starts with these digits, either 7 or 8 or 9. Fine. Then it has 10 digits only. Now for checking the length of the mobile number, we could have used the mobile.length property, right? But the regular expression gives us a simple and easy method to do so. We discussed the shorthand character classes in regex a few sessions back, right? So now we want all the inputs to be digits only. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside this regular expression \d. So this is a shorthand character class, and we'll use these curly braces and we'll write here 10 inside this. So this statement over here will check the length of the string, but we have to do some more things here. The next thing we need to do is the initial digit of a mobile number. That can be 7, 8 or 9. So for that, what we'll do is we'll define a range for initial number, and we'll write here before this character class. What we'll do is we'll define a range over here. So we'll use square brackets and we'll write here 7 to 9. Now this particular statement defines a range that consists of only 3 numbers, 7, 8 or 9. Now this regular expression is sort of complete, we can say. Now one thing we have to keep in mind, that we have to write here 9 now instead of 10. That's because we have already defined the first number, right? And we need 9 more digits apart from that particular digit. So let's check it out. Save it and we'll write a mobile number here. So let's say the mobile number is this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and what will happen is it will return wrong mobile number. That's because the number here starts from 1 instead of 7, 8 or 9. So submit it and you can see it says wrong mobile number. Now we'll try for another condition. We'll leave this field blank and submit it. You can see it says please enter a mobile number. So this is also working fine. Now the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be starting the number from 9, and let's say the number is this. So this is a 10-digit mobile number. Submit it and you can see it says mobile number submitted successfully. So this is also working fine. Now the only problem here is if we write anything before this particular phone number, like if we write here before 9, if we let's say we are writing here A, B, C, D, E, any character or alphabet as well, submit it, you can see it still says mobile number submitted successfully. Now it will not give any error because it finds the expression present in the string. Right, we have to mention the starting and the end points of a regular expression for this purpose. We have two meta characters. One denotes the start, that is the caret character, and the other one denotes the end of the string, that is the $sign. So we'll add both of them in our expression. What we'll do is we'll write here caret. This will denote the start of the string, and here we'll write $. This will denote the end of the string. Save it. And now it will work fine. And one more thing guys, don't misunderstand this caret character with the one we use inside the brackets to exclude any particular string. Like if we remove this from here and if we insert this caret character inside this bracket, what will happen is it will exclude this particular range. It will exclude 7, 8 or 9. We have already discussed the use of this caret character. Now if we write it here, it will denote the start of a string. So you will not get confused if the concept of meta characters and character sets are clear to you. So let's check the output, save it, and we'll check for certain phone numbers now. We'll check for that particular condition only. We'll write here 9876543210. So this is a correct mobile number. If you submit it, it will say mobile number submitted successfully. But now if you write here something before this 9876, now if we write here any characters or alphabets and submit it, you can see it says wrong mobile number, because we have used the caret character and we want at the start of the string either 7, 8 or 9. Now similar thing will happen at the end as well. If you write here anything and submit it, you can see it says wrong mobile number because we have added $sign as well. Fine. Remove it. And if you are adding any numbers here as well, save it, and you can see it still says wrong mobile number because the length is more than 10 and the end will be denoted after 9 digits. So these are the 9 digits and this is the end of the string according to a regular expression. So these are the ways how we can validate a user's phone number in JavaScript. Obviously we can do so many things in validation. I want you guys to do something exceptional on this topic and let us know in the comment box what you did. In the previous video where we came across mobile number validation in JavaScript, we saw two different methods of validating a user's phone number, right? The first method is used when we know what the user has to enter. If the user enters something else, then it will give an error. The other method is with the help of regex in JavaScript, wherein we validated the format of the mobile number entered by the user. And today we will do something similar to what we did in the previous video. So we'll use regular expressions again to validate the email ID entered by the user. So let's move on to the programming part directly, and we'll create a text box here to take the user's input. So what we'll do is we'll create a text box. We'll write here input type is equals to email, ID here as let's say mail. Fine. The next thing will be a placeholder, and the placeholder will say enter email ID here. Fine. We'll close this input tag, and the next thing we'll be doing is we'll be creating a submit button. We'll write here type is equals to button, value will be submit, and we'll use the on click event. So we'll write here on click. So we'll call a function on clicking this button. We'll write here validate. We'll create this validate function in a JavaScript file. Now save this piece of code, and you can see we have a text box and submit button here. Now if you write here something, you can see nothing is happening over here. Now the next task we have to do is the one we already know. We'll move on to the JavaScript file. We'll create a function there and use the if-else control statements to check if the email ID entered by the user is in accordance with the pattern or not. Quite a simple task because we have been doing it for quite some time, right? So let's do it quickly. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file. I forgot to create one here, so let me create one, and the name will be email.js. So this is a JavaScript file. We'll create a function here. So we'll write here function validate. The next thing is the body of this function. So we'll write here everything other than the regular expression because the rest will remain the same as mobile number validation. So we'll write here, we'll create a variable here. We'll write here where email is equals to, we'll write here document.getElement by ID, and the ID is mail. Now we'll use the dot value attribute. The next thing is we'll again take a variable for regular expression and we'll leave it for now. We'll move on to the next part. What we'll do here is we'll use the if-else control statement again. So the first condition will remain the same. We'll write here if email dot trim is equals to null. Then what it will do is it will give a pop-up. So we'll use the alert keyword, and inside this we'll write please enter a valid email ID. Fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll use the test function in regular expressions. So we'll write here else if regex.test, and we'll pass this email variable as a parameter. Here it will check if the input given by the user matches the pattern of the regular expression. We'll check for it. So we'll write here alert, and inside this we'll write email submitted successfully. Fine. And at the last we'll use the else statement, and we'll write here alert wrong email ID. Fine. Save it. Now we are almost done with everything apart from the regular expression. We didn't define the regex until now because we'll discuss it first. Because you know guys, using a regular expression for email validation is slightly different from other things. Like we have several parts for a regular expression. Let's discuss it first. So let's take an email ID first. So let me write here. Let's say we have an email ID as kaushal@simplilearn.com. Fine, we can't write here two dots. So this is what a primary email ID looks like. An email ID consists of four parts. The first part is the name. That can be anything. It can have alphabets, digits, or sometimes dot and underscore as well. So we can have the name as, like if we write here, let's say Kaushal11, or if we write here Kaushal.11, or we can write here Kaushal_011. Right, so these names are allowed in an email ID. The next part is the @ symbol. It's mandatory to add the symbol in each email ID, as you know. So the third part is the domain name. That can be the name of any particular organization. Like here Simplilearn is the domain name, or it can be Gmail or Yahoo or Hotmail or any of these. So that depends on the user where they have their email ID. Now the last part is the extension, which comes after a dot. So after this dot we have an extension over here. This com is an extension. Fine. An extension can be .com, it can be .in or .net, or it can be .co.in. So now that we have an idea about how an email ID looks like, the next thing we'll be doing is working here on the regular expression to create a particular format of this type. Right. So we have four parts, but we have to compulsorily add an @ symbol and a dot before the extension. So what we'll do is we'll take 3 pairs of parentheses or round brackets, we can say, for defining the rest 3 parts. So what we'll do is we'll write here. So we need 3 parentheses, right? Now we have to mention @ and dot compulsorily here. Fine. The rest we'll define, but we have to add these 2 symbols compulsorily in each email ID. The caret and the dollar signs are meta characters used to define the regular expressions starting and the endpoints, right? So I hope you guys are clear with regular expressions till now, as this is the last video on this topic. And still, if you have any doubts about regex, feel free to comment your doubts and we'll get back to you. So let's define the first part here. The first part is the name consisting of alphabets, digits, or some specific symbols like dot and underscore, right? We'll define a range here. So we'll use square brackets to define the range. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z or A to Z or 0 to 9. Fine. Here we have defined 3 ranges: a range for small letter alphabets, capital letter alphabets, and a range of numbers from 0 to 9. Now we could have used the global modifier at the end of this regular expression instead of defining a range of capital letter alphabets. We have already discussed the concept of modifiers a few sessions back. Now the next thing is to add specific symbols like dot and underscore. We can't write them simply because if we write here dot or underscore, the meaning will change and it will return true for any character in place of dot. The concept of meta characters, remember? So we have to put a backslash before writing the symbols. What we'll do is we'll put a backslash over here. Now we have added the special symbols as well. The next part is the length of this name. Now it can be either 10 or maybe 20, or we can say in some cases, let's suppose it can go more than 20. Now what we can do is we can either define the length inside curly braces like this. We can write here 2, 20. So this is the range for length, but we can't do it here because we are keeping this thing in mind that the username might go above 20 characters. So what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator. The plus operator will let the user enter the name as long as they want. Instead of using these curly braces over here, what we'll do is we'll use the plus operator here. Fine. Now the next part is for the domain name. After this @ symbol over here, what we'll do is we'll write the domain name. That has to be there in each email ID, right? The domain name can be the name of any organization, as we have already discussed. We don't need digits in the domain name, right? So what we'll do is we'll simply write here A to Z and A to Z. So we have defined two ranges for domain name, one for the small letters and the other one is for the capital letter alphabets. Fine, we did it almost the same as name. Now again the domain name can be of any length, so we have to use the plus operator here. What we'll do is we'll first put them inside square brackets. I forgot to mention them here, and then we'll use the plus operator. Now the regular expression looks a bit complicated, right? But we don't have to worry about it because these all are easy things, just a little bit lengthy we can say. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be going through the last part of a email ID. After this dot symbol, what we have to do is we have to define another range for the extension. Right, the extension can be any alphabet with a length not more than 6 to 7, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z only consists of small letters, or we can include capital letters as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here A to Z as well. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll define the length of this extension. So we don't need the plus operator here because the length of any extension can't be more than 4, 5 or 6 maybe, right? So what we'll do is we'll define a range of length. We'll write here 2 and 6. So 2 is the minimum length of extension and 6 is the maximum length. Now save it and let's check the output. So we'll check for several email IDs now. What we'll do is we'll write here abc@gmail.com. Fine, submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. Let me zoom it out a bit. The next thing we'll do here is we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. So one thing we have forgotten here is to include the caret character and the dollar character. So we have to specify the starting and the end point here. So what we did is we have included the caret character and the dollar sign here. Now we'll write here abc_11@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is a valid email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using any random symbol. So let's say we are using here abc*@gmail.com. Submit it and you can see it says wrong email ID. Now the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll write any number here, let's say, and we'll write here Kaushal112.3. Fine. So this will return wrong email ID because we have included numbers in domain name and we haven't defined any range of numbers for the domain name. Submit it and you can see it says wrong email ID. Now remove these numbers from here and submit it. You can see it says email submitted successfully. So this is working totally fine. Now the last thing is, what if we have an email like kaushal112.3@gmail.co.in. Submit it and you can see it says wrong email ID. In this case, we have to define another range in the regular expression that can be optional. So we have the question mark symbol that acts as an optional character. It means that any range or anything written before this meta character will be optional. So we'll use this symbol and we'll write here before this dollar sign. We'll again use parenthesis and we'll write here dot A to Z and then we'll define the range as 2,6 and we'll use the question mark sign here. or we can say this optional meta character here. Save it. And now what if we write here kaushal@gmail.co.in. Now submit it, and you can see it says email submitted successfully. And this is totally optional. If we write here kaushal@gmail.com, submit it, and you can see it still works fine. So this is how we can validate a user's email ID in JavaScript. We have been using the console for a long time now. We have seen how we can use it to print the output of a program in the console. That's quite simple. Now, debugging refers to finding and fixing errors in a program. Now, to remove those errors, we need to identify them and analyze the solution for them as well. So in this video, we will see how to identify an error in a program with Chrome Developer Tools. And what we'll do today is we'll create a simple HTML program, and we'll try to understand the concept of debugging in JavaScript with the help of that program. So let's do something here. Now we'll create two text boxes over here. So what we'll do is we'll take the user's input to add two values entered by the user in those text boxes. So what we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to number, because we want to perform addition of two numbers. And then we'll write here ID as, let's say the ID for number 1 is n1, and then we'll write here placeholder, right here let's say number 1. Fine. Now we'll do the same for second number as well. We'll write here number ID is equals to n2, placeholder is equals to number 2. Fine. The last thing we have to do is we have to insert a submit button. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and we'll write the value as submit, and we'll use an event over here. So we'll write here on double click, we'll call the function add on clicking. Fine. Now save it, and you can see we have two text boxes over here and a submit button. Fine. We tried a new on-click event here. Instead of using the regular on-click event, we have used the double-click event. Now the functioning will remain the same. The only change is that we have to double-click on the submit button to call the add function. Now we are done with the HTML part. The next task is to create a function that can perform addition over the values entered by the user. So let's move on to the JavaScript file, and we'll create a function here. So we'll write here function. The function name is add, and then we have the body of this function. We'll take three variables. We'll write here var number 1. We'll use the document dot get element by ID, and the ID for number 1 is n1. We'll write here dot value. Fine. We'll do the same for number 2 as well. So we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Instead of number 1, we'll write here number 2, and the ID will be number 2. And then we'll take another variable where number 3, that will hold the value after addition. So we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Let's give some space between them. And the last thing we'll be doing here is we'll be using the alert keyword, and we'll be printing the output on a browser. So we'll write here the sum is plus number 3. Fine. Now save it. And here we have created a simple function to add two numbers. The value of the first number will be stored inside variable number 1, and the second value will be held inside variable number 2. For instance, if the user enters 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, the expected output will be 30, right? Let's check it out. So save it again, and we'll write here 10 in box 1 and 20 in box 2, and we'll double click on this submit button. And here you can see the output is different from what we have expected. The output is 1020 instead of 30. Now what's happening here is the system is taking the numbers as strings, and then the plus operator is used to append those values. So the solution is simple. What we have to do is we have to use the parseInt method, and it will take care of the rest. We have already discussed this parseInt method in the previous sessions, right? So we'll write here before this document dot get element by id, we'll write here %, and we'll keep this inside brackets. Fine. We'll do the same for number 2 as well. We'll write here %, and we are good to go. Save it now, and we'll write here 10 and 20 again. We'll write 10 inside the first box and 20 inside the second one, and double click on this submit button, and you can see the output is 30 now. It says the sum is 30. Now we have used the alert keyword here to print the output, but we could have used the console.log to print the same, right? So let me just take you through the developer tools first, and then we'll discuss about it. So we'll maximize this Chrome. We'll go to the Chrome browser, and we will press F12 here. So on clicking the F12 key from our keyboard, we have this over here. So we have the Elements tab. The Elements tab consists of the structure of the document. If you hover on anything over the Elements page, you will see that we are getting the output of what that particular statement did on the web page. You can see if we hover on the body tag, we are getting the whole area occupied by the body tag inside the web page. Now the next part is the console. We already know what the console can do for us. We know that we can print the output over a console and perform some temporary logic building here. The benefit of using a console is that it can get you all the errors that the VS Code can't. For example, if we move back to our VS Code, and let's say when we were writing our program, we made a small typing mistake and we wrote here var b instead of where. You can see VS Code will let us know that there's something wrong in this statement. There's a red line over here. So we have to fix this problem, and the console will also let us know about it. But there are some errors which the VS Code can't detect. What we'll do is we'll comment these 2 lines for now. So we'll correct it first, and then we'll comment these 2 lines. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here console.log, and inside this we'll write here the sum is, and we'll write here number 1 plus number 2. Fine. Now this is also the same thing we just did. Instead of using the alert box to print the output, we have used the console for it. So let's check the outcome first. We'll save it first, and then we'll open the console here. So here you can see on writing the numbers inside these text boxes, and on double clicking this submit button, you can see we have the output as 1020. Now one thing we have to keep in mind is we have to write here %int. So we'll write here %int again, and we'll put these 2 numbers inside brackets. Save it now, and we'll go back to our Chrome browser. We'll write here 10 and 20 again. Now double click on this submit button, and you can see it says sum is 30. It's working totally fine. Now imagine a situation where we forgot to put the plus sign here, right? What I'm saying is, imagine a scenario. So let me just do one thing. Let me put this console here, and what we'll do is, let's say we forgot to put this plus sign over here. Fine. The VS Code is not giving us any hint about the mistake we just made. We have no idea about it, and we came to know about it during execution. Save it and write here 10 and 20. Fine. Now we are expecting the output as 30, but we don't have any idea about the mistake. Double click on the submit button, and you can see we have an error message over here in the console. So the console helps us in finding those hidden errors in our program. You can see we have the information about the mistake we made in the console here. So we have the exact location of the error. The error is present on line 5 of this file. So here's the error. It will let us know everything about the error. Now another way to find the error in a program is by going through the sources tab. So what we'll do is we'll move this console to the side again, and we'll go to the sources tab, and you will notice that this particular line is highlighted in red color. We can change it here, but the change will not be visible in our main JavaScript file. So we have to change it there in our main JavaScript file. Let's correct the error over there. what we'll do is we'll zoom this VS Code as well. So we'll put the plus sign here again. Now save it and we are good to go. Now the sources tab is used to find the errors, as well as we can go through the execution of the program step by step. Now we have the navigator here on the left hand side. So this is the navigation part. And on the right hand side, we have the debugger. Here you can see we have so many options over here. We have certain breakpoints. We have breakpoints, we have scope, call stack, DOM breakpoints, global listeners, event listener breakpoints. So breakpoint refers to the point or place where we intentionally stop the program so that we can review the further execution process. For example, we have an event listener in our program, right? The on double click event. What we can do is we can stop the execution process when the system reaches there. Now what we have to do is we have to go to the event listener breakpoints and we have to select the mouse option over here. Now inside this mouse option we have certain events, right? You can see we have click, double click, mouse down, mouse up, and we'll click on this double click event. Now write any numbers over here inside the text boxes. So let's say we are writing here 20 and 30. Double click on this submit button and you can see the screen turned gray. Now this code looks a little bit long because we are using the live server. So let me just pause the live server and then I'll come back to you guys. Now we'll open this page and inside here what we'll do is we'll choose the mouse option. We'll choose the double click option inside mouse. So here's the mouse and we'll choose the double click option. So we are doing the same thing. Let me just increase the size a bit. Now we'll write here 20 and 30 inside number 2. Double click on the submit button and you can see the rest of the browser screen turning gray. And the execution is stopped at this particular line because we have a double click event over here. Now what we can do is we can go further step by step in our program. We have 4 options over here. You can see we have 1, 2, 3 and 4 options. Now the first option is the resume script execution. The resume script execution will execute the entire script and give us the output. The next option is the step over next function call and it will take us to the next function call present in the program. Then we have the step into the next function call and it will do the same as the step over next function call. And then we have step out of the current function. It will take us back to the initial function from wherever we are. Now the last option is the step option and it takes us a step forward in the program. Fine. Now click on this step function again and again. So when you click it once, you can see we are in the next part. So this is the next line which will be executed in the program. Click on the step again and you can see we are going for the step by step, right? And then you can see the JavaScript file is executed and it will move back to this double click event, and the final step, it will print the output on the console. So if we go here on the console, you can see we have the output is 50. Fine. So this is how we can review our program step by step. And one more thing is it will show us the error as well. Now let's try to create an error in our program. What we'll do is we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll remove this I from here. Fine. So save it now and move back to Chrome, and what we'll do is we'll refresh this file and we'll write here 2 numbers. We'll write here 20 and 30. Double click on the submit button. You can see the program is stopped at this particular breakpoint. Now click on the step button and you can see we are going for the step by step. The moment it will execute this line, it will give us an error, and you can see the moment it executed this particular line, the line turned red. Fine. If we go to our console, you can see here we have the error over here. It says parse int is not defined or parse int is not defined. So this is a reference error, and this is how the Chrome developer tools help us in finding those errors and fixing them. Now a big question here is why we are using the developer tools. The program is small and we can find the error by ourselves. So guys, This was just an example to illustrate how we can find those minor hidden errors in a program. The scenario can be different at times. Suppose we have a program that has over 1000 lines of code, and in that case we simply can't go through each line to find that particular error. We need something with which we can see the error quickly and more efficiently. So that's where the developer tools come into picture and help us. Almost all the browsers these days support developer tools. So there's no such problem that you can't use the developer tool with any particular browser. So try it in the browser you are using and let us know about your experience in the comment box. You can see we have an image slider over here. The images present inside this box keep on changing. We can also click on these radio buttons to go over a specific image. If we click on this last radio button, you can see we are moving to that particular image. Now suppose you go through the home page of any website like Amazon or Flipkart, you will notice that these websites contain such image sliders at the top for different type of sales and offers going on, right? That looks quite nice. So we'll do something interesting in today's video. We'll go over some specific animations like fading of an image on several events. We'll see how easy it is to make those style changes in JavaScript, which we can't do with CSS or HTML. We are particularly talking about style changes during events. So talking about style changes, we have done it in the past using CSS and HTML. And JavaScript, of course. So guys, we generally say that JavaScript is used to make a web page more interactive, right? To make a web page more interactive or engaging, we have to do something nice to it. So adding fade in and fade out animations to a picture makes the web page more engaging to the user. So what we'll do today is we'll take an image and use specific JavaScript properties to make changes in that image. Let's move on to the VS Code and you will understand it much better. Now let's add an image to the web page first. So we have a picture on our computer and we'll add it. So what we'll do is we'll write here img src, source will be html.png, and the next thing we'll be using the alt attribute. We'll write here, let's say JavaScript. So we can take any random image. We are doing this for experimental purpose only. So what we'll do next is we'll close this img tag, we'll save it, and here you can see we have an image over here. We'll reduce the size, and so this is the perfect size, I guess. Now what we'll do next is we'll use the id attribute as well because we need to access this particular image. So let's say the id is img. Fine. Now here we have an image and we have two possibilities to perform those animations. Either we can add two buttons and add functionality to them, or we can use the on mouse over and on mouse out events. So we'll use two buttons for now, and then we'll use the on mouse over and on mouse out events to do the same task. Now let's add two buttons here. What we'll do is we'll write here input type is equals to button, and then we'll write here value. Value will be, let's say, fade in for first button, and we'll use the on click event. Fine. So we'll write here on click and we'll call a function on clicking this particular button. So this will be a function name fade in. Now we'll do similar thing again. We'll copy paste it and we'll change certain values here. We'll write here fade out and we'll call a different function. So we'll write here fade out. Fine. Now save it, and you can see we have two buttons over here, fade in and fade out. So nothing is happening on clicking over these buttons. We can change the size of this image using CSS, right? So we'll use CSS here only. We'll write here class is equals to, let's say, size, and we'll use the style tag here. We'll write here dot size, and inside this we'll write width is equals to 50 pixels, let's say, and the height will be 50 pixels as well. Fine. Save it, and you can see the image is pretty small right now. So what we'll do is we'll write here 250 instead of 50. Save it now, and you can see it's working fine, I guess. The size is decent. Let's change it to 300. Fine. So we have to keep these things in mind, like what size we want for our image, and we can use CSS for that, right? That's quite easy. What we did is we defined a class. We used the class attribute here inside the img tag, and we have defined it using the style tag over here. We are not using any separate CSS file for that. So save it, and you can see we have our image over here with decent size, and then we have two buttons, fade in and fade out. Now the next task for us is to add functionality to these buttons. We'll move on to the JavaScript file and create our functions there. So this is our JavaScript file. We'll create a function here. Let's say the function name is fade in. So this is the first function, and then we have the body of this function. Now the next thing is to use the style property to fade this image. Let's talk about it in detail. We need to access this image, right? So we'll use the document.getElementById method to access the image. We have already used the ID attribute in the HTML file. So what we'll do here is we'll write here document.getElementById, and the ID is img. Fine. Now we have to use the style property. The style property is used to add styling to any particular element or event with the help of JavaScript. We can do it with CSS, but we want to add styling as a functionality, right? This means that we want to style an element or image by clicking a button. For that, we have to use the style property here in our JavaScript file. So we'll write here style. Now the next and the last thing is fading the image. Now we have a term named opacity in programming. Opacity refers to the fact of being opaque. In programming, if the value of opacity is 1, then we can't see through the image, like making an image transparent. And if the value is 0, we can see through that image, or we can say that the image will totally disappear if the value is 0. So let's try it out here, and you'll understand it. So what we'll do is we'll write here style.opacity is equals to 0. Now save it and click on this fade in button. Click on this fade in button, and you can see the image disappears by clicking the fade in button. Now we'll add functionality to this fade out button as well. For that, what we have to do is we have to create another function here. So the function name will be fade out, and then we have the body of this function. The working will remain the same. We'll again use the document.getElementById method. We'll again use the img as id. We'll write here .style.opacity. Now what we want is we want to bring back our image, right? So we'll write here 1. Now here the values are 0 and 1 respectively for fade in and fade out functions. Let's check the output here. Save it. Click on this fade in button, and you can see the image totally disappears. And on clicking the fade out button, you can see the image is here again. Now to actually make the image a slight fade, let's say we don't want the image to be disappeared completely. What we want is a slight fade in an image. Now what we have to do is we have to choose a value between 0 and 1. Like for 0, it totally disappears, right? If we write here 0.5, save it now and click on fade in, you can see the image fades slightly. So this is how we can use the fade in and fade out animations in JavaScript, and it will be totally fine if we write here 0.1 as well. Save it, and if you click on this fade in button, you can see we have this image over here still, but we can say it's almost transparent or disappearing. You can see it's over here. Maybe it's visible or maybe not, but if you write here 0.3 or something like that, and now click on this fade in button, you can see we can see this image, but the image is faded, right? So this is how we can use the fade in and fade out animations in JavaScript. Now we can do the same thing using on mouse over and on mouse out events in JavaScript. We have to make some more minor changes in a HTML file only. Instead of using these buttons, we'll use the on mouse over and on mouse out events inside the img tag. So what we'll do is, let's do it as well. We'll move to our HTML file and we'll comment these 2 lines. So we are done with it. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the on mouse over and on mouse out event, right? So we'll write here on mouse over first, and we'll call the fade in function on taking the mouse cursor over the image, and the second event will be on mouse out. So we'll write here on mouse out, and we'll call the fade out function, fine, on taking the mouse cursor away from the image. Save it, and you can see we don't have any buttons over here now. Now on taking the mouse cursor over this image, you can see the image fades a bit, and on taking the mouse cursor away from the image, you can see we have the original image here. So this is how we can make fade in and fade out animations work in JavaScript. You might hear that browsers do not support this method of using fade in and fade out animations in JavaScript. In my case, I have checked with 3-4 different browsers like Microsoft Edge, Firefox, Chrome and Internet Explorer. So it is working totally fine. I want you guys to check if it is working or not with the browsers you have on your computer. If not, then do let us know in the comments and we'll figure it out. Make sure that you have the latest version of whichever browser you are using. The fade in and fade out effect in JavaScript was easy to use. All we have to do is to use the style property with opacity in between 0 and 1. Quite a simple task, right? Now in this video, we'll see another animation effect in which we'll change the size of an image by hovering over that. We see such animations in many e-commerce websites where if we take the mouse cursor over any product, the size increases. So let's do it here. It's a simple task. We'll add an image to our HTML file first. So we'll write here img, and the source will be, we have an image named as coffee.png in our system, and then we have the id attribute. The id will be, let's say, img, and then we'll use the alt attribute here. We'll write here coffee. Let's assume that this is a product of any e-commerce website and we want to increase the size of this product on hovering over that. So the next thing we'll be doing here is we'll be defining the width. So let's say the width will be 200 pixels for this particular image, and then we'll use certain events here. So we'll use the on mouse over. So on taking the mouse cursor over, we want to increase the size of this image, right? And on taking the mouse cursor away, we want to decrease the size, right? So we have used these 2 functions. We'll define these functions in our JavaScript file. So we are done with this img tag. Save it, and you can see we have an image over here in a browser. So we are done with it. We have the default size of this image as 200 pixels. We can change it here. We can make it 300 or 400 or any size we want. So you can see the image size change if we write here 300 instead of 200. So for now we'll be using 200. That's fine, I guess. So what we want is we want to increase the size of this image by taking the mouse cursor over it, right? And the size will be back to normal if we take the cursor away from the image. So for that, we have to define these 2 functions, increase and decrease. So let's define them in a JavaScript file. What we'll do is we'll first write here function, and we'll define function increase. Then we have the body of this function, and we'll write here document dot get element by id. The id is img, and we'll write here dot style dot width is equals to, we can't write here 400 pixels simply, it will throw an error. You can see a red line over here. So what we have to do is we have to write this inside single inverted commas, right? Save it, and on taking the mouse cursor over the image, you can see the image size increases, but it's not getting back to its original size because we haven't declared the decrease function yet. Let's declare the decrease function as well. So what we'll do is we'll again use the same logic. We'll write here function decrease, and inside the body we'll write document dot get element by id. We'll write here img dot style dot width is equals to, the width, let's say, will be default, so the width will be 200 pixels. We'll write here 200 pixels, and the decrease function will make the picture get back to its original size, that is 200 pixels. So save it, and you can see here on the browser that the image is zooming in and out on specific mouse events. That is one of the most easiest tasks to do in JavaScript. All we had to do is we had to define two functions, a function increase and the other one for decreasing the size. So the function increase will increase the size by 200 pixels and the function decrease will get the image back to its original form. Fine. Now there is an older method of changing the size of an image using the setInterval method. HTML5 documents no longer support this method. So suppose that we want the size of the image to grow gradually. Like after every 10 milliseconds, the size should increase up to a certain level. All we have to do is to use the setInterval method. We are all aware of this concept in JavaScript. So let's take a look at the HTML part. So here's the HTML part, which is the same as we used for the previous program. Not even a single change here. You can see we have the image source as coffee.png. Then we have the ID as img1. Then we have used two mouse over events, one to increase the size and the other one to decrease the size. And then we have the width as 100. We have changed the width here. The initial width will be 100 and we'll notice that the initial image size is smaller than the one we used in the previous program. Now the JavaScript file will look different. Let's move there first. So here's the JavaScript part and we have three variables here: width, addition and interval ID. Now the initial value of width is the same as that of image, which is 100, and then we have the variable addition, which will be responsible for the increment of the size, as we want the size to be increment by 2 pixels after every 10 milliseconds, right? The following variable is interval ID, which we'll need later on while using the setInterval method. Now we have two functions over here, the increase function and the decrease function. So these are the two functions we have in a JavaScript file. Inside the increase function, we have used the setInterval method. You can see here we have the setInterval method and we have called the zoom in function after every 10 milliseconds. So it will call the zoom in functions again and again after 10 milliseconds. So if we want to make it 1 second, we have to write here 1000, right? We are already aware of this concept. So we are using milliseconds for now. Now if we remove this clear interval method from here, then the zoom in and zoom out effect will not work correctly in between. We'll try it later. So same as the case for decrease function as well, and it will call the zoom out function after every 10 milliseconds, right? So we have to define these two functions as well. So here are the functions zoom in and zoom out. So let's take a look at the zoom in function first. The zoom in function is actually responsible for the increment in the size of the image. If the width is less than 200, let's suppose the initial width is 100, which is less than 200, right? Then what will happen is the value of width will be increased by width plus addition. It will be increased by 2. So it will check if the width is less than 100, the value will be 102. Then 104, 6, 8, 10 up to 200. And then the value will be assigned to the style property to increase the size. So this statement is we are using for a long time now. So what we are doing is we are assigning the value of this width to this style property. And then we have used the console.log to check the increase in width. Now the else statement will stop the setInterval function and the increment in image size will be stopped as soon as it reaches the 200 mark. For the value of width as 200, the setInterval function will stop. Same as the case for zoom out function, which will decrease the size of the image until the size reaches 0. The size will be reduced by 2 after every 10 milliseconds. The logic remains the same. What we are doing is we are using here minus instead of plus, and we are checking if the value of width is greater than 100. Fine. So let's check the output of this program, save it, and we'll open this file with live server. We'll click on live server. Now here we are on the browser and take the mouse cursor over the image. Oh, it's not working. The reason behind it is this method is not supported by the current version of HTML. To make this program work, we have to put our browser in quirk mode. Now for that, we have to do a simple task. We have to go to a HTML file and we have to remove this particular statement. We have to remove this doc type as HTML. Remove it. Now this quirk mode is used to make older websites compatible with the browser. If your program doesn't work sometimes, do check this out by removing doctype from your HTML file. Sometimes it happens that a particular method or a particular type of program doesn't support in your browser. So do check this method out, try running your program in Quark mode, and maybe it will work. So let's check the output now. See, on taking the mouse cursor over here, the image size increases gradually, and on taking the mouse cursor away, the size decreases. It looks nice, right? Now imagine you are working on an e-commerce website and you want to make your website more interactive. Then you can put this effect over products and it will look nicer, right? So we have already mentioned it that what if we remove this clear interval method. So we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll see what if we remove this particular clear interval method from it. So we'll remove these clear interval methods. We'll remove this one and this one. Save it now. And you can see there is something wrong on taking the mouse cursor over this image. So you can see the image is shaking slightly, right? Now this is because the clear interval method does not stop the set interval method on calling the increase and decrease function every time. So this is how we can make our web pages more beautiful and interactive in JavaScript. We have come across almost every important topic in JavaScript. Whether it is an important one like regular expressions in JavaScript or the one mainly asked in interviews like promises in JavaScript. Each topic has its own value in JavaScript and every topic is important. So in today's video, we'll come across two different types of games. The first one will be the one wherein we'll recreate Flappy Birds using JavaScript. Now many of you guys must have heard about this game already. If not, we have to take a bird through a space between two walls in this particular game. So let me just take you through the game once. And here we are. So this is our game. You can see we have a bird over here. And we have to take this bird through this yellow hole present in between the blue color, right? The yellow holes are random. And if the bird strikes the blue wall or maybe at the bottom of the screen, then the game will over. Fine. So I hope you guys understood what we have to do in this particular game. Now we have to press a key from the keyboard to make the bird jump repeatedly. And we have to make the bird jump so that the bird will go through the hole between the walls without touching the boundaries of the wall. So I hope you guys must have understood the task here. Now let's try to recreate this game again from scratch, and we'll do everything by ourselves. We'll go through the HTML part, we'll go through the JavaScript, and we'll go through the CSS as well. Both HTML and CSS will play a vital role in making this game, along with the JavaScript part obviously. So let's start with the code. We'll go back to VS Code, and here you can see we have a HTML file named flappybird.html. So we'll change the title of this as well. We'll write here, instead of document, we'll write here Flappy Bird. Fine, save it. Now, first of all, we'll take a container for the game to run. So as you can see here, we have a container over here. Fine. So this is our container. Now we have to create this whole container. Now, what we'll do for that is we'll go to the body tag and we'll write here div ID is, let's say, game, and we'll close this div. Now inside this particular div, we'll create three more div tags. So we'll write here div ID is equals to block, or we can write here pipe as well for the wall or for the pipe we can say. The next we'll write here div ID is equals to hole, that is for the hole, and the last one is for the bird. Fine. So we'll write here div ID is equals to bird. We'll close this div, and a fundamental task is done here. Now we have a container for the game. We'll put the game inside one single container. The next thing we need in a game is a block which we'll use to create the walls in the game, followed by the hole in the block for the bird to go through it, right? And the last thing is the bird itself. So we'll add an image here for the bird. So let's do some styling for all this that we have written over here. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file. So this is a CSS file, and we'll write here for the whole document, the margin will be 0 by default. Okay, so we'll write here 0, and the padding will be 0 as well. Fine. We are good to go. That's a common thing. The margin and the padding will remain 0 for the whole HTML document. The next thing is to create the background of whole document. So we'll do something creative here, something different from what we did till now. So what we'll do is we'll create the background with two different colors. Now you might be thinking of what these two different colors are. So what we'll do is we'll write here body, and then we'll write here background color. We'll take any background color. Let's say we are taking cadet blue. Fine. Now save it. Save this part as well and open this on live server. So here you can see we have a background. We have the background of a HTML document as cadet blue color. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use two different colors over this background, right? So we'll write here background image, and we'll write here WebKit linear gradient, and we'll write here RGB 175, 75, 75. Then we'll write here RGB. So these are three particular colors. We'll write here 31, 31, 31, and the last one will be RGB 59, 153, 148. Fine. So here we are, and the next thing we'll do is we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Now save it, and you can see here we have three different colors over here. We'll go to our CSS file, and you can see this WebKit linear gradient over here is unknown to us, right? So CSS gradients let us display smooth transitions between two or more specified colors. So we can do it radially or linearly. Now let's see the difference, and you can spot the difference here in the output. We have three different colors over here. We have red, black, and a little bit of gray in between, right? So let's move on to the first container, and we'll create the game area now. Now what we have to do is we have to create the game area. So what we'll do is we'll access the div tag with ID as game, and let's start working on this div tag and we'll understand it much better. So we'll write here game, and we'll write here next up height of this container will be, let's say, 500 pixels. Width is, let's say, 400 pixels. So guys, remember this height and width, we'll need them later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here border, and the border will be 1 pixel, solid, black in color. Fine. And we'll add a background image as well. We'll write here background image, or we'll write here background only. We'll write a URL, and inside this we'll write fine. Save it now, and you can see here we have a container over here. Now it's not working. It says there's no such image present in a folder. So what we'll do is we'll check it from here. Here we are. We have bg2 over here, not bg1. So we'll write here bg2.jpg. Save it now and move back to the browser. And here you can see we have an image over here. So it's not quite visible till now. So what we'll do is we'll write here background size as cover. Fine. Save it now. And here you can see we have an image over here. Now the image looks fine. The next thing we'll do is we'll write margin, and we'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem and auto. Fine, save it now. You can see we have the block in between. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll use the overflow property here, and it will not show the bird going out of the box. So we'll see it in a moment what this overflow property will do. So what we'll do is we'll write here overflow is equals to hidden. Save it now. You can see it's not making any difference as of now, but we'll understand it later. Now we have a box over here on the browser, and the game will be played inside this particular box. Now we have to work on the div for the block. So we have to create a block, and that block will move again and again through the screen with holes present at a random place every time. Fine, I hope you guys got it. So let's tile the block now. What we'll do is we'll go to a CSS file and we'll write here hash block. Fine, so this is the ID for the block. Now inside this we'll use width as 50 pixels. Then we have height. So the height will be 500 pixels, equal to the height of the whole container. The next thing we'll write here is background color, and the background color will be, let's say, blue. Fine. We'll write here position as relative, and then we'll write here left 400 pixels. Fine. Now we know that after saving this piece of code, the block will not be visible anymore. So why is it not visible? It's a question, right? It arises in every person's mind. Save it, and here you can see the block is yet not visible. Now what we have to do is we have to set the left property as 200. Let's try to do it 200 once. So what we'll do is we'll write here 200 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see we have a block over our screen. Now the value of left property as 200 means the block is present to 200 pixels from the rightmost corner of the container. If we write here 400 and save it, you can see we don't have any block here. It means that the block is present right after this entire container. The block starts here and goes till here. It's a 50 pixels wide block, and it's not visible because we have set the left property as 400. So now the next thing we have to do is we need some animation over this box, right? Or we can say we need some animation over this block, right? So what we'll do is we'll write here animation, and we'll write here block. We have to perform it on a block, and the animation time will be 2 seconds. We'll write here linear, and it will go till infinite. Fine. Now this animation property will help us in moving the box again and again after every 2 seconds. And the moving points we have to define here. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write here @keyframes. After this we'll write here block, and inside this we'll write 0%. Left will be 400 pixels, and at 100% animation, what we'll do is we'll set the left property as -50 pixels. Fine. Now you guys might be wondering what we are doing here, but this keyframe here is a rule that specifies the animation code, and it will help the block move again and again from 400 pixel in the right to -50 pixels in the left. Fine, save it, and we'll go to the browser. You can see the box is moving again and again after every 2 seconds or 2 milliseconds. Now the next thing we have to do is with the hole in the block. So we have to put a hole here in the block, and for that we have to access another div with ID as hole. Fine. So we'll move to a CSS file and we'll access that particular element with ID is whole. So we'll write here hash whole, and inside this we'll write height of the whole will be 150 pixels less than that of the block. Width will be 50 pixels, same as the block. And then we'll write here background color. Fine, so let's say the background color is yellow. This is for practical purpose. You can change it by yourself. The next thing we'll write here is position. Position will be relative. Left will be 400 pixels and top will be minus 500 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here animation. Again we'll write here block. We'll write here 2 seconds. We'll write here linear. And we'll write here infinite. Fine. Now this whole will also go with the same animations as the block. Save it and open the browser, and here you can see the whole is not properly over the block. They are both at different locations. So we can try to refresh this code, and here you can see the whole is now present at the top of the block. So here is the whole. This yellow part represents the whole for this particular game. Now it is working totally fine. And this is an empty space. To make this whole randomly come anywhere in the block, we have to do some magic with JavaScript for that. So we'll do it later in this video. Now if the whole is not placed over the block in your code, don't worry, just refresh the code, or we can say just refresh the home page. It will be fine, or if not, it will get fine once we go through the JavaScript part. That's not a major deal. So let's move on to the bird now. What we'll do is we'll add an image to our HTML file for the bird. So we'll write here inside the HTML file, we'll write here where the ID is bird, we'll write here img. Okay, we have we'll write here src is equals to bird 1.png. So let me check if this file exists in our system or not. So here we are, we have bird.png, not bird1.png. Save it, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt as bird. We'll close this img tag, save it, open the browser, and you can see the bird is not visible as of now. To make this image visible, we have to work on the styling. So we'll access this image with the ID bird. What we'll do is we'll go to the CSS file again, and we'll write here hash bird. The next thing we'll write here is position. So position will be fixed, and top of bird will be 100 pixels. Then we have height as 50 pixels and width will also be 50 pixels. Fine. We'll do the same for image tag as well. So we'll write here bird img, and inside this we'll write height as 50 pixels, and we'll write here width, fine, as 50 pixels. Fine. Now save it, and if we open the browser now, you can see we have a bird in our game now. We are halfway done in making our game, and we haven't used any JavaScript until now, right? That's quite funny. So we'll use JavaScript now. Let's move on to the JavaScript part. We'll go to the JavaScript file first. Now, first of all, we'll access every element of a JavaScript file that we can access. So we'll use the getElementById method to access every element of a HTML file. What we'll do is we'll write here where whole. So whole is the ID of whole present in the block. So we can access that div tag here. We'll write here document dot get element by ID, and we'll write here whole. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here where game is equal to document dot get element by ID. The ID will be game. Fine. So for now we need to access these two elements only. We'll add some more elements later and then we'll access them. So for now let's focus on these two only. Next up, we need the whole to be placed in random places in the block every time. For that we need an event listener. So we'll create a function that will change the location of this whole every time. It will change the location on every iteration of the block. Fine. So we'll write here whole dot add event listener, and we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a event listener, and we'll write here a function name. So let's say we are writing here ran whole. Fine. So this is a function. It's random whole. So we'll write here ran whole. Now we'll declare this function as well. We'll write here function ran whole, and inside of this function we'll take a variable random, let's say. So this is a variable. We'll write here minus math.random. So this is a function, and we'll multiply this value by 350. So this means that it will take any random value between 0 and 350. Fine. And then what we'll do is we'll add 150 to that particular value, and the whole value will be changed to minus. We'll see it in a moment why we are doing so. So the next thing we'll write here is whole dot style dot left. Now whole dot style dot top is equals to random plus pixels. Fine. I hope you guys got it till now. So this math.random function will pick any random value between 0 to 350, and 150 will be added to that particular value because we don't want the value to go down as low as 10, and the whole will go out of the container's borders. So the initial value of the whole was, let's check it out. So here we are in a CSS file. So you can see the initial value of whole was minus 500 pixels for top. Fine. So the new value will be random plus pixels. The value was 500 because we wanted the whole at the top of the block, and now it will take any random value and the whole will be placed according to that particular random value. So let's save it, open the browser, and here you can see the whole is moving randomly now. You can see it was initially present at the top. Now it is at the bottom here. So it will change the location randomly according to the random number picked up by the math.random function. So let's get back to the JavaScript part. Now, before we move on to the fall and game over function, let's discuss the game over scenario first, and we'll finish out all the necessary HTML and CSS tasks for the game over. So the game will be over when the bird strikes the pole or either the bird falls down to the ground. On game over, the score will be shown on the screen with a restart button, right? So the score will be counted on the basis of blocks passed by the birds. Now the number of blocks passed will be the final score. So we'll take a variable score and increase the value of this score variable with each random block coming through. So we'll take a variable score and we'll write here where score is equals to 0. The initial value will be 0. So let's do the HTML part, wherein we'll use a div tag to print the result on the screen. What we'll do is we'll go to the HTML file, and here what we'll do is we'll write here after this particular div tag, we'll write div id is equals to result, and here we have another div tag present over here. Now inside this div tag we'll use a h1 tag and we'll write here game over. Fine. Next thing we'll do here is we'll use p tag with id as, let's say, text. Fine. We'll close the p tag here, or the paragraph tag we can say. Now we need a button. So we'll write here button id is equals to btn. We'll write here on click is equals to location dot reload, and we'll write here restart. Fine. Now the HTML part is done. The paragraph tag with id as text will be used to print the score on the scoreboard. Now this location.reload method is used to reload the whole web page. On clicking the start button, the entire page will be reloaded and the game will start again. Fine. We'll use CSS to style all of this game over part. So we'll go to the CSS file, and here's the CSS file. Now we'll write here hash result. We are accessing the div tag with id as a result. So the height will be, let's say, 200 pixels for result, and the width is, let's say, 500 pixels. Fine. So if I show you once again, so here is the block for game over scenario. So the height is 200 pixels and the width is 500 pixels. Basically we need to create a card, right? Or we can say a rectangle. So we'll move back to the CSS file and we'll write here background color is, let's say, brown. Margin will be 5 rem auto. So margin top will be 5 rem and then it will do it automatically. Then we'll write here border. So border will be 2 pixels solid and the color will be white. Fine. We'll write here border radius. So the border radius will be, let's say, 20 pixels. We want rounded borders, and the display will be none. Fine. The last thing we'll do is we'll write here text align as center. It will align the text in the center. And the next thing we are left with is the button. Fine. So we'll write here hash btn, because the id of button element is btn. So we'll write here padding 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Fine. The border will be none because we don't need any border for this button. We of course want the button to be round from the corners, so we'll write here border radius is 11 pixels. Background color is green. Color is white. Font size is 1.5 rem. We'll write here text transform uppercase. We'll write here margin top 1 rem. So guys, you can see we are using this rem again and again. So I might wonder that if any one of you knows the exact definition of this word rem. If yes, then do let us know in the comments below and let's see how many of you guys know the actual definition of this term. So the last thing we'll do is we'll write here cursor is equals to pointer and we are good to go. Fine. The next thing is we'll write here hash text margin top will be 1 rem and font size will be 2 rem. Fine. We'll do one more thing. We'll write here color is seashell. So this will be the color of our text. So we are now totally done with the HTML and CSS part. The only thing remaining now is the JavaScript part, and we have to work on that only. So just a few more if-else statements and all, and we are done with the game. Now moving back to the JavaScript part, but before we go there, let me just show you how this works. Save it and go to the browser. So this is our game, and you can't see any game over scenario here, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to go here in result and we have to comment this particular statement. Fine. Display as none, we have to comment out this statement. Save it now. And it's not working now as well. Okay, here's a mistake in this div tag. What we did wrong here is, so this was a mistake. Save it now. And now here you can see we have a card for game over here. And if you click on this restart button, you can see the page is reloading again and again. So it's working totally fine. We'll move back to the CSS file and we'll remove this. Fine. Save it now. And let's go back to the JavaScript part. Now we'll access two more HTML elements that we just created. So what we'll do is we'll write here where result is equals document dot get element by ID, and the ID is a result. Fine. And then finally we'll write here where text is equals to document dot get element by ID, and the ID is text. Fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where jumping is equals to 0. We'll take another variable for the bird to jump. Now we'll need all these elements further in the video. Now we have to create functions for falling, and we have to mention the conditions for game over as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this ranHole function, we'll write here where fall is equals to set interval. We'll set an interval. So we'll write here function, and then we have the body of this function. So the next thing we'll do is we'll write here where bird top is equals to %. We'll write here window dot get computed style, and we'll pass bird here. Then we'll write here dot get property value, and the property value will be top. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here if jumping is equals to 0, the body of if statement, we'll write here bird dot style dot top is equals to bird top plus 2. After this we'll make them in pixels. Fine. Now we have to mention the time in milliseconds here, so we'll write here 10, and we are good to go. So here in this function we are using the top value provided to the bird. So we have used these two functions, window.getComputedStyle and getPropertyValue, to get the elements style property with ID as bird, and the top value we need will be passed to the following function. The value of jumping is 0, so the style.top will be set to bird top plus 2 pixels. Now the initial value was 100 pixels from the top, and 2 pixels will be added to the value after every 10 milliseconds now. Save it, and here you can see a bird will fall eventually. Fine. So what's happening here is 2 pixels will be added to this value of top after every 10 milliseconds now. Fine. Now we have to define those conditions here wherein we'll check if the bird touches the ground, then game over. For that we have to write inside the same function only. So we'll move back to a function and we'll write inside this particular function only. We'll write here where block left will take the left value of block, and we'll write here % window dot get computed style. So we need the computed style for block now, and we'll write here dot get property value. Fine. So we'll write here left because we need the left value, and the value will be stored inside block left, and then we have where whole top. Fine. We'll write here % window dot get computed style. We'll write here whole, and then we'll write here get property value, and we'll write here top. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where htop. So this is another variable. So the value of htop will be 500 plus whole top. So any value returned to the whole top variable will be added to 500, and that value will be assigned to htop variable. Fine. Now we have to write here conditions. So the conditions will be if bird top is greater than 450 or block left. So we have made a mistake here. We have to put one more bracket over here, and then we'll write here block left is less than 50, and then we'll write here block left greater than minus 50. Then we have bird top is less than htop, or bird top is greater than htop plus 100. Fine. I'll explain it to you in a moment. Now what we have to do is we have to write here result dot style dot display. We have to change this style to block now, which was none till now. So then we'll write here text dot inner text is equals to your final score is colon, we'll use here dollar, and then we'll print the score here. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here game dot style dot display is equals to none, which was block until now. Now the last thing we have to do is we have to change the value of score to 0 again, so that the game will restart from 0. Now let me explain this to you guys. So we have to write here bird top first, not bird top. So now if bird top is greater than 450 means that the bird is touching the ground, or we can say the bottom part of the container. Now you can get all these values correct by going through the inspect elements, and I hope you guys already know how to use it in JavaScript to get the exact values in pixels. So I want you guys to check it, to cross check it once if it's fine or not. Now if the block left is less than 50 and greater than minus 50 means if the bird is colliding with the block or not, and the bird top is less than htop means the bird is hitting with the top of the block, or the bottom of the hole, we can say. The last one is for the bird to collide from the upper part of the block. Now in all these cases, the result box will appear and the style of the result box will be blocked. The paragraph tag with ID as text will show the score here, and the game.style will change to none. Now the game will disappear and the game over scenario will come forward. Now score will be again 0, as if the user wants to restart the game, then he can restart it from 0 again. So save it once and let's see if it's working or not. Save it and go to the browser, close it. Okay, you can see it's working totally fine, but it says your final score is $score. So we have made a mistake over here. Now what we'll do is we'll go back here and we'll check what's wrong here. Fine. Okay, the mistake here is of single inverted comma. Instead of single inverted comma, we have to put this sign over here. Now save it, go back to the browser, restart the game, and you can see it's working totally fine. It says your final score is 0. Restart it again, and here you can see it's working totally fine. Now we are left with only one thing, and that thing is quite easy. So what we have to do now is we have to make the bird jump on button press. So we have to create one last function for this event. So what we'll do is we'll write here after this window dot add event listener. We'll add an event key down, and then we'll write here hop. So hop will be a function. Hop is basically a synonym for jump as well. So we'll define this hop function now. We'll write here function hop, and then we have the body of this function. So jumping will set to 1 on calling this function, and we'll write here where bird top is equals to parseInt. We'll again write here window dot get computed style, and the style will get from bird, and the property we want is top. Fine. Now we'll write here if bird top is greater than 6, then we'll write here bird dot style dot top minus 60. Fine. Okay, so we'll write here is equals to bird top minus 60. So we'll put all this inside a bracket and we'll convert it to pixels. So for that we have to write here pixels inside double inverted comma. Fine. Now what we have to do next is we have to write here set timeout, and we have to create an anonymous function over here. So we'll write here function, and we'll again set the value of jumping to 0 after every 100 milliseconds. Fine. So every time a key is pressed, the hop function will be called and the value of jumping will change to 1. It will again take the bird top value and check if the value of bird top is greater than 6. And if yes, then subtract 60 from it and save it inside the top of the bird. Then again, the bird will try to go down after every 100 milliseconds, but the bird will also go up by 60 pixels on each button press. Right. Now save it and our game is ready. So we are done with creating the game. Now what we'll do is we'll go to the browser and we'll restart the game. So here you can see our bird is jumping and we can take the bird from the holes. So here you can see we have a bird and it's working fine. So we have to take the bird through these holes. So here you can see it says your final score is 0 every time. Fine. So let's check out for this ones. Okay, so we have forgot to mention here score plus plus. Now save it. Go back to the browser. Now we'll play this game again once. So we have to take this bird through these gaps in between the blocks. See how long it goes. So here you can see it says your final score is 5, and then again the value of score is set to 0 after some time. That's because if the person want to restart the game, then the value of score will be 0 for that restart. Now here you guys just saw me playing this exciting game, and I want you guys to try it. It's fun and you'll enjoy the game more after creating it by yourself. Today we'll create a car game in which we have to save a car from obstacles coming towards our vehicle. I don't know the exact name for this game, but let me give you an overview of this game real quick. So here's the game you can see over the screen, wherein we have a red car on the road and we have to protect this car by moving to the left or right. All we have to do is to protect this red car from collision with the blue one. Now, I know the graphics for these games are not too much appealing, but if you want to make a high-end graphics game, then JavaScript is not the only language you can use. We have to use many different JS libraries and maybe several other programming languages along with JavaScript to achieve this task. So let's focus on these small games for now and we'll go ahead step by step. Now, in this particular game, if you see here, we have 3 images. One is of red car, the other one is of blue car and a road behind them, right? So let's move on to the programming part directly. And most of the parts will remain the same like that of Flappy Birds. Let's move on to VS Code. So here is a game. This is the HTML file and then we have a CSS file and a JavaScript file for this game. Now, what we'll do first is we'll create a div tag. We have to protect a block, right? We have to move the container either to the left or to the right. So for that we have to create div tags. So first of all we'll write here div. We'll take this particular div tag for the game and we'll write here another div with id as game. Fine. Now we have 2 div tags over here. Now what we'll do first is we'll add images for red car and for blue car. Right, so what we'll do is we'll take 2 div tags and we'll write here id as blue car for the blue car, and then we'll write here img src. The source will be blue.png. so we have a file named blue.png which is actually an image, and what we'll do is we'll write here alt. So the alternate will be blue car. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code and we'll do the same for red vehicle as well. So instead of blue car, we'll name the ID as red car. The image source we have in a computer is red.png and alternate will be red car. Fine. Now we have added the 2 cars to our div tag, or we can say to a HTML file. Save it. Go to the browser. So this is our document. You can see here we have a blue car and we have a red car. You can see we have both images over here, but the size is different. The blue car looks big and the red one is pretty small, right? Not to worry, we'll figure it out in the CSS part. So let's do the rest of the HTML part here. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file again. And now one thing you might have noticed in the game here is on collision, we are getting a card for game over. So we have to create this div tag as well. So let's finish the HTML part first. What we'll do is we'll write here div again. And this time the ID will be result. So we are preparing for the game over part, right? Now what we'll do is we'll write here h1 heading. So inside h1 we'll write game over. So let me show you why we are doing this. So if you can see here, on collision we have game over, right? So game over we have to write here. Now what we'll do is we'll write here game over like this. The next thing we need is the score. So what we'll do is we'll write here p So we'll use the paragraph tag. The ID will be score, and the score will do in JavaScript part. Now what we have to do is we have to add the restart button as well. So for that we'll write here button ID is equals to, let's say, btn, and we'll use the on click event. So on click we'll write here location dot reload. We'll call this function. So this is a built-in function in JavaScript. What this function will do is it will refresh the whole page. Fine, the game will start again. So we have added another div tag for the score here. We have a heading game over and a paragraph with ID as score, and then we have a button to reload the web page. Now let's style these elements and make them look like a game. So what we'll do is we'll move to the CSS file. Now here's a CSS file. We'll first write here some code for the whole HTML document. So for inside this we'll define margin, and the default margin will be 0. Similarly we'll define padding as well. So the default padding will also be 0. Now the next thing we have to do is we have to write here some code for the body. Fine. Here what we'll do is we'll use two colors at a specific angle of 45 degrees. We have already been through the WebKit linear gradient property in the previous game, which is Flappy Bird. So what we'll do is we'll write here, let's take a background color. Let's say the background color is this kind of sky blue. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll take a background image, and inside this we'll write WebKit linear gradient. We have already been through this in the previous game. So we'll write here 45 degree. This is the angle, and then we'll define two colors here. So our two colors will be gray, and the next one will also be gray but a little bit different from this one. So we'll write here 45%. It will take 45% of the screen, and then we'll write here hash. So this is the code for dark gray color, and it will take the rest 55% of the screen. Fine, save it for now. Go to the web browser. So you can see here we have two different colors present over here in a web browser. The colors are divided at an angle of 45 degree. What we can do here is we can write here 50-50 instead for both the colors. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see, you can clearly spot the difference here. So here you can see these two colors are different now. We'll leave it here. You can do this thing as you wish. So moving ahead, we'll write here min height will be 800 pixels. Fine, save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see we have a background color set for this particular web page. Now, so after the body tag, we'll do some styling for the game container. So here you can see we have the ID as game for the first div tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here game. We'll write some properties here. We'll write here height. So the height will be 500 pixels. Then we'll write here width. The width of the box is, let's say, 300 pixels. And the border will also define. So the border will be black, and the border will be 1 pixel thick, solid, and black in color. Fine, save it. You can see over here. So we can't see anything for now. So let's style this first completely. What we'll do is we'll write here margin. So the margin will be 1 rem. Auto. Now right here we'll write background image. So the background image is the one we already have in a folder. The name for that image is road1.png. Now we'll write here background size. So we'll write here contain to fit this image inside the container, and we'll write here overflow as hidden. Fine, save it, move to the browser, and here you can see now we have a div tag present over here. We have a container over here, and we have the blue image only for now. Now what we'll do next is we'll style these images as well. So first we'll do the same for blue car. We'll write here blue car, and inside this we'll write height as 100 pixels, width will be 130 pixels. So there's a specific reason behind writing this 130 pixel. We'll understand it later. Now the background color for this car will be, let's say, blue for the blue one, and we'll write here position. So the position will be relative. Next up we'll write here top. Top will be 0 pixels. So remember the value for these properties. We'll need them later in the JavaScript part. Now what we'll do next is we'll write here left as 0 pixels. Now next up we'll write here text align as center, and animation. So this animation we have already been through it. Now what we'll do is we'll write here move. After 1 second the animation should be linear and it should be infinite. Fine. Now this animation we have to define, but before that we'll write here blue car img. So here what we'll do is we'll define the height of image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Now save this, go to the browser, and here you can see we have a blue car present at the top left corner of a container. Now what we'll do is we'll define the animation for this particular div tag, right? So here is a car present at the top left corner. So what we'll do is we'll move this box to the middle of the screen. So we have already done it, I guess, but there is some mistake. So here you can see we have given space between one rem. Save it now. And here you can see we have a box present at the center of a screen. Now we are good to go. Next up we'll define the animation. So we'll write here @keyframe, and instead of identifier, the identifier we have here is move. Fine. So inside this we'll write here 0%. At 0% the top will be 0. Fine. 0 pixels. And at 100% the top will be 501 pixels. Fine. Now one thing to notice here is the total height of the container is 500 pixels and the animation will go till 501 pixels. Save it now. Move to the browser, and here you can see the car is still not moving. So we have made a mistake here. So here's a mistake. We have to write here move only. Save it now. And here you can see the animation is going swiftly now. So the car starts from 0 pixel and goes till 501 pixel. So it will happen infinitely because we have used here infinite inside the animation property. What we'll do next is we'll do the same for red car as well. Fine. So here you can see we have a red car. The ID is red car for this. So what we'll do is we'll write here #red car, and we'll start styling this red car as well. The height will remain the same. The height will be 100 pixels, and then we have the width. The width will be 130 pixels for this car as well. The background color will be red because the car color is also red. Position will be relative for this as well. The top will be 250 pixels, let's say, and the left will be 130 pixels. Fine. Now what we are doing here is we are taking the left as 130 pixels. Why so? Because what we want is we want the car to be present at 130 pixels away from the left corner of the box. So that's why we have written 130 pixels over here inside the left property. Now the next thing we'll write here is text align, and text align will be center. Fine. We'll do the same thing for red car as well here. We'll write here red car img. We have to write here hash as well. Now inside this we'll define the height of this image. We'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. Save it now. Go to the browser, and here you can see we have a red and blue car over here. Now the box seems to be a little bit less wide for these two cars. So what we'll do is we'll write the width here as 390 pixels so that it will be divided equally in 3 parts. Save it now. And here you can see now this box looks totally fine. We have a red car present in the center. We can move it to the left and to the right. So we are done with styling these 3 images. Next up, we have to style the result part as well, right? So here you can see in this particular game, we have a card over here with a different background. The game over color is white and this color is gray, I guess. The button color is black and the restart color is sky blue. Fine. So we have to keep all these things in mind. We have to style this box as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here result, and inside this we'll write height. Height will be 200 pixels for this box. Then we'll write here width, and width will be 400 pixels. So we want a rectangle for this. Next up we'll write here background color. So let's define the RGB value. The RGB value for this particular color is 231, 105, 105. That's because we want to make the exact same game. So that's why we are using the RGB values here. Save it now. Move to the browser. And here you can see we have the game over card over here. And the game over color is black and the card color is pinkish, we can say. Now we'll move to a CSS file. We'll write here margin, and the margin will be 1 rem auto. Next up we'll write here border radius. So we want the box to be a little bit round from the edges. So for that we'll write here border radius as 20 pixels. And then we have font size as 30 pixels for game over. Then we'll write here text align. We want to align the text at the center of this box. Game over color will be white. Fine. So we'll write here white, and we are done with it. Save it. And here you can see we have a box over here. We have a game over card over here. Now what we want is we want to hide this thing, right? So for that we have to write here display as none. Save it now. And you can see we don't have this game over box over here anymore. Now moving back to our CSS file, what we'll do is we'll remove this particular statement for now. Save it. And here's our box again. We'll add this property later. So for now what we'll do is we'll write here score. Now what we have to do is we have to write here font size as 2.2 rem. I hope you guys must have searched for the rem keyword. Now we'll discuss this keyword again in the next video. So for now we'll write here color, and the color will be, let's say, take any color of your choice. So we'll write here gray, or we can say let's take goldenrod. I don't know which color is it, but let's take it once. Save it. And you are not getting anything over here because we haven't defined it yet. So we'll see it later. Now the last thing we have to do here is with the button, right? So we'll use the button ID for that. We'll write here btn, and inside this we'll write padding. So padding will be 0.5 rem and 1 rem for left. Now we'll write here border radius for this button as 20 pixels because the button is a little bit round at the corners. Next up we'll write here border as none. We don't need any border for this particular button. Then we'll write here background color is, let's say, black. We'll write here the color as, which color we should take? Let's take this one. Now we'll write here margin top. So let's say the margin top will be 10 pixels. Next up we'll write here cursor. So cursor will be pointer. Fine. Cursor will change to pointer on taking it over the restart button. we'll write here text transform. We want to transform this text to uppercase. Fine, save it now, move back to the browser, and here you can see we have a game over here, but this tag is not working for now. So let's see what's wrong here. Okay, so we have to write here restart, save it now, and here you can see we have a button over here. We have a restart button over here. The button looks a little bit small. So what we have to do is we have to do some styling change here. We'll take, let's say, the font size. So we'll write here font size is, let's say, 25 pixels. Save it now. And here you can see the button is quite right now. So we are done with it. What we'll do is we'll add the display property here. We'll write here display none, save it, and the box is gone. Fine. Now we are done with the CSS part as well. Now we have to make this game responsive only. That will do with the help of JavaScript. So let's move on to the JavaScript file first. Here's a JavaScript file. Now we'll access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript file because we need them. So what we'll do is we'll write here where blue car is equals to document dot get element by ID. So the ID for blue car is blue car. We'll write here where red car document dot get element by ID. So the ID is red car for the red one. Next up, we'll write here where a result. We'll get result as well. We'll write here document dot get element by ID, and inside this we'll write a result. Fine. We are accessing all the elements with the help of get element by ID method. Now what we'll do is we'll write here where score. So the score will write here document dot get element by ID, and again we'll write here score. Then we'll write here where game document dot get element by ID. The ID for game is game. Fine. We'll take another variable here. Let's say the variable name is variable counter to count the number of cars passing through the red one to get the final score basically. So we'll initialize the value as 0 for this counter variable. Now the next thing we have to do is to make the blue car move randomly in 3 positions, right? For that we'll use math.random function again. We have used this function previously in the Flappy Birds game. So we'll write here blue car dot add event listener. We'll add an event. So we'll write here animation iteration. So this is a predefined event listener in JavaScript. So for this we'll create a function here. We'll write here function and we'll define the function as well. Fine. So we'll take a variable, let's say random, and we'll write here math dot floor math dot random. So this is a predefined function in JavaScript. We'll write here into 3, and right here we'll write 130. Fine. Why 130? Because 130 is the default width which we have taken in our CSS file. So we'll write here blue car dot style dot left is equals to the value of random in pixels. Fine. Then we'll increase the value of counter after every car passes through, after every blue car passes through the red one. Save it and move to the browser. You can see the blue car has 3 positions over here. Can either come from the left, right, or from the center. Any random number from these 3 numbers will get multiplied to 130. So we have 3 positions only. Any random position. Let's say the position is 1. It means that the car is present at the left. So that particular number will be multiplied with 130 and the left value of the blue car will change to that particular number. The logic is simple. If the number randomly taken is 2, then the random value will become 260 in that case, and the blue car will have a distance of 260 pixels from the left side of the container. So this was the reason behind taking the width of container as 390. I hope you guys can relate to it now. So let's move ahead and write the code for moving the red car as well. So you can see the red car is not moving as of now. We'll make it move. So let's write the code for that as well. We'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll write here window.addEventListener. We'll add an event here. We'll write here key down and we'll define a function here. Fine. So we'll take a parameter inside this function. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 39, then what will happen is we'll take a variable where red car left is equals to, we'll write here parseInt window dot get computed style. We'll get the computed style of red car and we'll write here get property value. Fine. We'll take the property value here as well. We'll take the left value. So we'll write here left and we'll write here if red car left is less than 260 pixels, then red car dot style dot left will change to red car left plus 130 and the value will change to pixels as well. Fine. Now we'll write the code for another key as well. So we have to add two keys over here. What we'll do is we'll write here if e.keycode is equals to 37. This key code over here represents the left and the right arrow key of our keyboard. So that's why we are using here key code as 37 and 39. 39 is the default key code for the right arrow key and 37 is for the left arrow key. So what we'll do here is we'll write here where red car left is equals to parseInt. So what we'll do is we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. This will remain the same. Now what we'll do is we'll write here if red car left is greater than 0, then it will change the style. So we'll write here this, and here what we'll do is we'll change the value of red car to red car left minus 130 pixels. So we are moving the car to the left or to the right. Fine. Now we are done with it. Now save it and move to the browser. And now here you can see we are able to move the red car to the left or to the right as well. Fine. Now we are good to go. So the next thing we have to do is to write the code for collision of these two cars, or we can say the function for game over as well. Fine. So let's head back to our JavaScript file and we'll create another function over here. So what we'll do is we'll take certain values and pass them through some conditions. If any of the requirements fail, then the game is over. The logic is simple. Let's implement this logic. So what we'll do is we'll write here set interval. So we'll use the set interval method and we'll write here function. So let's say the function name is game over. We'll now define the body of this function. Now let's discuss some things. What we need is we need the top property of blue car, we need the left property of blue car, and then we need the left property of a red car. Fine, so we'll take three variables. We'll write here var blue car top, then we'll take var blue car left, and then we'll take var red car left. Fine, so we have these three variables over here. Now what we'll do is we'll get these values first. So we'll again use the get computed style property and the get property value. We'll write here parseInt, and inside this we'll write window dot get computed style. So the computed style is of the blue car. Then we'll write here get property value. We'll write here top because we need the top value. We'll do the same thing for blue car left and for red car left. Fine, so we'll change the values here. We'll write here left for the blue car left, and we'll write here left for the red car. Fine, we are good to go. We have these three variables and we have the properties, right? We have the value of these particular properties. Now we'll write here certain conditions. We'll use the if statement again. We'll write here if blue car left is equals to red car left. Let's replace this left with a capital L. And we'll write here and then blue car top is greater than 250 and blue car top is also less than 450. So we need the blue car in between 250 and 450 for collision, right? What we'll do is we'll write here result dot style dot display. So we'll change the display property of a result element. We'll write here is equals to block. Now we need a game over card over the game, and we'll also change the display property of game as well. We'll write here game dot style dot display as none. Fine, we don't want the game for this. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here score. So for that we'll write here score dot inner HTML is equals to, let's say it says your score is, and we'll write here dollar. We have a variable counter, right? We'll print the value of counter here. Fine. Now there is an error over here, you can see. So what we have to do is we have to put them inside this. We'll not use the double inverted commas. We'll use this instead. And you can see the error over here is gone now. So we are good to go. Now after that we'll change the value of counter to 0 again. In case the user wants to restart the game, the value of counter will start from 0 again. Now we want to call this function after a certain interval of time. So we'll write here 10 and we are good to go. So the set interval method will be called after 10 milliseconds. Now the same thing we did for Flappy Birds as well. So some conditions here are almost same and the output is also the same as we had for Flappy Birds. Now save it, and you can see on the browser that our game is completely fine now. It's working totally fine. So we can play this game. Now let's play it once. So here you can see we can move our red car and the blue car is coming randomly from any of the three directions. It means that it can either come from the left or from the center or from the right. Fine. On collision, you can see it shows that the game is over and the score is 13. Now on clicking the restart button, we can restart the game, the page reloads again, and it's working totally fine now. We have to create this particular game and we can see that the game is completely done. We can play this game anytime and it's fun as well, of course. So we can do certain things with the graphics as well. I want you guys to do that thing and let us know in the comments below what else can we do to make this game more appealing to the user.
What is TypeScript? TypeScript is object-oriented and strongly typed programming language which is superset of JavaScript. TypeScript code is converted to JavaScript, which can be executed anywhere JavaScript is supported in a browser or Node.js and any other application. TypeScript was designed by Anders Hijelsberg at Microsoft. The limitations of JavaScript for the development of large-scale application at the Microsoft and among its external customers led to the creation of TypeScript. Due to the difficulty of working with the complicated JavaScript code, there was demand for custom tooling to make developing JavaScript components easier. TypeScript is JavaScript with some additional features. To support a strong interaction with your editor, TypeScript adds additional syntax to JavaScript. TypeScript is a scripting language that understands JavaScript and uses type inference to provide powerful capabilities without the need for additional code. Why TypeScript? Compilation. JavaScript is an interpreted language. There is no need to compile it. As a result, it must be run to ensure that it is genuine. If there is an error, that implies you write all the code to find out an output. As a result, you will have to spend hours looking for the faults in the code. So, error checking is provided via the TypeScript transpiler. If TypeScript detects any syntax mistakes, it will compile the code and generate compilation errors. This aids in the detection of mistakes prior to the execution of the script. TypeScript provides an optional type system for JavaScript code. When a client doesn't have a value for a parameter, he can pass a null. Optional arguments are features of TypeScript. We can declare some arguments in the function optional by utilizing optional parameter features so that the client is not necessary to supply a value to optional parameters. Strong static typing. JavaScript does not have a powerful static typing system. Does the TLS? TypeScript comes with an optional static typing and type inference system. The TLS, that is a TypeScript language service, can deduce the type of variable defined with no type based on its value. Supports object-oriented programming such as classes, interfaces, inheritance, and other object-oriented programming principles are supported by TypeScript. TypeScript supports type definitions. Existing JavaScript libraries can use TypeScript type definitions. External JavaScript libraries are defined in TypeScript definition files. As a result, these libraries can be included in TypeScript code. Now let us look at the difference between TypeScript versus JavaScript. TypeScript is an object-oriented programming language, whereas JavaScript is a scripting language. And TypeScript supports static typing, whereas JavaScript does not support static typing. Errors can be found and corrected during compile time. In JavaScript, errors can be found only during the runtime as it is an interpreted language. There is a concept for ES3, ES4, ES5, and ES6 in TypeScript, whereas no support for compiling additional ES3, ES4, ES5, or ES6 features in JavaScript. Functions can have optional parameters in TypeScript, whereas this feature is not possible in JavaScript. Converted into JavaScript code to be understandable for browsers in TypeScript. In JavaScript, this can directly be used in browsers. In TypeScript, proper build setup is required for static type definitions. No build setup is required in JavaScript. Now let us look at the features of TypeScript. TypeScript supports other JavaScript libraries. TypeScript is a new Microsoft language that is highly typed superset of JavaScript, with support for object-oriented programming and other current features like decorators. Because browsers and nodes comprehend JavaScript, TypeScript compiles to JavaScript. TypeScript is portable. TypeScript is cross-browser, cross-device, and cross-platform. It can run in any environment that supports JavaScript. TypeScript, unlike its competitors, does not require dedicated virtual machine or a specific runtime environment to run. TypeScript is superset of JavaScript. It's a strong syntactical superset of JavaScript with the addition of optional static typing. TypeScript is a large-scale application development language that transcompiles to JavaScript. TypeScript is static and TypeScript is object-oriented language. When a client doesn't have a value for a parameter, he can pass null. Optional arguments are a feature of TypeScript. When it comes to object-oriented programming with JavaScript, JavaScript shines because of the class keyword. It makes object-oriented programming look quite similar to programming in other object-oriented languages like C# or Java. Applications of TypeScript. TypeScript can be used to develop JavaScript applications for both client-side and server-side execution. TypeScript can be deployed instead of JavaScript language since it adds more features and gives error directly with the code. TypeScript is used for building large-scale applications for enterprises. Advantages of TypeScript. Highlights error at the compilation time during the time of development. In TypeScript, it runs on any browser or JavaScript engine. TypeScript has a namespace concept by defining a module. TypeScript supports strongly typed or static typing. Disadvantages of TypeScript. TypeScript takes a long time to compile the code. TypeScript does not support abstract classes. TypeScript has extra compilation step for converting TypeScript into JavaScript. TypeScript has an overly complicated typing system.
Setting up development environment. Firstly, we need to go to Node.js official website and install Node.js. After installing, go to command prompt and type the function node space -v to check if the node is installed properly. To install TypeScript, run the command npm node package manager install globally TypeScript in the command prompt, and this will install TypeScript. So let's jump to the browser and see the installation of Node.js and TypeScript. Then we will go to Visual Studio and see the different components like loops, variables, data types with examples.
So to install Node.js, come to the website nodejs.org. Here come to the downloads, and from here you can install Node.js. Node is an open source server-side execution platform for JavaScript code. Node is commonly used for real-time applications like chat, news feeds, and web push notifications because it allows for a persistent connection from browser to the server. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime based on V8 JavaScript engine from Chrome. Node.js is an asynchronous event-driven JavaScript runtime for building scalable network applications. To install for Windows, click on Windows. If you have Mac OS, click on Mac OS to install. So I'll click on Windows. Here we go. Node.js is getting installed. Since I have already installed in my device, I'll cancel it. So once the installation is complete and you have installed the Node.js, next go to command prompt. In the command prompt, run the command node-v to check if whether the Node.js is installed properly. And here it shows the version of Node.js installed in our device. So here we can see that Node is installed properly. Next we need to install TypeScript. To install TypeScript, we need to run the command npm node package manager install -g globally TypeScript. If you run this command, the TypeScript will be installed. The TypeScript will be installed worldwide with this command. This implies that each project you create on your computer can use TypeScript dependencies without having to reinstall the TypeScript package. So after running this, the TypeScript will be installed. Since I have already installed, I'll clear this. So after installing TypeScript, to check if whether the TypeScript is installed properly, to check if the compiler is installed, just type tsc TypeScript compiler space -version. And here you can see the TypeScript compiler of version 4.5.4 is installed.
Now that we know how to install Node.js and TypeScript, now we'll go to Visual Studio and see the examples. So let us see the different types of variables available in TypeScript. So for variable declaration, TypeScript follows the same rules as JavaScript. Variables can be declared with the commands like variable, or we have let, and we have const. So these are the three types of variable declarations available in TypeScript. We'll see them one by one. Variables can be declared in TypeScript using the var keyword, just like in JavaScript. The scoping rules are identical to those in JavaScript. For example, we can declare a variable of parameter age, and it is of the type number, which is equal to say 45, something like this. And similarly, we have let. So let is a ECMAScript 6 introduced two new types of variable declarations in JavaScript using the keyword let and const to solve the issues with variable declarations. These additional sorts of variable declarations are also supported by TypeScript, which is a superset of JavaScript. For example, we have, let's say, employee name is equal to John. Similarly, we have constant. Constant variables are declared in the same way as variable and let variables are. Constant transforms a variable into a constant whose value cannot be changed. The same scoping constraints apply to constant variable as they do to the let variables. For example, we have constant num is equal to 100, something like this. Next, we will look at the different data types in TypeScript. We have different data types like number, string, boolean, array, etc. So number, first we'll look at the number. Just like JavaScript, TypeScript supports number data type. All numbers are stored as floating point numbers. These numbers can be a decimal, hexadecimal. For example, say let first number 1, 2, 3. So let second let third number is equal to, this is of the type, now we will write octal. And don't forget to put colon, otherwise it will show an error. Let fourth now we'll declare the number of type, say binary. So TypeScript supports number data types, like the numbers can be stored in floating point numbers or decimal or hexadecimal, octal or binary. So this is basically a number, and this is hexadecimal, this is octal, and this is binary. These are the different number methods in TypeScript. The method toExponential returns the exponential notation in string format. ToFixed returns the fixed point notation in string format. ToLocateString converts the number into a local specific representation of the number. ToPrecision returns a string representation in exponential or fixed point to be specified precision. ToString returns the string representation of the number in the specified base, and value_of returns the primitive value of the number. Next we have string. Another data type which we have is string. String is another primitive data type that is used to store text data. String values are surrounded by single quotation marks or double quotation mark. For example, we say declare it, let employee name string of the type string is equal to Johnson. So this is of the type string. The different string methods in TypeScript are method character at returns the character at the given index. Concatenate returns a combination of two or more specified strings. Index of returns an index of first occurrence of the specified substring from a string, and -1 if not found. The method replace replaces the matched substring with a new substring. And the method split splits the string into substrings and returns an array. ToUpperCase converts all the characters of the string into uppercase. ToLowerCase converts all the characters of the string into the lowercase. The next type which we have is Boolean. Boolean values are supported by both JavaScript and TypeScript and stored as true or false. Example for Boolean is, say, let here note that the Boolean with small b is different from the Boolean capital B. So the uppercase Boolean is an object type, whereas the lowercase Boolean is a primitive type. It is always recommended to use the primitive type Boolean, that is the lowercase Boolean, in the code, because while JavaScript coerces an object to its primitive type, the TypeScript type system does not. The TypeScript treats it like an object type. The another data type is of the type array. An array is a special type of data type which can store multiple values of different data types sequentially using a special syntax. TypeScript supports array similar to JavaScript. There are two ways to declare an array. One is using the square brackets and the other is using a generic array type. Example, this is one type to declare with the square brackets. And the other type is to use the generic array type. Both methods produce the same output. Arrays can contain elements of any data types, numbers, strings, or even objects. Arrays can be declared and initialized separately. These are the different array methods in TypeScript. We have pop that removes the last element of the array and returns that element. And push adds the new elements to the array and returns the new array length. Sort sorts all the elements of the array. And similarly, we have concat index of copy within, fill, shift, splice, unshift, includes, join, last index of that returns the last index of the element in an array. Similarly, we have slice, toString, and toLocateString. Similarly, we have tuple, union, any, void, and never as the data types in TypeScript. Next, we will look at the if statement in TypeScript. An if statement can include one or more expressions which return Boolean if the Boolean expression evaluates to true. A set of statements is then executed. And in if-else condition, an if-else condition includes two blocks, if block and an else block. If the if condition evaluates to true, then the if block is executed. Otherwise, the else block is executed. And we also have else if. So the else if statement can be used for if statement. Next, we will see loops in TypeScript. TypeScript supports for loop. The for loop is used to execute a block of code a given number of times, which is specified by a condition. So this is the for loop. The first expression is executed before the for loop starts, and the second expression is the condition for the loop to execute, and the third expression is executed after the execution of every code block. Here in this example, I is equal to 0 declares and initializes a variable. The second condition, I is less than 3, checks whether the value of I is less than 3 or not. If it is less, then it exits the loop. The third statement increases the value of I by 1. This loop will execute the block 3 times until the value of I becomes 3. Now that we have seen loops, we'll see the functions in TypeScript. Functions are the primary blocks of any program. Functions are the most important part. Since it is a functional programming language, with functions we can implement the concepts of OOPs like classes, objects, polymorphism, and abstraction. Functions ensure that the program is maintainable and reusable and organized into readable blocks. While TypeScript provides the concept of classes and module, functions still are integral part of the language. For example, we have function sum. So this is the example of function. Classes in TypeScript. Now let us look at the classes in TypeScript. So in object-oriented programming, classes are fundamental entities used to create reusable components. TypeScript has been primarily a functional programming language, where inheritance is prototype-based. Functions are used to build reusable components. Let us see an example for the classes. Employee name. So we'll create a class employee and we'll provide employee ID, employee name. So the TypeScript compiler will convert the class to the JavaScript code using the closure. And the constructor is a special type of method which is called when creating an object. In TypeScript, the construction method is always defined with the name constructor. So in this example, the employee class includes a constructor with the parameter employee ID. In the constructor, members of the class can be accessed using this keyword. Example, this.employeeID. It is not necessary for every class to have a constructor.
First up, what is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is a powerful client-side scripting language. It is mainly used for enhancing the interaction of a user with the web page. In other words, you can make your web page more lively and interactive with the help of this language. JavaScript is also being used widely in game development, web development, server development, and robotics, among others. So talking about why JavaScript is being used, first up is that it's open source. Next, as discussed earlier, it has excellent user interaction, meaning the scripts are basically written in HTML pages and are executed automatically with embedded JavaScript. Also, JavaScript offers a wide range of libraries and frameworks. Some popular ones are React, Angular, Vue.js, among others. And some other key features of JavaScript include excellent speed, cross-browser compatibility, that is, JavaScript code runs on all browsers like Google Chrome, Firefox, Safari, you name it. And lastly, simple things are done simply. It offers simple semantics, allowing a seamless developer experience. Then what exactly is TypeScript? Now, TypeScript is an object-oriented programming language, which is a superset of JavaScript. It's basically JavaScript with other impressive additional features. And all the code written in TypeScript gets compiled to JavaScript ultimately. Now let's look at some of the key features of TypeScript that make you want to use it. Firstly, it's a superset of JavaScript. As mentioned earlier, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. Now it supports all JavaScript libraries and APIs. In fact, Angular, which is a JavaScript framework that is used to build single-page applications, is completely written in TypeScript. Now, TypeScript uses object-oriented programming concepts. With the increase in code complexity, JavaScript had to fulfill the requirements of object-oriented programming. Hence, TypeScript was introduced to bridge the gap. TypeScript helps with quicker code development, thus improving performance. And lastly, as mentioned earlier, it adds several additional features to JavaScript, making coding excessively easy. Now let's look at some of the advantages of TypeScript over JavaScript. TypeScript always points out the compilation errors at the time of development. Now because of this, at the runtime, the chances of getting errors are very less. However, in case of JavaScript, it's an interpreted language, and all errors are shown during runtime. Next, TypeScript supports static typing. This means that all the variables that are used in your program are basically known during compile time. Now, since this feature is used, it leads to better code completion, type checking, tooling, and refactoring. As mentioned earlier, TypeScript adds a lot of features to JavaScript, right? So, TypeScript adds features like interfaces, generics, namespaces, null checking, and access modifiers. And lastly, it provides excellent tooling with IntelliSense, which provides active hints as the code is typed. Moving ahead, I'm sure you must have gathered the differences between the two languages. However, let me just brief them up for you. Firstly, TypeScript is object-oriented language, while JavaScript is a client-side scripting language. Now, TypeScript supports strongly typed and static typing feature, while JavaScript does not support it. In case of TypeScript, errors are highlighted at the time of development, making it easier for codes to run. However, JavaScript makes sure that it highlights errors at runtime. Now, TypeScript code is always converted to JavaScript and then run on browsers, while JavaScript directly runs on browsers. Now, TypeScript supports prototyping, while JavaScript does not support prototyping. Lastly, as mentioned, TypeScript supports modules, generics, namespaces, access modifiers, etc., while JavaScript does not support these features. So lastly, which one should you choose? Now, what are the developers around the world using? According to Google Trends, growth in TypeScript has plateaued in the last 12 months, while JavaScript still has a large user base. So with that, you can gather that a lot of developers out there prefer JavaScript over TypeScript. But if you wonder which one suits you better, well, if you're an experienced developer and work on smaller projects, then JavaScript is ideal. But if you prefer a statically typed language and you are working on a new library or a framework, or if you're working in a big project with multiple developers, then TypeScript would be a better option.
What is TypeScript generics? TypeScript generics is a tool for creating reusable components in TypeScript. Rather than working with a single data type, it builds a component that can interact with various data kinds. It enables users to consume these components while also using their own kinds. Generics ensure that the software is both adaptable and scalable over time. Type safety is provided via generics without sacrificing performance or efficiency. The type variable in TypeScript is used to denote types and uses generics. Generic functions have the same type as non-generic functions with type arguments specified first, as in function declarations. Why use TypeScript generics? Consider the below code without generics. The identity function is a function that returns whatever is sent in as a parameter. We could either provide the identity function with a specific type or identity function with any type. While the use of any is generic, when we use any, the function accepts any kind for the type of argument. As a result, when function returns, we lose information about what the type was. The only information we have is that any type could be produced if we pass in a string. We need the means to capture the argument type in such a way that we can use it to signify what is being returned as well. We will utilize a type variable here, which is a form of variable that deals with types rather than values. The identity function now has a type variable called type. This type allows us to capture the type of data the user supplies, for example, a number or a string, so that we can use it later. We are going to utilize the type as a return type once more. We can use two methods to invoke generic identity function after writing it. One method is to pass all the parameters to the function, including the type argument. The other method is to utilize type argument inference. Now let us look at the TypeScript generic types. Generic functions have the same type parameters as non-generic functions, with the type parameters listed first, as in the function declarations. We can call the generic type parameter in the type by whatever name we like, as long as the number of type variables and how they have utilized match. The generic type can also be written as a call signature of an object literal type. TypeScript generic classes. A generic class resembles a generic interface in appearance. Following the name of class, generic classes contain a generic type parameter list enclosed in angular brackets. Although this is relatively literal use of the generic number class, you will notice that nothing restricts it to using only the number type. Instead, we may have used string or even more complicated objects. A class type has two sides, a static side and an instance side. Generic classes are only generic on the instance side, not on the static side. Hence, static members can't use the class type parameters while working with them. Although this is relatively literal use of the generic number class, you will notice that nothing restricts it to using only the number type. Instead, we may have used string or even more complicated objects. Putting the type parameter on the class itself, like the interface, ensures that all of the class's property functions with the same type. TypeScript generic constraints. TypeScript generic types allow you to work with any data type. We can, however, use constraints to limit it to a specific types. A type parameter can be declared that is limited by another type parameter. For instance, in this case, we would like to retrieve a property from an object based on its name. We will put a constraint between two types to ensure that we are not obtaining a property that does not exist on the object. Now let us jump into Visual Studio Code and understand TypeScript generics more better. So here we are in Visual Studio Code. The prerequisite is we need to install Node.js and we need to install TypeScript. So let's get started. Let's call a function identity. Identity function is a function that returns whatever is sent in as a parameter. We could either provide the identity function with a specific type or with any type. So this is the identity function with specific type. So if we had to write the same in the identity function with the specific type, so what we'll do, we'll write it with the specific type. So to write it with any type, what we have to do is we'll write any in place of string. So while the use of any is generic, when we use any, the function accepts any kind of the type of the argument. As a result, when the function returns, we lose the information about what that type was. The only information we have is that any type could have produced if we pass in a string. So we are passing of the type string here, and maybe we can pass this type as number as well instead of string. So I can make this function generic by passing the type any, but this will lose information about what type was passed. So for that we need the means to capture the argument type in such a way that we can use it to signify what is being returned as well. So we will utilize a type variable here, which is of the form variable that deals with the types rather than the values. So for that we will write the code as, we'll create a function identity. So here the identity function now has a type variable called the type. This type allows us to capture the type of data the user supplies, for example a number or a string, so that we can use it later. We are going to utilize the type as a return type once more. So we can use one of the two methods to invoke the generic identity function after writing it. So I have written a few lines of code with generic type function. So here I have written a few lines of code. In this example, the type variable t is specified with the function in the angle brackets getArray. So the type variable t also is used to specify the type of the arguments and then return the value. This means that the data type which will be specified at the time of a function call will also be the data type of the arguments and of the return value. So we call generic function getArray, and the pass numbers array the strings array. For example, calling the function as getArrayNumber, and we have passed the numbers as 16 and decimal number 2.0 and 55. This will replace t with the number, and so the type of the arguments and the return value will be the number array. In the same way, for getArrayString, we have passed the values as hello world. The type arguments and the return value will be a string array. So now the compiler will show an error if you try to add a string in number array or a number in string array. Thus we get the type checking advantage. So it is not recommended, but we can also call a generic function without specifying the type variable. The compiler will use the inference to set the value of t on the function based on the data type of the argument values. Now let us run this code and check. So let us go to the terminal and let us first run the command typescript.cmd and the file name type.ts. Enter. Now let us run the file node type.js, and here we go. It's showing the number array as 1.5 to 36 and 400. We have pushed two new values, one for the number array, that is value 400, and for the string array hello TypeScript. What is React? React is a JavaScript library for creating user interfaces that is declarative, efficient, and customizable. React allows to build complicated user interfaces out of components, which are small, independent pieces of code. React was first open sourced in 2013 by Facebook and has since become one of the most popular libraries in the front-end world. With frameworks like Redux, React can simply be extended to integrate functionality like routing and state management patterns. Features of React. React is an open source library and is developed by Facebook. React apps are fast, flexible, modular, and scalable. React is powerful JavaScript libraries that creates interactive interfaces. Popular libraries of React are Redux, Material Design, and Jest. Redux helps manage state in JavaScript. Redux is the most popular of all React libraries because it easily tracks the state as the application size grows. React has a robust developer community and variety of libraries. React is declarative and component based. Declarative views make the React code more predictable and easier to debug. And React is component based, that is, React lets us build encapsulated components that manage their own state and compose them to make complex UIs. Advantages of using TypeScript with React. In a React project, TypeScript allows us to write HTML code directly. TypeScript delivers superior intelligence and code completion for JSX when used with React. JavaScript exam is abbreviated as JSX. When using IDEs like Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, Autumn, WebStorm, Eclipse, and others, TypeScript comes in handy. This allows better development by improving autocomplete and snippet generation. TypeScript has code that is easy to read and understand. TypeScript is statically typed language. The distinction between statically and dynamically typed programming languages is when type checking occurs. Variables in static language are type checked. While creating React app, complex type definitions can be defined as interfaces in TypeScript. This is useful when you wish to use a complex type in the application, such as an object with multiple properties. Microsoft supports TypeScript, an open source programming language. Millions of developers all over the world enjoy and use it. This implies that if you get stuck while learning or using TypeScript, you can easily obtain help and answers on the community portal. We can integrate TypeScript into our existing React projects. For this, we can configure the TypeScript compiler. Installing and configuring TypeScript and React. Before we install TypeScript, we need to install Node.js. Go to the Node.js official website and you can install Node.js from there. Once you install Node.js, go to the command prompt and run this command npm install -g TypeScript. This command is used to install TypeScript globally. Once you have installed TypeScript, to check if the TypeScript is installed properly, run the command tsc TypeScript compiler -v to check the version of the TypeScript compiler. Next, we need to install React. For installing React and creating a React project, go to the command prompt and run this command npx create React app. This command will create a simple folder structure of the application, then install all the necessary modules and get the project up and running for you. First of all, we need to install Node.js. To install Node.js, go to the official website of Node, nodejs.org. Go to the downloads. In downloads here you can install the Node.js. If you have Windows, if you have Mac OS, you can install it from here. So I have Windows, so I'll install Windows. Since I have already installed, so I'll cancel it. So once you have installed Node.js, then go to the command prompt. In command prompt, we need to install the TypeScript. To install the TypeScript, run the command npm, that is Node Package Manager, install -g. G stands for installing globally, and then TypeScript. What this command does is it installs the TypeScript globally. Run this command. Once you run this command, the TypeScript will be installed. Since I have already installed TypeScript, I'll cancel it. So after you have installed TypeScript, to check if the TypeScript is installed properly, run the command TypeScript compiler tsc space -v and press enter, and this should show the version.
and this will show the version of the TypeScript installed. So I have version 4.5.4 installed in my device. So after this, to get started with the project after successful installation of Node.js and TypeScript, let us create a new folder. To create a new folder, type the command make directory and we'll name the folder as TypeScript hyphen React. So enter. So we have created the new folder. Next, we'll change the directory to the folder which we created. So cd to ts react. So after this, we need to initiate the project. So to initiate the project, we will run the command npm init. It is asking for a package name. Just click enter and click enter. Then is this okay? Click yes. After this, what we need to do is create React app. So to create React app, run the command npx space create React app and enter. So this command will create a simple folder structure for your application and then install all the necessary modules and get your project up and running for you. So this is the project folder which I have already created. I have the VS Code folder wherein I have settings.json file in this. Then I have installed all the node modules. Then I have the source folder. In source folder I have app.tsx file, counter.tsx, index.html, declarations, index.txt file. To install webpack, just run the command npm install webpack space webpack -cli in the terminal. This will install the webpack. So I'll show you a simple hello world or hello everyone program. So in app.tsx, we'll just type hello everyone and we'll give the color as green and align the text at the center. Since we have imported the counter file, so in counter file, we'll just type in subscribe to Simplilearn with text align in the center and with the color red. So we'll just run this. Here we go, we have the message hello everyone and subscribe to Simplilearn. What is Node.js? Node.js is an open source server-side execution platform for JavaScript code. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime based on the version 8 JavaScript engine from Chrome. Node is an asynchronous, event-driven JavaScript runtime for building scalable network applications. Although Node.js is excellent for developing server-side apps, it lacks several current features such as type checking. It can also be difficult to manage a Node.js code base. Node is commonly used for real-time applications like chat, news feeds, and web push notifications because it allows for a persistent connection from the browser to the server. The current coding methods such as static typing and type checking are supported by TypeScript. It's designed to create complex and high-level applications. That's why having TypeScript as a primary language for supporting Node.js capabilities would be ideal. This also allows us to develop server-side apps with rigorous type checking, avoiding runtime errors and other TypeScript benefits while maximizing Node.js capabilities. Now let us see how to set up the development environment for TypeScript with Node.js. The prerequisites are we need to have TypeScript installed in our device and Node.js. To install Node.js, go to the official website. Go to nodejs.org and go to downloads.
So here you can see we have Node.js for different browsers for Windows, Mac OS, and source code. So go to Windows if you have Windows PC and click on install. Click on Windows and here you can see it is getting installed. Since I have already installed in my device, I'll cancel it. So once you have installed, go to the command prompt and just enter node.v to check if node is installed properly. So here you can see the node is installed in my system. To install TypeScript, just run the command npm node package manager install globally TypeScript. Just run this command and TypeScript will be installed. Since I have already installed TypeScript in my device, I'll cancel this. So once you have installed TypeScript, to check if TypeScript is installed or not, to see if the compiler is installed, just run the command TypeScript compiler space version. Here you can see it will show the version of TypeScript compiler. So now that we have installed both TypeScript and Node.js, let's see an example program for TypeScript with Node.js. So let's jump into Visual Studio Code. One more prerequisite is we need to have Visual Studio Code installed. So create a new folder and create a new project. So we'll run an example program. We'll create a function. We'll write a program to add two numbers. So sum number 1 comma number 2. We'll return number 1 and number 2 console.log. We'll call the function sum and we'll provide the arguments. So we'll provide the value 9 comma 5. So let's save and run this program. First we'll run typescript.cmd type.ts command. Then we'll then we'll run node and the file name. Here you can see it's showing the value. It's showing the output as 14. 9 plus 5. The sum of 9 plus 5 is 14. So we'll delete this and write another program to show a hello message or a welcome message. So we'll create a function. We'll name the function as welcome message. And we'll return that user is equal to Simplilearn. Console log. We'll call the function welcome and pass so here we go. We'll save this and check whether we have an error. So here we go. It's showing welcome to Simplilearn.
What is Express.js? Express.js is a Node.js web application framework that is free and open source. It is used to quickly and easily design and create web apps. Web applications are applications that can be run through a web browser because Express.js simply requires JavaScript. Programmers and developers may create web applications and APIs with little effort. T.J. Holloway-Chook created Express, which is now maintained by Node.js and several open source contributors. To construct our applications, Express provides a simple interface. It gives us the resources we need to create our app. It's adaptable because there are a lot more modules on NPM that can be directly integrated into Express. Let us look at some of the features of Express.js. Server-side development is made easier with Express. It's possible to create single-page, multi-page, and hybrid web apps with Express.js. Express enables middlewares to respond to HTTP requests to be configured. Middleware is primarily responsible for the orderly structure of Express.js various functions. Express.js has a comprehensive routing mechanism that uses URLs to maintain the state of a web page. It establishes a routing table that is used to carry out various operations based on the HTTP method and URL. Express.js has templating engines that enable developers to create dynamic content for web pages by creating HTML templates on the server. Express.js simplifies debugging by offering a debugging mechanism that can pinpoint a particular area of the web application that is causing problems. Advantages of Express.js. Express.js makes developing Node.js web applications quickly and easily. Express.js is simple to set up and personalize. It allows to define application routes using HTTP methods and URLs. Express.js includes a number of middleware modules that can be used to execute additional request and responses activities. It is simple to interface with a variety of template engines including Jade, Vash, and EJS. It allows us to specify a middleware for handling errors. Express is used to make a REST API server, and it's simple to provide your application static files and resources. Databases such as MongoDB, Redis, and MySQL are simple to connect to Express.js. Now let us look at the demo on TypeScript Express. The prerequisites are we need to have an editor, maybe Visual Studio Code. Then we need to have Node.js installed and a package manager installed such as npm or yarn. So we'll jump into Visual Studio Code. Here I have created a new folder named Express TypeScript. Then we will go to the terminal. Next we'll run the command npx TypeScript -init will initialize TypeScript. Next, to initialize the Node.js application, we'll run the command yarn init. Once we have initialized the Node.js application, we just need to click enter. Just click enter, and we have successfully saved the package.json file. Next, we need to make a new directory. We'll make a new directory source. Next, we'll install the touch CLI globally. with the command npm install touch CLI. So after installing this, we'll run the command touch source. Inside the source folder, we'll create the file app.ts. So here you can see we have created the file app.ts inside the source folder. So after this, we will install TypeScript. To install TypeScript, run the command yarn add TypeScript node dev TypeScript -d. So after this, we need to install Express. To install Express, run the command yarn space add Express. Next, we need to add node modules and Express modules. For that, run the command yarn add type/node type/express. So let us now go to the app.ts file and run the code. We'll close this. So I'll copy paste a few lines of code here, wherein I have imported Express module. The constant app creates an Express function, and we have express.json, and we have returning a message hello world. So we'll save this, and we are running it on the local host with port number 3000. So we'll save this and run it. To run it, we'll just run the command yarn dev. So application is listening at the localhost 3000. So we'll copy this and open in the browser. Here we go, it's showing the message hello world. Similarly, we have routing. Like this example with app.get and app.host, the app object provides a collection of functions that attach callbacks to HTTP requests made to define destinations. And other HTTP methods such as post, put, patch, and delete can also have callbacks attached to them. The router object is another approach to set up routing. You can call the get, put, and patch and delete methods on a router object just like you do on a app object. And similarly, we have request and response. So the request object holds the information about HTTP request, including headers, query strings, and parameters. When an HTTP request is received, the response object represents the HTTP response that the application provides. Similarly, for response, the send method is the most significant one. It sends the HTTP response to the client so that it can be received. The function accepts a variety of data kinds, including strings, objects, arrays, and buffers. The send method finishes the response process with data, but you can alternatively use the end function to end it without any data. The request and response objects are accessible to middleware function. It can join the request response cycle at any point. A third argument that middleware receives is the next function. The get callback, which processes the HTTP GET request that we wrote in this example, is an example of middleware. It's highly unique middleware that only works in one situation. They can also carry out more general duties. We'll first look at type assertions. Type assertion is similar to typecast in other languages, but it does not do any additional verification or restructuring. It has no effect on runtime and is only used by the compiler. TypeScript expects that you, the programmer, have completed the necessary and specific checks. So there are two types of assertions. One is the as syntax and the other one is the angle bracket syntax. Both versions are identical. Choosing one over the other is primarily a matter of preference. However, only as style assertions are allowed when combining TypeScript with JSX. Type aliases. Type aliases give a type a new name. Type aliases are similar to interfaces in that they can be used to name primitives, unions, tuples, and any other kind that you would have to define by hand otherwise. Aliasing doesn't truly create a new type. Instead, it gives the type a new name. Aliasing a primitive isn't very useful. However, it can be used for documentation purposes. Type aliases like interfaces can be general. All we have to do is add type parameters and utilize them on the right side of the alias declaration. This is the syntax for type aliases. Type generics. Type generics is a tool for creating reusable components in TypeScript. Rather than working with a single data type, it builds a component that can interact with various data kinds. It enables users to consume these components while also using their kinds. Generics ensure that the software is both adaptable and scalable over time. Consider the below code without generics. The identity function is a function that returns whatever is sent in as a parameter. You could either provide the identity function with a specific type or the identity function with any type. While the use of any is generic, when you use any, the function accepts any kind for the type of argument. As a result, when the function returns, you lose the information about what the type was. The only information you have is that any type could be produced if you pass a string. So for that, we need the means to capture the argument type in such a way that we can use it to signify what is being returned as well. We will utilize a type variable here, which is a form of variable that deals with the types rather than values. The identity function now has a type variable called type. This type allows you to capture the type of data the user supplies. For example, a number or a string, so that you can use it later. You are going to utilize type as the return type once more. Next, we'll look at the in operator. The in operator serves as a type narrowing expression. The true branch narrows to types that have an optional or required property n, and the false branch narrows to the types that have an optional or missing property n for a n in X expression, where n is a string literal or a string literal type and X is the union type. Below is an example code for in operator. Null and undefined are two special types in TypeScript that have the values null and undefined respectively. They are not particularly useful, much like void. Null and undefined are subclasses of all other types by default. That means you can give things like number, null, and undefined values. When the strict null checks flag is set, however, null and undefined can also be assigned to unknown, any, and their respective types. This helps you avoid a lot of frequent errors. You can use them as union type string, null, and undefined if you want to send in either a string, null, or a undefined. Next, we have index types. Using index types, we can get the compiler to check code that utilizes dynamic property names by using index types. A typical JavaScript pattern, for example, is to select a subset of an object's property. We may build and use this function in TypeScript using the index type query and index access operators. Let us jump into Visual Studio Code and understand index types more better. So consider this code as an example for index types. Here, key of t, the index type query operator. For any type t, key of t is the union of non-public property names of t. And t of k, the indexed access operator, is the second operator. The type syntax reflects the expression syntax in this case. And t of k can be like index type queries, be used in generic environment, which is where its truly potential can be seen. All we have to do now is make sure that the type variable k extends key of t. In getProperty O, t and property name k, so that means of property name. The compiler will initiate the actual type of the key after you return t of k result. Therefore, the return type of getProperty will change depending on which property you request. Index signature. Index signature interact with the key of and the t of k. The type of an index signature argument must be either a string or a number. If your type has a string index signature, key of t will be a string or a number. Because in JavaScript you can access an object property using either a string or number. T of string is simply the index signature type. Below is the syntax for index signature. If you have a type with number index signature, key of t will just be a number. Map types. Taking an existing type and making each of its property optional is a typical undertaking. Because this happens frequently enough in JavaScript, TypeScript has a new feature called map types that allows you to define new types based on existing ones. The new types turn each property in the old type in the same way in a map type. For example, make all the properties optional or the read-only type. It's important to note that this syntax refers to the type rather than a member. You can use an intersection type to add more members. This is the simplest map type and its parts. The syntax is similar to the index signature with a for in the middle. There are three sections in total. The type variable k is assigned to each property one by one. The literal union of string, the names of the properties to iterate over are stored in keys. And third one, the properties type is the result. Next we have conditional types. Based on the condition given as a type relationship test, a conditional type chooses one of the two alternative types. When t can be assigned to u, the type is x, and when it can't, the type is y. Because the condition depends on one or more type variable, a conditional type t extends u. So x is to y and is either resolved to x or y or delayed. Whether to resolve to x or y or to differ when t or u contains type variables is determined by whether the type system has enough information to conclude that t is always assignable to u. In conditional types, we also have distributive conditional type. That is a conditional type in which the checked type is bare type parameter. During instantiation, distributive conditional types are automatically distributed over union types. Supporting libraries from Node modules. TypeScript includes a series of declaration files to guarantee that TypeScript and JavaScript support works well right out of the box. And TypeScript includes a series of declaration files. However, there are two drawbacks to using these declaration files with TypeScript. One drawback is since while upgrading TypeScript, we must also deal with the changes of TypeScript built-in declaration files, which can be difficult when the DOM APIs change so regularly. And the other drawback is that customizing these files to meet your needs and the demands of project dependencies is difficult. So to overcome this, a new feature like types was added that allow us to override a specific built-in library. Then we can update TypeScript and lock the file in dependency management, ensuring that it utilizes the same version of DOM types. As a result, we can update the types on our own schedule. Then with TypeScript 4.5, we can update TypeScript and lock file in our dependency management. Awaited type and promise improvements. The awaited type is the new utility introduced in TypeScript. This type is intended to represent activities such as await in async functions and the then method on promises, notably the way they recursively unwrap promises. Existing APIs such as JavaScript, built in like promise.all, promise.race, and others can benefit from awaited type. In fact, some of promise.all inference concerns provided as foundation for awaited. Promise.all combines certain traits with awaited to produce far superior inference results. Tail recursion elimination on conditional types. When TypeScript identifies potential infinite recursion or any type expansion that take a long time and damage your editor experience, it often fails. As a result, TypeScript includes heuristics to ensure that it doesn't run off the tracks while deconstructing an indefinitely deep type or working with types that provide a lot of intermediate results. Let's jump into Visual Studio Code and look at an example. The trim left type, for example, removes spaces from the beginning of string-like type. When provided a string type with space at the beginning, trim left returns the remainder of the string to the user. This type is handy, but it will throw an error if a string contains more than 50 leading spaces. This is problematic because these types are frequently used in modeling operations on strings, such as parsers for URL routers. To make matters worse, a more powerful type useful generates more type installations, resulting in even additional input length restrictions. Trim left is written in such a way that it is tail recursive on one branch. When it calls itself again, it returns the result instantly and does nothing with it. Because these types don't require any intermediate outcomes, they can be constructed more rapidly and without activating many of TypeScript's built-in type recursion heuristics. Next we have assert signatures. The assert signature features allow us to construct functions that operate as type guards as a side effect, instead of returning their Boolean result explicitly. Consider a below example. After assert string, TypeScript has no way of knowing if you have guaranteed the type of input. To prevent this, most people just make the parameter input string, which is fine. But it also moves the type checking problem somewhere. And in circumstances where you just want to fail hard, having this option is beneficial. If this function ever returns, TypeScript can filter the type of input to string, exactly like it would be if it were inside an if block with a type guard. To make this safe, the assert function must either give an error or not return at all if the assertion isn't true. And lastly, we have recursive type aliases. The ability to recursively reference type aliases has been limited, the reason for which is because each type aliases must be capable of substituting itself for whatever it aliases. Because this isn't always possible, the compiler rejects some recursive aliases. Interfaces can be recursive, but their expressiveness is limited, and type aliases cannot. That involves combining the two, creating a type alias and extracting the type's recursive operations into interfaces. Interfaces can be recursive, but their expressiveness is limited, and type aliases cannot. That involves combining the two, creating a type alias and extracting the type's recursive portions into interfaces. It's effective. By establishing an interface, users may write what was practically the same code. TypeScript has no trouble working with the interfaces and other object types because they introduce a level of indirection and their whole structure does not need to be eagerly built up. However, many found the workaround of introducing the interface to be inconvenient, and there was nothing wrong with the old version of value or array that used array directly in concept. This is the chat application where we have two users, and from the user one we will send the message hello, and the user 2 will receive it, and from the user 2 we will send the message hi, and the user 1 receives it. So this is basically a simple chat application how we can create. How are you? So this is basically a simple chat application which we can create. So in this video, we will learn to make this chat application from the scratch. But before we begin, make sure you have subscribed to our YouTube channel and clicked on the bell icon so you never miss an update from Simplilearn. Watch the video till the end so that you don't miss out anything. So without wasting any further time, let's get started. First of all, we will create a new folder. So I'll go to my D drive and I'll create a new folder. I'll name the folder as chat app. So after creating this new folder, so we will go to Visual Studio Code, open a new window. In new window, we will open the folder which we created. We created the folder in D drive. We will first create the user interface. To create the user interface, for that we need to create a new file called index.html. So I've successfully created the new file index.html. So we'll change the title. We'll name the title as IO chat. Next, after this, we'll open the link. Before this, we should know what is CDN. A CDN is a network of servers that distributes content from an origin server throughout the world by catching content close to where each end user is accessing the internet via a web-enabled device. The content they request is first stored on the origin server and is then replicated and stored elsewhere as needed. So we will use Bootstrap CDN and Query CDN for our project. So we'll use the link tag. The link element allows authors to link their document to other resources. We'll click on the link. So for this, to get the Bootstrap CDN, we will go to the browser and type Bootstrap CDN. So we'll copy this link for Bootstrap CDN and we'll paste it here. Bootstrap is the most popular CSS framework for developing responsive and mobile-first websites. Bootstrap 5 is the newest version of Bootstrap, and Bootstrap is free open source CSS framework directed at responsive mobile-first front-end web development. It contains CSS and JavaScript based on design templates for forms, buttons, navigation, and other interface components. After this, next we need jQuery CDN. Next we'll get the jQuery CDN and write it in the script tags. So I'll select script. The script element allows authors to include dynamic script and data blocks in their documents. The element does not represent content for the user. To get the CDN for jQuery, go to the browser and just type jQuery CDN and open the first link. Click on uncompressed and copy this. Go back to the Visual Studio Code and paste it. So after this is done, jQuery is fast, small, and feature-rich JavaScript library. It makes things like HTML document transversal and manipulation, event handling, animation, and Ajax much simpler with an easy-to-use API that works across a multitude of browsers with a combination of versatility and extensibility. So after this, we'll take one more script tag, and this time we will include the we'll take one more script tag. Inside this script tag, we will enter the client-side socket.io web API that will work inside the browser. You can go to the browser and search socket.io. You will get all the information related to socket.io. So just go and type socket.io. Here, just go to the browser and type socket.io, and on this website socket.io you have all the documentation and all the details to get started with socket.io. So you can go through the socket.io here. So in the script tags, I'll write source and just type socket.io slash socket.io.js. So after this, we'll create a new div tag. So the div element has no special meaning at all. It represents its children. It can be used with the class, language, and title attributes to mark up semantics common to a group of consecutive elements. So inside this div, we'll create a new class. New class container. So class is basically a space separated list of classes of the element. Classes allow CSS and JavaScript to select and access specific elements via the class selector or functions like the method document get elements by class name. So after this, we'll create another div class row. Inside this, we'll create one more div class. This column medium for this class is used when the device size is medium or greater than 768 pixel and the maximum width of the container is 720 pixel and you want the width equal to 4 columns. That is when we use this function, column medium 4. Next we'll create another div class well. So after this we'll provide the heading h3. The h3 element represents a section heading. So in this we'll provide the heading as online users. You can change the headings whatever you want to, but I'll keep it as online users. So after this we'll create an unordered list. In this class list group, and ID. So after this we'll create a one more div. In this div class we'll provide column medium of size 8. This column medium 8 stands for large column. Then we'll create a div, another div class chat. Where ID is equal to chat. Then I'll create a form. This form element represents a collection of form associated elements, some of which can represent editable values that can be submitted into a server or a processing. Where form ID is equal to form message form. This will create a div class form group. Next we'll create a label. So label element represents a caption in a user interface. The caption can be associated with specific form control known as label elements, label control, either using for attribute or by putting the form control inside the label element itself. So use the label element, inside that we'll write enter message. Next we'll create a text area. Use the label text area. So inside text area we'll create a class form control and id message. So text area element represents a multi-line plain text edit control for the element's raw value. The contents of the control represent the control's default value. After the text area, we'll just write then we will create an input element of will assign a type submit class button value send message in double quotes. So this input tab basically it represents a type data field usually with a form control to allow the user to edit the data. So we have finished with the user interface. We'll just save this and run it in the browser. Right click and open with live server. So here we go. We have created the HTML, but we will now assign few CSS elements. We just need the margin top for the body, so we'll assign that. So we'll create styles element. The style element allows authors to embed style information in their documents. The style element is one of the several inputs to the styling processing model. The element does not represent content for the user. So in the style, we'll just write this body and we'll assign margin top 30 pixel. Save this and we'll go to the browser and just refresh. So till now we have created the user interface. We'll just go to the browser and run this user interface. Just right click and click on open with live server. Now we will create a new file called server.js. and we'll go to the terminal. In terminal, we will run two commands. First of all, we need to install socket.io. For that, we'll run npm, and there is one prerequisite. We need to have Node.js installed in our device. So then run the command node package manager npm install socket.io. Socket.io is a library that enables real-time, bidirectional, and event-based communication between the browser and the server. It consists of a Node.js server and a JavaScript client library for the browser. After installing socket.io, then we need to install Express. For that, run the command npm install Express. Express is a minimal and flexible Node.js web application framework that provides a robust set of features for web and mobile applications. After installing socket.io and Express, you will get these two files, package.json file and package log.json. Next, go to the server.js, wherein I will paste few lines of code. In the line 1 creates an Express application. The Express function is a top-level function exported by the Express module. Then we have const listen, and then we require an socket.io. Then we have created a variable app express method. Then we have created a variable server. So this server, that is, we use the module HTTP. So it creates a module HTTP. To use the HTTP server and client, we must require HTTP. The HTTP interfaces in Node.js are designed to support many features of the protocol, which have been traditionally difficult to use. In particular, large possible chunk encoded messages. The interface is careful to never buffer entire requests or responses, so the user is able to stream data. Then we have another variable IO where we require socket.io server. And similarly, we are listening in the port 3000. So in port 3000, it starts a server listening for connection. A net.server can be an TCP or an IPC server depending on what it listens to do. Then we have app.get. Here the request is declared but its value is never read. We have request and response. Then we are routing it on the localhost 3000. So in this line, we are transferring the file at the given path. So automatically sets the content type response header field. The callback is invoked when the transfer is complete or when an error occurs. Be sure to check request response sent if you wish to attempt responding, as the header and some data may be already been transferred. Here we are connecting the client to the server, and here we add plug details to the customer array, and here we are checking the current connections. And then we disconnect from the server using the disconnect function. Next we delete the plug details, and again we show the current connections. Here on the socket.on we send messages function data, and then we console.log the data. Then we emit the new messages. So then we have written console.log server is listening. So now we will run this code and check if the server is listening. Now we'll check if the server is listening. For that we'll run the command node server. And here we go, server is listening. Now we'll just go and run the localhost 3000 on the browser. Go to the new tab and just run localhost 3000, and here we go, it's running. And when we come back to the code, we can see it shows one socket connected. So again, if we go and open it in a new browser and just run the local host and go back to the code, it will show 2 sockets connected. So we are almost done. We just have a small part left out. We'll go to index.html, and here we'll just scroll down, and above body we'll just paste few lines of code. So here basically we are just creating a function to get data form. So we'll get message form, and we are creating variables message, and we are creating variables chat. So basically in this line we will know form between click event handler, and then we will prevent default from submission. Next, in this line, we will trap data for text box and call server. Then we'll clear. Then we will clear the form text box. Then we'll console.log submitted. So our program is finished. Now we'll just run and check the code. So we'll save this code. Go to the browser. Refresh it. So I have the two browsers. I have opened it in two separate windows. We'll just check if the application is working. So we'll send a message hi, and here we go. We have received the message. So we can say hello. So the chat application is working successfully. We'll first look at beginner level interview questions. What is TypeScript? TypeScript is an object-oriented and strongly typed programming language, which is a superset of JavaScript. TypeScript was designed by Anders Hijelsberg at Microsoft. The limitations of JavaScript for developing large-scale applications at Microsoft and among its external customers led to the creation of TypeScript. Because of the difficulty of working with complicated JavaScript code, there was a demand for custom tooling to make developing JavaScript components easier. TypeScript code is converted to JavaScript, which can be executed anywhere JavaScript is supported, in the browser or Node.js or any other application. TypeScript is JavaScript with some additional features. To support a more robust interaction with your editor, TypeScript adds additional syntax to JavaScript. TypeScript is a scripting language that understands JavaScript and uses type inference to provide powerful capabilities without additional code. Explain the features of TypeScript. TypeScript supports other JavaScript libraries. TypeScript is a new Microsoft language that is highly typed superset of JavaScript, with support for object-oriented programming and other current features like decorators. Because browsers and Node.js comprehend JavaScript, TypeScript compiles JavaScript. TypeScript is portable. TypeScript is cross-browser, cross-device, and cross-platform. It can run in any environment that supports JavaScript. TypeScript, unlike its competitors, does not require a dedicated virtual machine or a specific runtime environment to run. TypeScript is superset of JavaScript. It is strongly syntactical that superset of JavaScript with the addition of optional static typing. TypeScript is a large-scale application development language that transcompiles to JavaScript. Existing JavaScript programs are also valid TypeScript programs because TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. TypeScript is static. When a client doesn't have a value for a parameter, he can pass null. Optional arguments are a feature of TypeScript. You can declare some arguments in the function optional by utilizing optional parameter features so that the client is not necessary to supply a value to optional parameters. Object-oriented language. When it comes to object-oriented programming with JavaScript, TypeScript shines. Because of the class keyword, it makes object-oriented programming look quite similar to programming in other object-oriented languages like C# or Java. What are export and import keywords in TypeScript? Import keyword is used to export declaration. Example, export star from module. And the export keyword is used to export any variable function and type aliases. Below is the example for import keyword and export keyword. Can TypeScript be used for the backend? TypeScript can be generally used for backend applications by using Node.js and having additional safety that the language brings. How to declare a variable in TypeScript? Let and const are the two methods to declare variables. Variable names can contain alphabets and numeric digits. They cannot contain spaces and special characters, except the underscore and the dollar sign. Variable names cannot begin with a digit. Below is the example code, where we have declared a variable with let method and we have declared a variable inside a function. List the applications of TypeScript. TypeScript can be used to develop JavaScript applications for both client-side and server-side execution. TypeScript can be deployed instead of JavaScript language since it adds more features and gives error directly with the code. TypeScript is used for building large-scale applications for enterprises. How can a base constructor be called from a child class? A base class constructor can be called from child class using the super method, as shown in the example. What are getters and setters? Getters and setters intercept access to a member of the object. They give us a way of having finer-grained control over how a member accesses each object. A getter method starts with the keyword get, and the setter method starts with the keyword set. What is the purpose of tsconfig.json file? tsconfig.json file is a JSON format file in which we can specify different options to tell the compiler how to compile a given project. This file in the directory indicates that the directory is the TypeScript's project root. List the advantages of TypeScript. TypeScript highlights errors at the compilation time during the time of development. Any browser or JavaScript engine can run TypeScript. It has a namespace concept by defining a module. TypeScript supports strongly typed or static typing. TypeScript has the advantages of being tightly typed or allowing static typing. It may confirm type correctness at the compile time because of static typing. What are REST parameters in TypeScript? When the number of parameters that a function will receive is not known or can vary, we can use REST parameters. We can pass 0 or more arguments to the REST parameters. The compiler will create an array of arguments with the REST parameter name. How to compile TypeScript with Visual Studio Code? Visual Studio Code includes TypeScript language support but does not include the TypeScript compiler. We need to install the TypeScript compiler either globally or in your workspace to transpile TypeScript source code to JavaScript. The easiest way to install TypeScript is through Node Package Manager. The Node.js package manager, if you have npm installed, you can install TypeScript globally on your computer by using this command, npm install -g TypeScript. We can test the installed TypeScript by checking the version or health. For this, run the command tsc -version. List access modifiers supported by TypeScript. TypeScript supports three access modifiers: protected, private, and public. In protected, all class members can access them, but the instance cannot. But in private, it's only accessible by members, whereas in public, it is accessible by members, child classes, and instance of the class. List the disadvantages of TypeScript. The TypeScript takes a long time to compile the code. TypeScript does not support abstract classes, an extra compilation step for converting TypeScript into JavaScript. TypeScript has overly complicated typing system. How to debug a TypeScript file? To debug a TypeScript file, a .js source map file is needed to debug the file. Compile the .ts file with the source map flag for generating source map file. Use the command TypeScript tsc space -source map file.ts. Source mapping URL is equal to file.js.map. How can we convert a string to a number with TypeScript? In TypeScript, conversion from a string to a number can be done using the following commands: parse int method, and we have parse float method, and number method. Explain type aliases. Type aliases give a type a new name. Type aliases are similar to interfaces in that they can be used to name primitives, unions, tuples, and any other kinds that you would have to define by hand otherwise. Aliasing doesn't truly create a new type. Instead, it gives that type a new name. Aliasing a primitive isn't very useful. However, it can be used for documentation purposes. Type aliases, like interfaces, can be in general. All we have to do is add type parameters and utilize them on the right side of alias declaration. Below is the syntax for type aliases. What are nullable types in TypeScript? Null and undefined are the two special types in TypeScript that have the values null and undefined respectively. They are not particularly useful, much like void. Null and undefined are subclasses of all other types by default. That means you can give things like number, null, and undefined values. When the strict null checks flag is set, however, null and undefined can only be assigned to unknown, any, and their respective types. The one exception being that undefined is also assignable to void. This helps to avoid a lot of frequent errors. You can use the union type string, null, undefined if you want to send in either a string, null, or undefined. What is in operator in TypeScript? The in operator serves as a type narrowing expression. The true branch narrows to types that have been an optional or required property in, and the false branch narrows to the types that have an optional or missing properties in for a n in X expression as shown in the example below, where n is a string literal or string literal type and X is a union type. Explain index types in TypeScript. Using index types, we can get the compiler to check code that utilizes the dynamic property names. A typical JavaScript pattern, for example, is to select a subset of an object properties. We may build and use this function in TypeScript using the index type query and indexed access operators. In this example, key of t, the index type query operator. For any type t, key of t is the union of known public property names of t. And T of k, the indexed access operator, is the second operator. The type syntax reflects the expression syntax in this case. T of k can be like index type queries, be used in generic environment, which is where its truly potential is seen. All you have to do now is make sure that the type variable k extends to k of t. What are map types? TypeScript has a feature called map types that allow you to define new types based on the existing ones. The new type turns each property into the old type in the same way in a map type. It's important to note that this syntax refers to a type rather than a member. You can use an intersection type to add more numbers. As you can see in the example, it is the simplest map type and its parts are type keys and type flags, where syntax is similar to the index signatures. With for in the middle, there are three sections in total. The type variable k is assigned to each property one by one, and the literal union of strings. The name of properties to iterate over the stored in keys, and properties type as a result. What is meant by contextual typing? When there is a type on one side of the equation but not on the other, the TypeScript compiler finds out the form. We can omit typing on the right side as TypeScript can work it out automatically. This increases the amount of work needed to type code. Distinguish between TypeScript and JavaScript. TypeScript is an object-oriented programming language, whereas JavaScript is a scripting language. TypeScript supports static typing. JavaScript does not support static typing. In TypeScript, error can be found and corrected during a compile time. In JavaScript, errors can be found only during runtime, as it is an interpreted language. There is support for ES3, ES4, 5, and 6 in TypeScript, whereas in JavaScript, no support for compiling. In TypeScript, functions can have optional parameters, whereas in JavaScript, this is not possible. In TypeScript, converted into JavaScript code to be understandable for browsers. JavaScript can be directly used in browsers. TypeScript has proper build setup. Node package manager is required for static type definitions. No build setup is required in JavaScript. What is JSX? JSX is an XML-like syntax that can be embedded. It is intended to be turned into legitimate JavaScript, though the semantics of that transformation will vary depending on the implementation. TypeScript allows you to embed JSX, type, verify it, and compile it to JavaScript immediately. JSX needs to be translated into a valid TypeScript. We use the JSX file with the .tsx extension. Define static typing. Static typing refers to a compiler having variables, parameters, and object members that are recognizable at the compilation time. This helps in detecting early errors. Static typing is an important concept. Static typing is when the compiler enforces that the values use the same type. Here's an example. What is meant by type inference? When you don't specify an explicit type for variable, TypeScript can infer it. Type inference is the term for this. This is normally done during the declaration when the variables or parameters are initialized. TypeScript recognizes that the variable foo is a string, even if we don't mention string as a type. Here is an example. How to create objects in TypeScript. Objects are a collection of keys and values that resemble a dictionary. The keys must be one of a kind. They resemble arrays and are sometimes referred to as associate arrays. An object type in TypeScript refers to any value with properties. It can be defined simply by specifying the properties and the kinds of these properties. As an example, explain different data types in TypeScript. Number, both integer and floating point numbers are represented by the data type number. Boolean has true and false values. String, it is used to denote a string of characters. Void is usually applied to function return types. Null, it's used when an object isn't worth anything. Undefined indicates the value assigned to an uninitialized variable. Any type of value can be assigned to a variable if declared with any data type. What are the benefits of using TypeScript? Compilation. JavaScript is an interpreted language. Thus, there is no need to compile it. As a result, it must be run to ensure authenticity. If there is an error, you write all the code only to find no output. As a result, you will have to spend hours looking for faults in the code. Error checking is provided via the TypeScript transpiler. If TypeScript detects any syntax mistakes, it will compile the code and generate compilation error. This aids in detecting errors before the execution of the script. The next benefit is it provides an optional type system for JavaScript code. When a client doesn't have a value for a parameter, he can pass null. Optional arguments are a feature of TypeScript. You can declare some optional arguments in the function by utilizing optional parameter features, so that the client does not need to supply a value to optional parameters. Strong static typing. JavaScript does not have a powerful static typing system. Through the TLS, TypeScript comes with an optional static typing and type inference system. The TLS can deduce the type of a variable defined with no type based on its value. TypeScript supports object-oriented programming. TypeScript supports classes, interfaces, inheritance, and other object-oriented programming principles. TypeScript supports type definition. Existing JavaScript libraries can use TypeScript type definitions. External JavaScript libraries are defined in TypeScript definition files. As a result, it can include these libraries in TypeScript code. How to install TypeScript? TypeScript is a JavaScript programming language for use in application. TypeScript extends JavaScript with optional types that support tools for large-scale JavaScript application in any browser or any host on any other operating system. To install TypeScript globally with Node Package Manager, which means you can run the TypeScript command from anywhere in your terminal. To install the latest stable version of TypeScript, we just need to run the command npm install -g space TypeScript. This will install the latest version of TypeScript. What are decorators? A decorator is a type of declaration that can be used to decorate a class declaration, method, accessor, property, or argument. Decorators take the form expression, where expression must evaluate to a function that will be called with information about the decorated declaration when it is called at runtime. What are mixins? Combining simpler particle classes is a popular approach of constructing classes from reusable components. For languages like Scala, you may be familiar with the concept of mixins or characteristics. To extend a base class, the design relies on generics and class inheritance. The finest mixin support in TypeScript is provided through the class expression pattern. Explain classes in TypeScript. Classes are not supported in JavaScript ES5 or earlier. This feature that TypeScript inherits from ES6. A class is a collection of items with similar characteristics. Fields, methods, constructor, blocks, nested classes, and interfaces are all included in the classes. Below is the syntax to declare a class. In terms of OOPs, a class is a template for producing objects. What is a namespace and how to declare it? The namespace is used to group functionalities logically to enable a single or a group of linked functionalities. A namespace can include interfaces, classes, functions, and variables. The namespace keyword followed by the namespace name can be used to construct a namespace. Curly brackets can be used to define all interfaces, classes, and other objects. Below is the syntax for namespace. Explain the components of TypeScript. Internally, the TypeScript language is separated into three layers. Each of this layer is further subdivided into language, compiler, and language services. Language, it is written in TypeScript and includes TypeScript language components. It includes syntax, keywords, and type annotations. Compiler, the TypeScript compiler converts TypeScript programs into JavaScript code. It also converts our TypeScript code to JavaScript code, parsing and type checking it. It provides information that allows editors and other tools to deliver greater assistance, capabilities like automated refactoring and IntelliSense. It adds a layer of abstraction to the core compiler pipeline. What are the recent advancements in TypeScript? TypeScript 4.2 has been released and it includes more flexible type annotations, tougher checks, and additional configuration choices and a few breaking changes. REST arguments can now be placed anywhere in triple type. In type error messages, type aliases are no longer enlarged, resulting in a better developer experience. TypeScript 4.2 brings the language one step closer to its aim of accurately typing JavaScript at any size, anywhere JavaScript is used. Describe as syntax in TypeScript. The as is an additional syntax in TypeScript for type assertion. It was introduced as the original syntax conflicted with JSX. While using JSX with TypeScript, only as style assertions can be used. Define lambda function. TypeScript provides shorthand syntax for defining function expressions. A lambda function is an anonymous function without a name. Below is an example for lambda function. What are conditional types in TypeScript? Based on a condition given as a type relationship test, a conditional type chooses one of the two alternative types. When t can be assigned to u, the type is x, and when t can't, the type is y. Because the condition depends on one or more type variables, a conditional type t extends to u. X is to y and is either resolved to x or y or delayed. Whether to resolve to x or y or to differ when t or u contains type variables is determined by whether the type system has enough information to conclude that T is always assignable to U. What is an interface with reference to TypeScript? The interface defines the syntax for classes to follow. A class implementing an interface implements all its members. It can be referenced but not instantiated. TypeScript compiler uses an interface for type checking. What is a declare keyword in TypeScript? As JavaScript does not have TypeScript declaration, to use it in the TypeScript file without any compilation error, declare keyword is used. The keyword is used for ambient methods and declarations to define a variable that exists elsewhere. Now we will look at advanced level interview questions. What are object-oriented principles supported by TypeScript? All object-oriented principles, encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction are supported by TypeScript. Encapsulation is a major component of object-oriented programming language, and its method of structuring code so that each block of code has its own set of access points for external code. Polymorphism occurs when many classes inherit from the same parent and override the same functionality. Each of those kit classes is now responsible for implementing a property or method, but they may do so it on their own unique way. Inheritance. TypeScript makes creating an object model and inheritance chain a breeze to construct classes. Simply use the standard class keyword. Abstraction is a method of modeling objects in a system that separates the responsibilities of the classes or type from the code that inherits it. Explain index signatures in TypeScript. Index signatures interact with the key of and T of k. The type of an index signature argument must be either a string or a number. If your type has a string index signature, key of T will be a string or a number because in JavaScript we can access an object property using either string or numbers, and T of string is simply the index signature's type. The index signature consists of the index name and its type in square bracket, followed by colon and the value type. What are assert signatures? The assert signature features allows us to construct functions that operate as type guards as a side effect, instead of returning their Boolean result explicitly. After assert string, TypeScript has no way of knowing if you have guaranteed the type of input. To prevent this, most people just make the parameter input string, which is fine. But it also moves the type of checking problem somewhere, and in circumstances where you just want to fail hard, having the option is beneficial. What is type assertion? Explain its types. A type assertion is similar to a typecast in other languages, but it does not do any additional data verification or restructuring. It has no effect on runtime and is only used by the compiler. There are two types of assertions. One is the as syntax, other is the angle bracket syntax. Below is the example for as syntax and angle bracket syntax. Explain how TypeScript files can be supported from Node modules. TypeScript includes a series of declaration files. However, there are two drawbacks to using these declaration files with TypeScript. One is while upgrading TypeScript, we must deal with changes to TypeScript's built-in declaration files. And the other is customizing these files to meet the needs and the demands of project dependencies is difficult. A new feature like @types was added that allows to override the specific built-in library. Then we can update TypeScript and the log file in dependency management, ensuring that it utilizes the same version of the DOM types. As a result, we can update the types on our own schedule. Explain the TypeScript generics. TypeScript generics is a tool for creating reusable components in TypeScript. It builds a component that can interact with various data kinds. It enables users to consume these components while also using their own kinds. The identity function now has a type variable called type. This type allows us to capture the type of data the user supplies, for example, a number or a string, so that we can use it later. We are going to utilize type as the return type once more. Below is the syntax for TypeScript generics. What is recursive type aliases? The ability to recursively reference type aliases has always been eliminated. The reason for this is because each type aliases must be capable of substituting itself for whatever it aliases. Interfaces can be recursive, but their expressiveness is limited and type aliases cannot. That involves combining the two, creating a type aliases and extracting the type's recursive portions into interfaces. It's effective. TypeScript has no trouble working with the interfaces and the other object types because they introduce a level of indirection and their whole structure does not need to be eagerly built up. Explain tail recursion elimination on conditional types. When TypeScript identifies infinite recursion or any type expansions that take a long time and damage your editor experience. As a result, TypeScript includes heuristics to ensure that it doesn't run off the tracks while working with types that provide a lot of intermediate results. The trim left type removes spaces from the beginning of string-like type. When provided a string type with a space at the beginning, trim left returns a reminder of the string to the user. Advanced TypeScript removes tail recursion from conditional types. It can prevent intermediary instantiations as one branch of conditional type is merely another conditional type. Explain the awaited type and promise improvements. This type is intended to represent activities such as await in async functions and the .then method on promises, notably the way they recursively unwrap promises. Existing APIs such as JavaScript, built-ins like promise.all, promise.trace, and others can benefit from the awaited type. In fact, some of promise.all's inference concerns provided as foundation for awaited. Promise.all combines certain traits with the awaited to produce far superior inference results.
So with that, we have reached the end of this video. Thank you so much for being here. Keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.